Gloucestershire in charge after Bracey runs. The first day in the idyllic surroundings of Cheltenham College was a tight one. Gloucestershire all out by the end of the day, but both teams would have to draft in replacements. Payne for the hosts and Simpson for Middlesex called up to the England squad after positive COVID tests in the national setup. Middlesex started their innings with the start of the day. Robson joined by debutant Josh De Caires, the son of Michael Atherton, but their partnership wouldn't last very long. The young opener out for 5, LBW to Taylor. And there will be another early wicket for Gloucestershire to enjoy. Eskenazi out for 6, caught behind off the bowling of Don Goodman, standing in as captain after Payne's departure. Robson and Hanscom steered their side past 50 runs and started to show signs that they could be the partnership to stamp some authority on the game for the visitors. Worrell ended that resistance though. Robson bowled emphatically just as he started to threaten to go to 50. And he had another with his next ball. Mitchell dismissed without troubling the scorers. The next man in was Robbie White, in for the England-bound John Simpson, and he navigated the hat-trick ball successfully. Middlesex held firm through to lunch, the score 86 for 4, trailing by 162. Hanscom was nicked off by Taylor after the resumption, and Anderson would follow soon after, becoming Tom Price's second wicket in first-class cricket. They collapsed in a heap afterwards, all out for 101. The first session had seen some cause for concern for Middlesex, but the game raced away from them after lunch. An excellent spell of bowling from the Gloucestershire attack seeing the back of their visitors for a paltry total. Price would be pleased with his return, 3 wickets in his first match for almost a year. Hammond lost opening partner Scott early, but he and Bracey got their side to tea at 58 for 1, and Gloucestershire in a really good position. The pair kept going after the interval, looking in fine touch, the lead growing, and Hammond once again looking good for a 50. He'd fall 4 runs short. Cullen's bumper found the edge. Tom Lace was bowled by Anderson for 7 with a beauty, while Bracey ticked over to 50 runs with a boundary off Anderson. Glenn Phillips fell to Anderson as well to make the score 132 for 4, but it was all about the quick runs and the size of the lead now. Taylor climbing into the spin of Sota to take the lead past 300 runs. His enterprising knock ended on 40 when he was caught behind off Mitchell, while Bracey spooned one to cover for a very well-made 88. Bad light ended the day soon after, but with 2 days to go in this contest, Gloucestershire should have ample time to finish Middlesex off. They lead by 345, with 4 wickets remaining.
Good morning everyone and welcome back to the Cheltenham Festival. It is unfortunately a rather soggy affair at the moment, with the ground staff doing their best to mop things up, and unfortunately at the moment no news on the resumption of play here on day 3 against Middlesex. The umpires have been out to have a look, as I'm sure you've seen on the stream, and hopefully we will have some news of a potential restart time, assuming that there is no further rain. But unfortunately the forecast is for showers, and it could be one of those irritating days where the showers just keep coming every time they mop the ground up. So we will see. We'll see what the situation is. They've got the practice pitches covered up as well as the square, so hopefully those shouldn't be an issue. But obviously if water does manage to seep through, then could still be a bit of a problem. But we'll wait on news, and whilst we do that, we will play you the highlights from yesterday's very entertaining day's play here, where Gloucestershire very much firmed up their position in the match as favourites to win.
Gloucestershire in charge after Bracey runs. The first day in the idyllic surroundings of Cheltenham College was a tight one. Gloucestershire all out by the end of the day, but both teams would have to draft in replacements. Payne for the hosts and Simpson for Middlesex called up to the England squad after positive COVID tests in the national setup. Middlesex started their innings with the start of the day. Robson joined by debutant Josh DeCaires, the son of Michael Atherton, but their partnership wouldn't last very long. The young opener out for 5, LBW to Taylor. And there will be another early wicket for Gloucestershire to enjoy. Eskenazi out for 6, caught behind off the bowling of Don Goodman, standing in as captain after Payne's departure. Robson and Hanscom steered their side past 50 runs and started to show signs that they could be the partnership to stamp some authority on the game for the visitors. Worrell ended that resistance though. Robson bowled emphatically just as he started to threaten to go to 50. And he had another with his next ball. Mitchell dismissed without troubling the scorers. The next man in was Robbie White, in for the England-bound John Simpson, and he navigated the hat-trick ball successfully. Middlesex held firm through to lunch, the score 86 for 4, trailing by 162. Hanscom was nicked off by Taylor after the resumption, and Anderson would follow soon after, becoming Tom Price's second wicket in first-class cricket. They collapsed in a heap afterwards, all out for 101. The first session had seen some cause for concern for Middlesex, but the game raced away from them after lunch. An excellent spell of bowling from the Gloucestershire attack seeing the back of their visitors for a paltry total. Price would be pleased with his return, 3 wickets in his first match for almost a year. Hammond lost opening partner Scott early, but he and Bracey got their side to tea at 58 for 1, and Gloucestershire in a really good position. The pair kept going after the interval, looking in fine touch, the lead growing, and Hammond once again looking good for a 50. He'd fall 4 runs short. Cullen's bumper found the edge. Tom Lace was bowled by Anderson for 7 with a beauty, while Bracey ticked over to 50 runs with a boundary off Anderson. Glenn Phillips fell to Anderson as well to make the score 132 for 4, but it was all about the quick runs and the size of the lead now. Taylor climbing into the spin of Sota to take the lead past 300 runs. His enterprising knock ended on 40 when he was caught behind off Mitchell, while Bracey spooned one to cover for a very well-made 88. Bad light ended the day soon after, but with 2 days to go in this contest, Gloucestershire should have ample time to finish Middlesex off. They lead by 345, with 4 wickets remaining.
Looking clear on the radar now. Yeah, for a little bit.
Well, it was indeed a very entertaining day's play, Ian Randall, and it was a day in which Gloucestershire came in having been bowled out for 248 on the first day, and you felt possibly that could be a little bit light, but the way that they bowled and the way that Middlesex batted, that certainly didn't prove to be the case.
And actually, Ollie Price said after the close on the first day that he thought that 248 actually wasn't a bad score, and ultimately that has proved to be correct. And we were talking during the commentary yesterday that initially talking about a 40 or 50 run lead being handy on this pitch, the fact that the Cheltenham pitch will always offer you something, therefore big contributions are important here. Useful 30s and 40s will help, but somebody had to get a big innings, and obviously Miles Hammond made 75 first time round, and James Bracey went on to get his 88 yesterday. But I think what we hadn't really bargained for was 8 wickets going down for 25, and that just in a sense, I suppose, shows the brittle nature of Middlesex's confidence with the bat at the moment. We've, if not exactly really enhanced the reputations of their bowling attack, but said, on paper, and actually they haven't bowled that badly here, but the problem is the bowlers haven't had anything to work with, and Gloucestershire get themselves into a position now, after 2 days, where was the ground staff just used the super sopper on the surrounds of the main square. The whole of the practice square, the main school square, if you like, is covered. But Gloucestershire got themselves into a position where probably they would think that 4 sessions ought to decide the game. Middlesex would obviously like to bat for a lot less than that, or have a lot less time facing them than that. But with the forecast good for tomorrow, the game's moved on so quickly that time lost now is not a huge problem. What Gloucestershire will want to do is get as many as they can with these last 4 wickets, and psychologically I wonder, Middlesex chasing over 400, that has happened recently, hasn't it? We shouldn't ignore the fact that it has, but it's happened with a different makeup of their team.
It has, and it's happened probably on different surfaces as well. The one that I can remember is when they chased down, I think it was 402 against Somerset at Taunton, and Taunton's reputation for final day chases and being a decent batting surface anyway, and they had to do that at quite some rate as well. They needed that at close to 4 and over, and they chased that down with 5 wickets in hand. But the 2 people who scored most of the runs, Adam Voges and James Franklin, you think about that in comparison to Middlesex's side here, well, the likes of Hanscom in particular hasn't been on the form that they would have hoped from their overseas player and captain, and Daryl Mitchell, who is playing in his first class game for Middlesex and was out LBW for a golden duck in the first innings. So it shouldn't be ignored that Middlesex have the players to chase down a big score. Still, Hanscom is too good a player not to score some runs. Daryl Mitchell is a player who has been selected for good reason as a genuine all-rounder in Test cricket, and Stevie Eskenazi, Sam Robson, both played big innings in their careers, and Josh De Kers is a young cricketer who has got a very good reputation from his days in younger years. However, the confidence level would appear not to be at a level where Middlesex would be thinking really of chasing down a huge score, and I think this pitch as well remains to be seen what effect the rain that we've had today and overnight has had on the pitch, but I think we will see if it's anything like a kind of surface where you think about chasing down 350, 400, and I suspect the answer is that it probably won't be.
Yeah, so Mark Newell, the umpire's just come through, and I think we're going to have an early lunch at 12:20, and that they will look again at 12:30. I think that was what I heard, so that would give them an opportunity maybe to start at 1. So early lunch at 12:20 and an inspection at 12:30 with the just to go back to the pitch here, obviously we didn't have him in the attack yesterday because of his England call-up, and we'll come to an interview with David in a moment, but you fancy he'd have enjoyed bowling on that wicket yesterday?
Yeah, well, it was one of those pitches where I think if you just put it in the right areas, then things are going to happen for you, and things certainly did happen for Gloucestershire's bowling attack. Matt Taylor, tremendous figures. He topped the bowling charts, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 19. But Dan Worrell, with his 2 wickets in 2 balls, provided a terrific moment for him after an incident which maybe we'll get to in a moment. And Tom Price, in partnership with Matt Taylor after lunch yesterday, really skittled through that Middlesex middle to lower order, and both bowled very impressively, and particularly for Tom Price, who had a debut where Gloucestershire didn't have the best of things against that Worcestershire side. Everyone was struggling to take wickets. In fact, it was Tom Price who took the first wicket in that match in the Bob Willis Trophy last year. But in his first spell here, would have been easy for him to have his head down a bit, because he was going for quite a few runs, not bowling badly. But then he also took the wicket, or probably would have taken the wicket of Hanscom LBW off a no ball. So it would have been quite easy for Tom Price's head not to have been up, so to speak, when he came on to bowl straight after lunch, because he was thrown the ball straight after lunch, and boy did he deliver on his second first-class match, first county championship match for Gloucestershire. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 29 he finished with, and Dom Goodman mustn't forget his efforts. Admittedly, his wicket was a strangle down the leg side, but he certainly deserved it for the accuracy that he bowled with. And it was very much the Dom Goodman that we saw when he first came into the side against Somerset at Taunton.
So, as I say, Goodman obviously in the team yesterday, and indeed for the rest of this match, because of David Payne's England call-up. And Shane McGann spoke to David yesterday once the news was actually made official.
David, it's just been announced that you've been called up to the England ODI squad to face Pakistan. How does that make you feel?
Amazing. Probably the last thing I expected to happen this morning. I spent last night watching Jimmy Anderson's spell with the Red Bull, and was really excited turning up today to put a Red Bull in my hand and be out there for Gloss, and to get the call from Chris Silverwood, as I say, was the last thing I thought would happen this morning, but just the most amazing news for me. So yeah, completely ecstatic and can't wait to get down there.
Yeah, like you said, we obviously are in the middle of a 4-day game here at Cheltenham. When you got the call, what was that like, and did you have his number saved, or how did you react?
No, so I had a missed call and a message on WhatsApp. I was down at breakfast and left my phone in the hotel room, so I came back and saw that, and it I don't know, WhatsApp's clever, and it told me that it was Chris Silverwood. Oh, to be fair, yeah, the message, he said, it's Chris Silverwood, could you give me a call? So instantly my heart was kind of racing and excited, thinking what's this going to be, and so I tried to stay cool, and I'll do my teeth, get ready to go to the ground, and then give him a call. And then in the car he was ringing me again, so then took the call there, and he said, can I join him down in Cardiff? And I was a bit, my initial reaction was a bit confused, and I was thinking, I'm in the middle of the game, what does this mean? And but yeah, no, obviously with replacements being allowed, that means that Dom can come in for me today, and so I can just concentrate on going down and joining them.
Were you aware at all of the situation with the England men's team, or was that even more of a surprise to hear about what was going on?
No, I had absolutely no idea. Chris asked if had I heard anything, and honestly I was completely oblivious to what was going on. So yeah, no idea, and just thankful for the opportunity.
And you've been knocking on the ears for quite a few years, you could say. What's it like to finally see your name in amongst all the names in an England squad? Yeah,
this has been the dream for a long time, and to finally have that, I'm not sure right now words can describe how I'm feeling. I'm just ecstatic, as I said, and I can't stop smiling, and it's everything everyone plays for, so to finally get that call is everything I ever wanted.
Well, congratulations.
David Payne talking to Shane McGann after his call-up yesterday. I think I'm right in saying that he's now getting very close, if not he's got past 500 wickets. In fact, I think he's definitely got past 500 wickets in all formats. That's a reward for just a genuine county bowler who's just kept developing his game, just taking it's not niche marketing at all with Payne, because he's not only a white ball player or only a red ball player. He's actually developed both platforms to a point now where he has been called up, probably in unique circumstances really, but there are 9 uncapped players in that group, and John Simpson from Middlesex has been called up out of this match as well. You know, Payne is 30 years old, Simpson is 32, and they've done their time, they've done their apprenticeship, so to speak, more than in both cases, and I suppose it does show the depth of the English game, that you can have players of that experience called into an international setup, and you don't feel that anybody is going to let you down out of that group. I mean, there are some younger boys in there, obviously. They'll just remind you of the whole group. Stokes obviously captain the side, Ball, Briggs, Carse, Crawley, obviously, who's played for England in test matches, Duckett, who's done the same, Gregory, Helm, Jacks, Lawrence, Saki Mahmood, Milan, Craig Overton, Parkinson, that's Matt from Lancashire, Payne obviously, Salt, Simpson, and Vince, and I think Ashley Giles's quote was, "It's a very exciting group."
It was actually the other quote that I saw from him was rather one of understatement, and sort of knowing Ashley Giles from kind of seeing him in interviews and that sort of thing, you'd kind of expect a sort of a quotation like this from him. So this one just made me chuckle a bit. It's a great opportunity to play on the biggest stage, obviously, but this was the bit, and for most of the players selected, it's not necessarily something they would have been expecting 24 hours ago, which I think is probably one way of putting it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But just on David Payne, you look at what he's done kind of year by year, and he just seems to get better and better. He's not somebody who's kind of reached a level and been happy with that level. He's consistently got better and added little tricks to his armoury, and he fully deserves the call-up. I mean, I was looking, actually, just I don't like to just pick a player and say, well, he's been called up, and you know, this is what he's done, and this is what David Payne has done, and why hasn't David Payne been called up over him, for example. This is not why I'm doing this. But if you look at Reece Topley's career, played 13 ODIs, 6 T20s, and you look at his domestic List A career, and it, apart from the fact that David Payne has played a few more matches, just a few, it's basically identical. And you think about what Reece Topley does, he can start you off in the innings, he can swing the ball, then he'll come back later on and bowl his slower balls and his tricks at the death, and that's also pretty much what David Payne does. He will start you off with seam and swing, and then he can bowl in the middle overs, of course, but he's also got tricks up his sleeve at the death. He's terrific with those wide Yorkers, which when he's on he will nail consistently. And you know, that it was just somebody I looked at and thought, well, you know, yeah, I'm sure there are some people saying, oh, why has David Payne been picked over such and such? But compare those two, and I don't think people are really in argument about why Reece Topley should ever be picked, because left armour, got all the tricks
son
in
of
the
Don
book,
Topley,
and he can swing the ball. So there's no
son of Don Topley.
Well, yeah, okay. We're not quite going to add that one in, but in terms of why David Payne is there, he is there because he fits the profile of exactly what England would want, and there's no cheapness about this selection at all. Yes, it's come out of an entire squad's worth of players not being available, but he fully deserves to be part of an England white ball squad. Yeah,
and actually, and we made this comment on it yesterday as well, he does have a point of difference of being a left armour, and actually if you're a right armour with his record, you've probably got a bigger pool of people to compete with for your place. With him, he has a smaller pool, and therefore that ought to enhance his case to some degree, because he does have that point of difference. And yes, he would have the likes of Topley and Garton and
Sam Curran,
and others that we can probably think of that are not selected. But it is a smaller group. So if you do want a left armour in your squad, if there are injuries elsewhere, he's got a better chance of at least being in the selector's thoughts. But to go have a chat with him yesterday, just to recap the situation here, lunch will be taken at 12:20, so in 20 minutes' time, and the umpires will look at past. We've had 2 showers here at Cheltenham this morning, and the concern, I suspect, is not over the main square, but over the main college square, which is towards the chapel and which is obviously in the area of the outfield, and those areas have been covered, but the umpires wanted to check with the sheeting there that hasn't in any way had moisture get underneath it. So we're not playing here yet, but I think they are playing both at Taunton and at the Ageas Bowl in the other 2 matches in this group.
They are indeed. So Surrey, who began the day on 8 for 2, I think they started just a few minutes late, but only a few. And Surrey, in that time, which is probably, I mean, it's got to be at least 45 minutes, Surrey have added 3 runs. They've added 3 runs and they've lost the night watchman Amar Virdi, but that's the only loss so far this morning for Surrey. Hashim Amla and Ryan Patel are the not out pair. Hashim Amla has 1 run from 44 deliveries, and Ryan Patel has 2 runs from 31 deliveries. But Hampshire, on a pitch that, I'm just looking at the live stream in front of us at the moment, a pitch that looks, it has to be said, as though there's plenty of moisture in it. Whether that will make it more lively, or whether actually maybe it might even take some of the life out of it, I don't know. Surrey will certainly be hoping that that is the case. But Amla and Ryan Patel trying their best to survive the day's play, and there is still 81.5 overs for Surrey to survive, with 7 wickets in hand, and that match of course having a large bearing on Gloucestershire, because coming into this, Gloucestershire were 1 point ahead of Hampshire and 8 points ahead of Surrey. But in terms of what happens here, Gloucestershire of course need to win, but if Hampshire were to draw, then that would open up more possibilities for Gloucestershire to get into Division 1 than if Hampshire were to win, and especially if Hampshire were to win and Gloucestershire were not to get a result, or the result that they feel like they should get here. So lots of permutations. It should also be mentioned that Somerset are playing Surrey in the final game, so that's why, you know, you're not necessarily talking about Surrey so much. As for Somerset themselves...
Well, credit to Leicestershire for what's happening at Taunton.
Indeed. Leicestershire are putting on a tremendous fight, and they may even go past Somerset's first innings total. They're 429 for 7 in reply to Somerset's 461 for 9 declared, and an incredible partnership going on at the moment between Ed Barnes, who came out at number 9, and Harry Swindles, who've advanced the score from 272 for 7 to 429 now for 7, with Harry Swindles 142 not out and Ed Barnes 66 not out. Really impressive from Leicestershire, and it underlines actually they are seriously coming on as a 4-day side. There's nothing fluky about the results that they've had of late.
And I saw a tweet from Leicester this morning to say that is an 8th wicket record against Somerset, unsurprisingly.
No, I was going to say they probably haven't played for I would imagine they probably haven't played since about 2006 either, just like, or 2007 was it, I forget the date now, but they probably haven't played since then either, just like Gloucestershire haven't, so they haven't met each other that often of late. But at the same time, it still is an amazing fight back from Leicestershire. Admittedly, Craig Overton, of course, is not available for Somerset because he, like David Payne, pulled out of the game and pulled out after day 2 because they are a day ahead. All the other matches other than this one should be pointed out. And he obviously has been unavailable, but at the same time, that still doesn't take away from what has been a dramatic fight back from Leicestershire, and admittedly, it would have been very easy for their own minds not to be particularly on the job after, yes, Stephen Davis and Devon Conway put on 143 for the first wicket in Somerset's first innings, but Leicestershire had Somerset 224 for 7 at one stage, so very similar, Leicestershire, what they've done to what Somerset did in the first innings, with Van der Merwe making 76, Josh Davey 75 not out, and Marchand de Lange 75 with 6 sixes in 63 balls.
It's a very odd looking card, that, isn't it? But
it is odd for anybody but Somerset, really, I think you probably have to say. But Leicestershire have done pretty much exactly the same thing, and for Harry Swindle, it's just his second first-class century and his career best.
yeah, so that's the picture elsewhere where they are playing. Here we have an early lunch at 12:20, inspection at 12:30. It's not raining at the moment, and the ground staff have actually taken the covers off the college square, and they will now, I'm sure, in due course, start taking the covers off what they know as the county square here at Cheltenham. So no play so far this morning. Gloucestershire are still 198 for 6 in their second innings, with a lead of 345. Ollie Price on 2, Tom Price yet to score, and we'll have hopefully further news and hopefully equally a start of play at 1 o'clock. So do schedule in your lunch, and hopefully you can join us again at 5 to 1. Well, good afternoon. Welcome to what is now, I'm pleased to say, a sunny Cheltenham from Ian Randall and from Ed Seaborn.
Good afternoon.
We have lost the morning session here because of two pretty hefty showers after the scheduled start of play, and one at about 9:30 this morning. But the ground staff have got matters ready, and what we're going to be left with, all things being well, is an 80 over day with two sessions, one from 1:10 until 4, and then after tea from 4 o'clock until 6:30. And if that happens, we will only lose 16 overs overall, so that's not too bad from where we are. I think the feeling is that hopefully the worst of the weather has gone, and Mark Newell and Graham Lloyd now lead out the Middlesex players, captained of course by Peter Hanscom, and Gloucestershire resuming on 198 for 6 with the Price brothers still together. Tom hasn't yet scored, Ollie has 2, and the lead with 4 wickets still in hand is 345. And in the big picture, Ed, one session lost out of this game shouldn't make that much of a difference.
No, it shouldn't, because it's not as though Gloucestershire are trying to bat on and on and on and set Middlesex 500 or so. I don't think they really care too much about that.
If the lead was 145, it would be a different issue.
Yes, exactly. So I reckon the game has moved on at such a pace that it shouldn't make any difference, and obviously the remaining Gloucestershire batsmen are going to try and score as many runs as they can, but I think realistically thinking about it, it's not as though they're going to be batting for long enough that you could say they'll bat on too long.
Blake Cullen's going to bowl the first over of the day. There has been no play in the other two matches where they are now at lunch, and I think during the first over, Ed will just bring us the scores from both Southampton and Taunton, both of which of course are relevant because of the tight nature of things at the top of this group. But pleased to say we now do have play. We have some blue sky overhead as well, and 198 for 6 is the Gloucestershire score overnight, and it's got 4 wickets still in hand. Ollie Price is on strike, and there will be 2 slips for Blake Cullen's first over. Interesting that he has been given the ball rather than Tim Murtagh, but Cullen then from the chapel end bowls in, and Ollie Price defends the first ball of the day. So in the other 2 games, of course, it's the last day, both at Southampton and at Taunton. Which for you, Ed, is the more interesting score?
Well, I think you'd have to say Surrey, just because of the nature of things this morning. They've batted out a session and they've scored, what is it? It's 16 runs in a session.
Here is Cullen in again, and Ollie Price lets that go through to Robbie White.
So from 8 for 2, they take lunch on 24 for 3, with the one loss being the night watchman Amar Virdi. So Ryan Patel and Hashim Amla are the 2 not out Surrey batsmen. Hashim Amla 3 not out from 96 deliveries, and Ryan Patel 10 not out from 73. And they are unbeaten at lunch.
Here's Cullen, first over of the day, and Ollie Price defends out onto the offside.
Of course, still trailing Hampshire by... Still trailing Hampshire by 392 runs, but the runs are totally irrelevant. There was no way, even if Surrey decided on an aggressive approach, that they could even bring the runs into the equation at all. Not like when Gloucestershire were batting out that final day against Hampshire, when the runs maybe could have been a factor.
Cullen plus umpire Lloyd, and Ollie Price drives up to mid-off. It's gone straight through the fielder's legs there. That is Hanscom, I think. That's going all the way up to the boundary and just in front of the scoreboard. The ball won't reach it. Hanscom at least recovers, but that's gone straight through his legs, and I think somebody maybe in the crowd behind him has offered a view, and Hanscom just put his thumb up.
Use your hands, come. No.
As he returns to his fielding position, I think whatever banter he may have had from the boundary rope there, I think he accepted in good grace. 200 up, Cullen in, and that's driven pleasantly away by Ollie Price, and that will go for 4. That's a nice shot. Square of the wicket, away out through the covers, and down, indeed onto the covers on the Sanford roadside down the slope.
Well, like a lot of batsmen who stay quite tall when they play their shots, it looks so elegant when they get a drive away, and that was definitely the case there with Ollie Price. And he took a bit of time getting going in both his innings. Didn't care about that, but was waiting for deliveries that he could put away, and he hasn't had to wait too long this time to get a half volley, and he's taken full toll this time.
Lead is up over 350. Ollie Price waits for Cullen and defends off the back foot out onto the onside.
And of course, the other thing about that Hampshire score is, imagine if Surrey did bat that out. Not only does it allow Gloucestershire the chance to be ahead of Hampshire, but the effect that may possibly have in terms of frustration and tiring the bowlers out of Hampshire on that final day as they strive with everything to get those final wickets that they need to win. The effect of that can't be underestimated as well.
And also, as Murta is going to open from the College Chapel end, it might keep Surrey in with a chance of finishing in the top 2 pending offence at Taunton, which are not exactly going to the form book either.
No, indeed not. I haven't even got to that one yet. There's too much to talk about the Hampshire-Surrey match. Anyway, for now, Ethan Bamber will bowl from the College lawn end and bowl to Tom Price, who plays that one defensively, and Bamber is able to field off his own bowling. So I think in general, Middlesex starting with the 2 bowlers who've looked the most consistently threatening in the match in terms of Cullen and Bamber, and Daryl Mitchell has picked up a couple of wickets in both innings, but I think you would have to say in terms of consistent threat and pressure, it's been Cullen and Bamber who have been the 2 bowlers who've stood out. And I think that despite Middlesex fans probably not being entirely happy, I think it's fair to say, with the way that this is going, that's got to still be something which they ought to feel happy about, the performances of those 2 young bowlers. But anyway, that match at Somerset, 461 for 9 declared. Somerset, Leicestershire 475 for 7 currently at lunch, with Harry Swindle's 171 not out, and Ed Barnes from number 9, 83 not out. A partnership of 203 between the pair for the 8th wicket.
You're not missing anything here. Ethan Bamber, after bowling 1 ball, has decided that he wants some sawdust down in that area where his front foot is coming down. He must have detected some movement when his front foot literally hit the delivery stride, and he's now saying to Tim Murta, if he can press that sawdust into the crease, and the ground staff will also leave another pile of sawdust for Bamber just almost at the end of his run. Sometimes actually they don't always use sawdust. It's a combination of very, very fine soil and sawdust, because they're trying to fill a hole effectively in that. And I don't know what the gadget is that they use, but it's like a big mallet which with a very, very heavy weight on the end, and they obviously use that very effectively to literally force that compaction which the bowler is looking for with a solid surface.
Somebody did say the name of that device, and I've forgotten it. As I'm sure I've said before in here, I've always called it a thumper, but I'm sure that's not correct. Anyway, we're ready to resume. Hopefully Bamber's footholds are fine as he bowls to Tom Price, who turns that one to mid-wicket and fielded by Daryl Mitchell, who's fairly close in at sort of actually more like a short, wide mid-wicket kind of position. But the possibilities are many in terms of how Group 2 shakes out. All sorts of different results could come in, but the interesting one for me, I'll get to in a moment, is here is Bamber, he bowls, and Price is struck on the pad, and the shout is somewhat strangled. Umpire Newell looks almost right towards the floor, as if to show no interest whatsoever. We'll get a replay in a second as Bamber just bowling a ball which was striking Price on probably the knee roll. You'd have to think height might have been an issue, may have been nipping down leg side as well. So
De Caires was appealing from square leg, but I suppose that's just because you would, wouldn't you?
Something to do. Bamber in and bowls, and Price plays that one softly out to half of the bat, all along the ground out to De Caires at point. But the combination that is kind of interesting is if Surrey were to bat out the day, and also Somerset, as it looks like, will draw with Leicestershire. So according to my probably completely incorrect calculations, the gap between Surrey and Somerset, who play each other in the final round, would be 21 points.
And therefore closable.
Bamber bowls and Price plays that one defensively back to the bowler. The tiebreaker, of course, is wins, the first tiebreaker. So if Somerset and Surrey end up level, it is Somerset that will go through. So they can't afford just to make up 21. Sorry, they'll need to make up 22, so which means that Somerset just need the bowling points.
Yeah, there were a couple of rounds where you felt teams were looking just to bat once, get a big score and win in an innings, and to some degree they did that.
Oh, Tom Price has played that one very softly, so softly that it's fielded at second slip by Robson, but he almost played that one a little bit too softly. Just a really late angled bat shot from Tom Price, and it was actually a little way outside off stump, a perfectly reasonable shot. But
it was quite a long way short too, I think. In the end.
Well, certainly nowhere near a catch, but I guess Middlesex getting a little bit excited with the not the majority of the bat being used, but it was a perfectly well played shot in the end from Tom Price, and the end of Ethan Bamber's first over of the day, and it's a maiden over. Gloucestershire remain 204 for 6, a lead of over 350 now.
Yeah, 351 the lead. And just to remind you that in theory the day is of 80 overs now. Here's Cullen to bowl the third of them. And it's exactly the same. It's like a repeat on a film. Ollie Price going back into his crease, standing up, playing a defensive shot where Cullen would have seen the maker's name on the bat, and Gloucestershire remain on 204 for 6. This is a kind of a free-ish hour or so, you would have thought, for these last 4 wickets. Driven down the ground again by Price. That's a nice shot. Hanscom is on the chase, but he won't haul that in. Again, that's played in the V, and he's really timed that well. That's raced away up towards the chapel end, and 4 more to Ollie Price takes him into double figures.
Oh, enjoy that. What a beautiful shot. I mean, that's possibly even better than his extra cover drive, which was also a glorious shot, and Ollie Price seems to have his eye in today. 12 already to his name, added 10 runs in the first over and 2 balls that he's faced of Cullen.
208 for 6. Cullen to Price again into the ground. Here's an interesting thought. Just look at how lucrative, lucrative is the right word, perhaps fruitful is a better word, the Oxfordshire area has been for Gloucestershire in terms of mining talent. You've got the Taylor brothers, you've got the Price brothers who both went to school in Oxford. You can add Ben Charlesworth to that as well, and I know that Ben Charlesworth's father is a cricket coach in the area, and that's fine as a connection, but that's quite a, for a non-first class county as Oxfordshire is, to have a system where young players are spotted elsewhere. I don't know who among the other counties would have pulled players from that patch, but Gloucestershire have done very well out of it, one would argue.
I suppose it's a bit like Devon is for Somerset. An awful lot of Devonians in that Somerset squad.
Cullen. And to Ollie Price again, drives up to Hanscom. Do you think that was not quite a fair comparison, but on his run in, and we are side on, you have to remember, not behind the bowler's arm. Do you think there's a little bit of broad about Cullen in his approach?
I'll watch it. I'll watch it and let you know.
Yeah, very tall, obviously aggressive, and that's steered away now by Ollie Price out into the offside. The end of Cullen's second over, and 208 for 6. Ollie Price has 12. Tom yet to score, and we have a pleasure for us this afternoon because not involved in this game, but Josh Shaw's going to join us and just sat down in front of us. Would you fancy a bowl on this in the last innings?
Yes, I think first innings definitely. Hopefully it doesn't get too flat in the second innings. I think we bowled well in that first innings. Put the balls in the right areas. I think we learnt from them a little bit. I think they made us leave quite a lot of balls, so we didn't actually have to play at them. And we just showed what to do really at Cheltenham. Put it in the right areas, and you get your rewards now and again. So yeah, I think we did really well actually to bowl them out for 101, I think it was, when they were. I think it was like 72 for 2. Could have quite easily put a big partnership on there. I think we did quite well.
And watching young Tom Price come in after lunch when he'd had 4 overs where it hadn't looked a great threat, and to come in straight after lunch and take 3 for 6 in 4 overs. What was kind of the chat with him at lunch in terms of what James wanted him to do?
Yeah, I think just like kind of that situation there. I think he didn't bowl bad. He got a few outside edges down at third man, and then obviously a couple no balls, and his runs seemed to add up straight away there. And obviously he's come out after lunch, and he's managed to forget what happened there in them first few overs, and he bowled real well there in the just after lunch to peg them back. Him and Matt Taylor did a real good job for the team to get. I think it was 4 or 5 wickets, or whatever it was, real quick. More wickets than that. I think they did real well and set the platform. Obviously with Payne leaving, I think it could have been quite easy for the lads to be a bit slumped and
it's a lovely shot.
Down.
Lovely shot from Tom Price, and he may well pick up 4 for it, but there was a baby seagull which was very close to getting impaled by that ball as it travelled towards the boundary. It almost Middlesex had a 12th fielder out there, but Tom Price is off the mark with a beautiful straight drive, which you've just seen on the replay.
So you'll have seen a lot more of the Prices bat than we have, Josh. I mean, obviously they're batting here at 7 and 8, but what abilities would you say they have?
Yeah, I think they're 2 very good up-and-coming young players for Gloucestershire. I think I've not really seen that much of them, just with being down on loan and things like that, and not played many second-team games. But looking at them in the nets and how they work, they definitely put the hours in behind the scenes in nets and things like that. So I believe if you work hard, your rewards will come, whether that's today or the next game or a couple of years. I think they'll be really good here. Obviously didn't get much of a ball yesterday, just the 1 over, nearly got a wicket first ball with an edge, but yeah, I think they're both big potentials for the club. Yeah.
Here is Banbury bowls, and Tom Price playing that one quietly out towards forward points. Would you say, currently projecting their careers, would you say both of them could end up genuine all-rounders, or one of them more bowling, batting all-rounders? What would you say?
I think they're both, even at the minute, they're both genuine all-rounders. I think it showed yesterday with Tom he was in and bowling first change, and then obviously today batting at number 8. But I believe he could potentially bat higher. Same with Ollie. I think he could also bat higher, and he's a very good off spinner. So yeah, I think it's exciting times for them two, definitely. If they take the chance here, and they could be in the team for a while. It's good signs for the pair of them. Yeah.
Certainly, and both of them getting some time out in the middle together as well.
Yeah, I imagine they've dreamt about this day quite a lot when they're playing backyard cricket and things like that, bowling and batting against each other. But to be doing it out there for Gloucestershire is very good.
Here is Bamber. He runs into Tom Price, That's clipped beautifully through wide mid-on, and that will be 4 runs. No need to run for that one as it crosses the boundary rope. And Tom Price gets his second boundary to move up to 8-16 for 6, and the replay of that lovely clip. Just drifting onto the pads a little bit, Ethan Bamber, but beautifully timed. And Tom Price with 2 boundaries in his 8. As they fish the ball back in. What are his sort of strong... I'll ask you after this ball. What are his really strong areas, Tom Price, as he'll leave that one alone to end the over? In terms of his... Where does he score most of his runs, would you say?
Just from looking, obviously, the pair of them this game, they're looking to come forward onto that front foot. They're not scared to play the drives. Obviously, both looking to play straight, and I think that's ideal for swinging and nipping condition. If you're still trying to play it straight, that's obviously great, and you don't want to be kind of feeling for the ball a little bit. If it's outside the off stump, you still want to be positive in defence and attack. So I think them two coming forward at the minute, I don't think they've really been tested out with the short ball. Really, that would be my one question if I was bowling at the minute. Have we made them look to play off the back foot, or we try to bowl a short ball at them just to change it up a little bit?
Here's Cullen from the chapel end. That's chopped into the ground and fielded on the run by Anderson.
That's certainly what I've thought looking at both of them play, and I've seen both of them, as I've said, in both innings, and they don't, the temperament wise, they don't seem at all bothered about going a few balls without scoring, and like you say, it's the fact that they do play so straight.
Absolutely, they play it late, and I think that's obviously a good thing for say that he's played and missed a big drive. I think obviously as long as they can go up and down the scoring rate, maybe not in this format, but in 50 overs and 2020s, if they can also play positive but also score quite a lot of runs in obviously short format, that'd be great. I've not really seen that personally, obviously not playing with them much, but for some, I don't think there'll be any bother in that. I think they'll be able to adapt to that quite well.
Cullen, past umpire Lloyd, and Ollie Price safely negotiates the defensive shot out to Mitchell on the offside.
Yeah, if I was a bowler in this situation, just me personally looking from here, I've not really seen them, like I said before, not many short balls. They've not put a man out deep square leg. I know it's obviously a bit harder when we're a long way in front of the game, but I think you've still got to try and get wickets in this scenario, and they've not really tested them out a little bit with the short ball.
Ollie Price waits, and he's played a lot in the V this afternoon. That's straight again to Hanscom, that mid off. I guess, Josh, at the minute that everybody is enjoying the fact that you're battling on two fronts, both to get into the knockout stages of the T20 and to get into the top two in the latter stages of this competition as well.
Obviously we've had a great start in the championship, winning 4 games on the spin there at the start of the year, and obviously in the T20s, I think we've not quite hit the nail on the head in 2020 at the minute, but we're still winning games of cricket, and we're obviously in 2 great positions. If we can get a victory in this game, that obviously puts us in a great spot with the results that are going as well. I think going into the game next week, we're in a good position, and obviously with the 2020 coming up on Friday, if we win that, and that just strengthens our position again in the 2020.
I mean, 3 games in the T20. The Hampshire game might be like a shootout effectively here, mightn't it, in the championship, and to have that here, I think the ticket sales have been very good for Sunday at least.
It's a great place to play cricket, and obviously you get quite a lot of fans come here and watch. It's just a shame that there's just not the usual stands up and things like that, and everything's a bit spread out. But it's still great to be playing here. Obviously I'm not playing at the minute, but the boys really enjoy it when we turn up here. It's kind of a bit of a different energy they bring when they come to Cheltenham, and it's good to see.
In terms of the T20 though, you've been a regular part of that this season. Yeah. Are they sapping events? Because it is very, at a very intense format.
Yeah, I think just to I think we've been kind of stitched up a little bit with all the travelling we've had to do a few times. Like we've played on like a Thursday night, then the Friday we're going to playing away somewhere like it's a 3-hour drive and things like that. So
tell me about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's quite tough to kind of recover and then wake up early and then travel and go again. You know, it's been tough. I found that quite challenging a little bit, but it's just get through on coffee and a few caffeine tablets and we get going.
Bamber to continue, and bowl now to Tom Price, who plays that one out in front of himself a little but turns it to forward square leg. I mean, it was 3 lots of back-to-backs, I think, wasn't it? I mean, that even somebody not going out there and having to be on it from the warm-up to the end of the game, it's got to be so draining, I would have thought.
Even the boys who aren't playing, you know, you still got to travel with the squad and you're there doing all the warm-ups thinking you might play, and obviously you got prepared to play, and then when you don't play you've still got to be running off the field every other over to collect caps now and jumpers and things like that, and then the keeper wants his helmet, so you're actually almost as busy when you're off the field, so it's quite tough. But yeah, it's been a challenge, but it's been really good. Like I say, I don't think we've hit the nail on the head really, but we're still obviously competing, and that's good. So we go on to Friday in that competition, looking to get another win.
And as far as your bowling in that competition goes, you've been a revelation in the power play in terms of Bamber bowls and no shot off from Tom Price. The bowling up front, it feels as if you've taken at least 1 wicket in the power play every game this season.
It's been interesting. Kind of, I look at 2020. It's kind of a bit of like you can nail the delivery you want, and then you don't go for any runs. For example, like if you're bowling at the end, you nail a Yorker, you don't go for any runs, but then you miss your Yorker and you get a caught a long on or long off, so you get a wicket, and then they're like, oh, well bowled, when actually it's not well bowled because you've not executed what you wanted to do. But yeah, it's interesting kind of going into that.
Strangled shout for leg before, but not much interest from anybody other than the first slip, and they'll pick up a leg by.
Going into that role, kind of that first game against Glamorgan, I was kind of like unsure if I was going to play and things like that. You obviously don't get told until the day. But yeah, it's kind of everything just seems to have clicked. So I've had a bit of luck here and there, which is needed in 2020. But yeah, it's good fun and really enjoyable. Yeah, looking forward to playing on Friday. Fingers crossed.
Here is Bamber to Ollie Price, and that's played off the inside half, but they'll get a single as there's a slight misfield from the fielder at square leg, who then flings a nasty throw in for Robbie White to deal with. And Ollie Price moving up to 13. Tom Price has 8, so having had the first change of strike, the strikes rapidly change back again. What's been your general plan then in terms of particularly the start of the innings? What have you looked to try and do?
Just cramp them up for room really as much as possible. You know, 2020 like to throw the hands through anything really, so if I'm managing to cramp them up and take a few wickets, then brilliant. But yeah, I'm kind of not really looking at the wicket scenario. I'm just looking at them trying not to score, and obviously tuck them up as much as I can, and just setting the field accordingly to that. And I think having Jack's been at mid-off, I think pretty much for every over I've bowled, and he's been quite good when he's been there just talking to me like, what about this, what about that, and we've changed the field accordingly for different batters. You know, we've not had one plan for everyone. It's been like a different plan for every batter, which obviously you need now in 2020. But yeah, I think even not just myself but everybody else who's bowled in the power play, we've done a pretty good job. I think we've been taking wickets constantly in that scenario, and that always obviously pegs them back and puts them on the back foot. But yeah, I think for me, just trying to tuck them up as much as possible really.
Yeah, Josh Shaw's with us on commentary at the start of this afternoon session. You mentioned about sort of going into that role in the T20. Was that something that was discussed with Harv and Jack during the winter, or was it something that sort of came about quite late?
Yeah, not really. You do your training in the winter. You train for everything, obviously 4-day cricket, 50 over and T20s.
Yes, Blake. That's off the outside half of the bat. It's gone all the way down to third man for 4. We'll take that. 4 more, 222 for 6. And Ollie Price, having played a couple of very nice shots earlier on, probably He's allowed that one, and the lead just ticking up. And Gloucestershire started the day with it shy of 350. It's now 365.
Yeah, going back onto that about kind of the role and things like that, kind of just practice like we would. And I've always, whenever I think I played a few games last season, 2020, and I seemed to get the similar role then. That was bowling in the power play up the top, and then always be ready to bowl at the end. And then even when I was at Yorkshire and I played 1 or 2 games, that was the same then. I don't know if that's just because you're a seam bowler, you get chucked up to bowl the first 6 with 2 fielders out, but it's just something I've always done whenever I've played in the second team. So I find that kind of a bit more natural, I think, a little bit, and obviously just adjusting your line and length accordingly to the scenario. I don't really mind doing that too much. So yeah, I didn't really know, to be honest. The answer to your question, didn't really know until the morning of the game when I got told I was going to play. Yeah.
Right, 222 for 6. My maths is a bit askew. 369 is the lead. Do you think James has more of a view about time than numbers here in terms of how many you want to play with?
Yeah, I think the weather is meant to be fine tomorrow. So if I don't know if they had a chat in there. If they did, I missed it. I missed the chat, but I imagine it'd be just about as long as we can and get as far ahead as we can. You know, they've still got a good batting lineup, so you don't want to kind of set them a total where they're thinking actually we can do this if there's a bit of weather around or things like that. Kind of get enough, and then we either bowl later on today or first thing in the morning, and hopefully we can take a few early wickets. And
the balance has to be, I suppose, amongst the bowlers. Right, how long do you need? And
Yeah.
that's the key question, I suppose, isn't it?
It's probably
4 sessions?
Four sessions. I think it should be there or thereabouts. And then obviously you counter in the overs if you want 2 good goes with a second new ball, things like that. You take all these things into account.
Cullen, again in from the chapel end, and Tom Price just squeezes that out all the way along the ground. Psychologically, you would feel that 400 would feel like a barrier for Middlesex, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? That you look there, you're like, 380, and then once you tick over to 400, you're like, that seems a long way away. But yeah, hopefully we can pass that and buy some more and bowl well, and hopefully we should be coming away with the right result.
30 more needed to get there, and that's 1 more of them. Tom Price out on the leg side, fielded by Josh De Cares. You've not come across him before, I take it, at any other level?
No, he did play. I think he was signed for a club team in Yorkshire, which play my club team's league up there. But I've never played against him because he was at uni, I believe, up there. But no, I've never played against him or seen him play for that matter until the first day. But obviously, Tom Lace and George Scott gave us some inside information, if you want to call it that, onto his batting style, and obviously they've grown up playing quite a lot of cricket with him, I think.
Yeah, I would have thought Middlesex might be a county that there's plenty of inside info from in the Gloucestershire squad as an edge, but it's a controlled edge and all along the ground and should be 4. And Josh Shaw is the only one of us, I suspect, that could see that go over the boundary rope, but it has. Yeah. And Tom Price up to 13.
I think might be time to sanitise the ball if they pick that up with their hands again, I think.
Yes.
Oh, now they've kicked it. Well done.
It's a bit of a I guess occupational hazard of festival cricket with everybody being so close to the boundary boards.
Yeah. It's an interesting point there, though. So if you're bowling and the ball has been sanitised, do you find that
I've wanted to know that as well?
Does the condition of the ball stay better for longer?
I wouldn't know. We've not really had it much in the red ball. Obviously T20 you don't really shine it up as much as you would in a 4-day game. I imagine it might just make it a bit softer with the moisture that obviously off the wet wipe or whatever it is that you wipe it down with. But then again, it also might make you shine it up a bit easier with the wet wipe. You never know. But yeah, we've not had that scenario much in the 4 days this year.
Yeah, I suppose because nearly all the 4-day matches played without crowds, and then the one match where there were crowds before this one was, well, the couple of matches. There's not been so. That's a good shot, by the way, from Tom Price. Whilst I'm getting in a mental tangle, and
the one was
completed mid-on.
At Bristol, wasn't it, against
Somerset?
Somerset,
So, in terms of home, and then of course at the Oval and at Grace Road, there is such a large playing area. It's huge, basically never a problem. And then at the Oval, likewise in terms of probably taller boundary boards, etc. But
we had plenty of time to try the sanitizer out there, I think, at Leicester for that first day. That was an interesting couple of days. The boys seem to have bounced back from that though, which is good.
Indeed.
It was a week to forget.
Short pulled away. They've tried the short ball for about the first time, and Tom Price dealing with that one pretty easily, picking up a single out to deep mid wicket. But in terms of I guess the break coming at a decent time with the T20 coming right after those couple of defeats. But at the same time, did you kind of look at it and think, well, if we only won one of those two tosses, then probably the result would have been pretty different?
Yeah, I think just taking the results out of the equation, I think if we'd have sat down as a group and said, look, you're going to win 4 out of your first 6 games and be in a good position going into the T20s, I think pretty much all of us would have snapped your hand off for that situation. I think the way we started was unbelievable, and kind of obviously the 2 losses weren't ideal and weren't great timing, but we were still in a great position, although we've lost 2 games. Coming into this week, it's kind of refreshed. So we went from that Leicester game into the T20s. That kind of refreshed everyone to go into T20s, and then coming in now for a championship game kind of refreshes everyone again. Kind of just change the format. Obviously different. You go about this game completely different to how you would in a 2020. It's a bit of just brings a bit of energy back, kind of just not been kind of stuck on the same thing every time. I think it's just refreshed everyone.
That was an interesting point made. Actually, I don't wish to bring the round ball in here, but that England had to go and play their quarter final in the Euro 2020s away from Wembley, and the people actually said that was actually a good thing to just change the whole driver of where that campaign was going. And I guess it's the same. You've been obviously to the festival before, but for players that haven't, it just gives you a completely different perspective on things. Here's Cullen, and Tom Price lets that go, taken by Robbie White.
Even for like Denty and Payne, who have been here a number of times, they just still love coming here for this 2-week period. It's just something about the place, and it's just completely different to playing anywhere else. All the county grounds, you can't get the interaction you would do with the fans and things like that, and everything just seems a lot closer and tighter, and just it's obviously a great ground to play at. Just brings everyone back if you're in a bit of a dark place. Shot.
It's a good shot. Tom Price has got that away, and it may not quite go to the boundary. They've run 2, and it has gone. Just about gone. It didn't really sound like a real crack off the middle of the bat. It made that sort of a slightly mistimed sort of sound, but he got enough on it to bring it all the way out to the boundary at deep mid wicket. So Cullen concedes another 4. The lead goes up to 380. I was going to say, maths. I was waiting for the ball to tick round to 233. Cullen over the wicket. Tom Price now on to 14. 18 to. But they're both on 18.
I think if you're in the Middlesex shoes here, you're looking at the sideline thinking they've still got some decent handy batters to come as well, so they're kind of hoping they fly through us here at the minute, but there's no sign of that at the minute. You've even got Dan Worrell down at 11, who's got a big bash 50, so maybe he could give it a good crack later on.
I'd imagine he would enjoy that situation.
I don't think he I think if we get far enough in front, it could be a license for him just to have a swing, which would be good viewing for the neutral. I think
He does
So
rate.
we ought to protect our laptops here, do you reckon?
absolutely. Yeah.
He does rate his batting, does he, Dan?
Yeah, he's although he doesn't net that much as in practice his batting, he loves his batting, and he can give it a fair old whack as well, which is handy. We didn't really see it. There's a chance. Batted a couple
into
games.
the ground. That's a way through extra cover as well. He's split the field once more, and Ollie Price picking up some nice boundaries here.
They're almost trying to
Off
outdo
Blake
each other
Cullen.
at the moment.
It's a race to 50 for the pair of them, hopefully.
Well, they came together at 198 for 6 when James Bracey was out. So they've put on 40.
Talking about the batting to come, we can't help but talk about the batting of Dom Goodman and, of course, yourself at Hampshire. I mean, talk to me about that.
Yeah, that was being there the other night. Me and Dom just kind of talked about it and had a little chuckle again about how we managed to pull that off. That was a amazing last hour or so. I feel more in control when I'm out there than I do when I watch. So it was good for me to be out there, because if it was somebody else that was batting, I think I'd have been a nervous wreck in the changing rooms. The boys were saying they were itching, like running around everywhere, just couldn't watch.
Well, I can promise you I was doing the same watching from home.
Yeah, there's a stage where Dom was facing and I was obviously at the non-strikers, and I was like, I'd just rather be down the other end batting than watching from this end. It was good fun. We started, like I say, we had a little chuckle on I think it was Friday night when we was there. Had a little chuckle about it, and yeah, hopefully he doesn't need to be doing that in this game. Hopefully he can have a good bat in this game.
Was there any sort of... Did you chat about how to break it down at all, or was it really just, we'll get through this over or the next over, or even ball by ball?
Yeah, so he was actually going on. So he was working out if we got out at this stage how many overs were left for them to knock the runs off, and we were just like another over, see if we can keep going. And yeah, we just all managed to roll out there, and we managed to get the draw.
Clipped away nicely by Tom Price, back at a square. They'd be able to turn that back for 2, I think, as the throw comes in, and they will make it with a scuttle as Tom Price moves into the 20s as well, 21 to his name, and the race goes on between the two, both playing some really nice shots out there. Score up to 240 for 6, partnership of 42 now between the pair. And what was it in the end? Was it 12.5 overs you batted together?
Something like that.
I'm trying to conjure up that from memory, but
seemed a lot longer.
What was the? I'll ask you after this ball as Tom Price plays up the pitch. What was the kind of in terms of knowing that match was very important with Hampshire having also got off to a good start?
Yeah.
Did that at all mount the pressure, or was it just easier almost at that stage because you knew you had nothing to lose?
Yeah, I think we were just kind of that determined to succeed in what we was doing on that day. Me personally, I kind of thrive off making the boys happy, kind of getting away with that draw. The energy in the changing rooms after that day was almost on par with winning the game pretty much, because I imagine the boys were thinking, we're down and out now, we've been defeated pretty much. But for me, just kind of doing a job for the boys and making them happy and coming away with that draw, that made me personally happy. And then also Dom at the end as well kind of had a little minute in there, and then middle just having a laugh and a giggle, thinking how have we just done that. Was good fun.
Whipped away through wide mid-wicket, glorious shot from Tom Price, and he's admiring that one to the boundary. Moves up to 25 with his 5th 4 already, and here is another look at it. And if you just stray a little bit too straight, they get that whip out through wide mid-wicket as well as the drives. Really impressive stuff, this. And the partnership now just 4 short of the half century between the two brothers. It would be quite something to reach that. For bowls, and that's turned away straight to mid-wicket. It was obviously a great start for you personally this season with the wickets against Surrey, and then having to go off in that game as well. Talk me through that roller coaster.
Yeah, that was interesting. I felt I had a little niggle in my groin. I get a bit of banter off the boys at the minute because it wasn't actually anything serious. They kind of just say went through the DOM scanner, that's the physio calls it. So I went for a scan and there was nothing there, which just didn't feel great. But yeah, it was an interesting scenario, and then coming back and kind of not feeling like you've got any rhythm, and then you run up at Hampshire on a pretty flat deck, and then at home also against Leicester, which was pretty low and slow. So you don't really need that when you're struggling for a bit of rhythm. But yeah, it's a bit frustrating. Obviously started well personally, and then obviously the team won, which was great. And the boys kept winning when I was out, and that kind of just made me happy that I did not let the team down in that scenario. Kind of just leaving them out there, because it's not the first time I've gone off in the first game with an injury. It happened, I think it was 2019 against Derby, I believe. Went off in the second innings, and then I still get hammered for that as well, funnily enough. But yeah, they don't give you much sympathy, the boys.
Dressing room banter.
Yeah.
Tim Murtaugh's coming on. Let's update you on matters at Taunton and at Southampton. At Taunton, they are not playing at the moment because of a rain delay. Leicestershire 475 for 7 in their first innings. The lead Somerset by 14. Swindles and Barnes are still together. They put on over 200 together for the 8th wicket. And at the Aegeus Bowl, Surrey are 24 for 3 against Hampshire. I think, well, I'll come back to that in a second. Steered away into the gully on a tumbling stop, but Ollie Price will pick up a single. Anderson does the fielding, and he's helped out by Daryl Mitchell. So they've added only 16 today, Surrey. They're 8 for 2 overnight. So Verdi is the one man out today. Hashim Amla is still there, applying all the patience that many bowlers around the world would have experienced in his career. And therefore Hampshire still needs 7 wickets. Murtagh from the College Chapel end to Tom Price, who forces off the back foot but without any great timing, and Murtagh can field off his own bowling.
He's up over 100 balls faced now, is Hashim Amla, for his 3 runs.
It's impressive.
I would imagine that has got to be so frustrating to bowl at, hasn't it? I mean, it's just somebody who has a rock solid technique on a pitch that's probably not offering masses, and he's already faced 100 balls.
They could be thinking it's Gloucester all over again, though.
Well, that's the other thing, isn't it? Exactly, because of what you've done. Surrey are benefiting from your work.
Yeah.
And Hampshire have also had Leicestershire at home, who escaped with a draw against. I think that may have been weather related, but that was a tight call as well. So,
how on earth do you, as a bowler, go about trying to negotiate a situation like that with Hashim Amla out there? Is it just, well, we're going to try and get the guy out at the other end, or what? Just keep trying things?
Yeah, that must be very frustrating. Look, I've never really had to run up against anything like that, as in they're just basically, they need to bat all day, don't they, to get away with a draw there. I think you've still obviously just got to bowl good balls and things like that, but it's tough. Obviously with a defence like he's got plenty of test runs and things like that, and obviously plenty of runs this year. I don't know how you actually go about that. I think you just got to try and bowl good balls, and hopefully he nicks one or he kicks one or something, or misses one, something like that.
2:45 for 6 here at Cheltenham, and Gloucestershire have one more, and that takes the partnership to 48 between these two. Of course, this is Tom's second game, played in the match against Worcestershire last year. Ollie's debut in first-class cricket. Both, in fact, both signed a deal, I think, at the start of last year until the end of next summer. So, more, as we were saying at lunch, more talent coming through the academy.
Yep.
And it's played out on the offside by Ollie Price. Interesting, Ed and I were talking about Oxfordshire actually, because the two Taylor boys come from there. Ben Charlesworth comes from there.
Yep.
The two Price boys come from there. I just on Ben, how big an influence has his father been, do you think, on him? Because obviously he's a very experienced cricket coach in that part of the world.
Yeah, I think obviously having a father like that, obviously you'd like to think he's always going to come through and be a good cricketer. I know Ben and Luke I think they still work with him quite a lot when they're at home and try and get as much training in as they can. You know, I think it's quite good to have somebody like that. For me personally, looking back, my father obviously got me into cricket and things like that, and it's always good to have somebody who's played the game there, and obviously you can pick their brains and obviously train with them quite a lot, even if that's just in the winter and you go to a winter net, for example. Like, I imagine they've done that pretty much all their life, and I imagine they're probably still doing it during the winter, if they're not going away anywhere. But yeah, I imagine he's a big influence on both of their careers, and hopefully that could be another set of brothers out there for the Gloucesters. I think that'd be quite interesting if you could get all the brothers out there in one team. There won't be many spaces left.
Nathan Souter is back into the attack from the college lawn end, so going to test the Price brothers out with some leg spin, and there's a bit of a mix-up, but not for very long. The cry of no from Tom to Ollie to stay there.
There was a stretch there, wasn't it? As he went to turn.
Souter bowls full and pushed away towards cover, and there is no run. Of course, having these two formats in this stretch, there'll be a third format by the end of the month.
Yeah.
And with the 100 coming in, the One Day Cup being played during that period, what do you know anything about the makeup of the 50 over side at the moment? Is it just another one of those things where you're just going to be waiting until the day before and seeing if your name's on the sheet?
I've checked the fixtures a few times, and it looks like there's going to be a lot of travelling in that as well. So that'd be good fun. We seem to be up and down the country in that, but no, nothing. Don't know anything about that really. Imagine there'll be a squad going out before the first game. We might have a couple of friendlies, a couple of inter-squad games, I imagine. But yeah, I don't know too much about that. But yeah, I just know there's a lot of travelling to be had again, so that'd be good fun for all of us.
And up to Scarborough as well.
Yeah, that'd be good fun to get up there and play Durham. Yeah, that'd be good fun. Lovely place to play.
Just how you'd have dreamt it.
yeah, it was kind of bittersweet. Obviously, last year was meant to be Yorkshire first game at Headingley, and obviously that got washed out because of COVID. And then this year, I'm actually playing in Yorkshire, but against Durham, which is a bit strange.
Well, who knows? Division 1 beckoning for Yorkshire after their win against Northants, so it could well be.
Yeah.
Driven punctually by Ollie Price, if that's actually a word, out to deep cover for a single, and that is the 50 partnership between Ollie and Tom Price, who have both come out and batted gloriously. 27 for Tom Price with 5 boundaries, Ollie Price 22 with 4 boundaries, and together they have taken the Gloucestershire lead up to 395, so almost to that 400 mark, and things couldn't have gone too much better this afternoon for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I think obviously the boys will have chatted, whether that was this morning or just after the early lunch there, just to obviously stamp your authority down on this game and obviously get as big a lead as we can. I think it was still a vital time to bat. Personally, I think if we'd have lost a few quick wickets there, that they'd have thought, we're still in this game. But now to be nearly 400 in front with a few wickets in the shed still to come, I think that's a great position for us to be in. I think we can really dominate the game from this situation. I think if you ask anyone for their scenario that they want to be to bowl second, I think 400 plus lead with plenty of overs to go is probably ideal.
might just ask you said about Ben Charlesworth's dad. I might just ask you about the pet support your parents have given you in just a moment. Here's Murta, that's outside the off stump. Certainly in your loan spells, your mum and dad were coming up and down the motorway to watch. Do they still?
Yeah, they still do. They were actually down on the first day, so they came down to see me for the weekend. My dad had to come down and put my TV up on the wall for me. I'm not very good with the drill, so he came down, put that up on the wall, and then they were planning to come and watch, but when they found out I wasn't playing, they just said we'll go back and my dad will go back to work and then come down. I think they're coming down on Friday, but they still come up and down all the time and watch when they can. They didn't get to one last year. I didn't think they want to obviously risk COVID and things like that, but they'll be coming down next week for sure. Yeah.
Well, Ollie Price at the moment just being outdone by his brother, and Tom has a slight advantage on the board. Murta, going through the motions would be a harsh thing to say, but he doesn't seem to have the fizz about him that he had in the first innings. Past umpire Graham Lloyd. Tom Price lets that go.
Must be
through to Robbie White.
Must be quite hard for him in this situation. Used to nipping it about everywhere on a good wicket, and now he looks pretty flat from the side of them. I don't know if he's obviously doing anything out there, but he must be praying for a wicket from somewhere just to get his feet up off it.
James Bracey's line to Shane last night was, it's not a 101 all-out wicket, but it is doing plenty. So,
but again, you've got the sun out now, haven't you? That seems to have made a big difference in this game.
Yeah, I think it's not the outfield's not the Cheltenham we know. Usually the outfield's rapid. The boys were saying that in that first session when we got bowled out. They were like, actually, you can stick a few more on top of that, just because of the outfield's quite a bit softer than we're used to here. It's usually bone dry, rock hard, and any sort of inside or outside edge still run away, especially down the slope there to the far side. It usually runs away for four quite easily.
We wouldn't see the number of threes that we saw on the first day, which is a big telling point.
Yeah.
Murta to Tom Price, who
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does that count as the fifth?
That's just in time for it to come home tonight, isn't it? Ready for the semi-final.
He's Irish, of course, though, so he won't be invested at all. I'm sure.
I'm sure he might be parked up watching it somewhere, maybe.
Yeah. Will you be watching it together as a team or not?
I imagine so. Yeah, we've got a bit of there's just a bar area and a bit of a team room, I think it is, and there's a TV in there. A few of us in there last night watching the Spain-Italy game, which was good fun, down to penalties. But yeah, I imagine all the boys will be watching it. There's a few retro England shirts they'll be on offer, I imagine, which should be good fun. And it's just good to get back to the hotel and relax and have a laugh around the lads, and hopefully watch an England win would be great.
And Max Holden's just come out onto the field. Is that just to pass on a hat? No, he is out as a fielding sub just for the moment. I'm not sure who that was who went off. 2:49 for 6. Gloucestershire's lead. Oh, well, one good blow will take it to 400.
Nathan Souter is back bowling his second over of the afternoon in bright sunshine from the College lawn end, and Ollie Price on strike on 25. Driven beautifully through backward point. Ethan Bamber's got a long way to go from deep cover, and you can tell me what's happened there. 4 runs. I can't see the ball across the boundary from
I've got
my
the vantage point just here. I can see pretty much all of the field. Yeah, there's a lovely shot behind square.
Brings up the Gloucestershire 250 and brings up the 400 run lead for Gloucestershire, with Ollie Price now overtaking Tom, and he's going to add more runs here as he's played almost the identical shot. Bamber fielding a little bit further towards point rather than deep cover, so they've come through for a couple of runs this time, and Ollie Price up to 31. And Nathan Souter, who has been used, I guess, relatively sparingly in the match. He was obviously quite hit out of the attack by Jack Taylor yesterday, but that's a full toss this time, which is slapped up towards mid-off, but no run.
There's still a lot of time left in today's play. I think it's 66 overs still left to go. I think it'd be hard toil for their bowlers just to carry on, so I think you need to change it up a little bit. We might miss the kick-off for the football at this rate if we carry on with 66 overs left.
Quite. Yeah, it's one of those things with rain in general, because whilst sometimes I'm sure a rain delay can come at a good time and give you a bit more of a break, at the same time it tends to mean quite a late finish, which
absolutely.
Then having to get up the next morning must be even more difficult, I'd imagine.
More in the second team, you used to have a golden hour, it was called, so if it rained for an hour, you didn't lose any time, so you could be there till midnight pretty much. But yeah, it's pretty frustrating, as a bowler going on and off all the time. It's very annoying. Like, you lose your rhythm, you get stiff. I personally get very stiff when I sit down and need a bit of stretching and things like that. Yeah, it's just annoying coming on and off all the time.
You're not feeling like an old fast bowler already, are you?
Yeah. I'm 25, going on 45, I think. Hopefully there's plenty of years left. Hopefully.
Sure.
So Anderson's back on the field. Max Holden was on for him temporarily. So that you mentioned that, Josh. We always assume it's worse for the batsman having to start and stop after rain breaks, but you'd say it's just as annoying for the bowlers.
Yeah, I think this might change to who you speak to. So coming from a bowler, I know it's very annoying, especially if you've got like 2 or 3 balls through and over, and then you're coming off for the rain. You just that means I've got to come back out, and that'd be 2 or 3 looseners before I'm back up and running again. It's just you just lose the rhythm of the game a little bit. Obviously, like you say, there's good times and bad times to come off. If you've just lost a wicket, and then it's a good time to get back in and refresh with everyone. Or if you're bowling and you're kind of chasing it around a little bit, being able to come off and just sit down and regroup, it's obviously a good time. But yeah, it's just frustrating to be on and off, and kind of not being able to complete an over is the more annoying part, I believe.
Murtagh back at the end of his run, Chappell behind him. The multicoloured tinted structures, we can call them, I think, on the Sanford Road side.
I heard gazebos.
Do you?
But it's a gazebo marquee tent thing.
It's a bit big for a
like
gazebo.
A teepee or something like that.
It's a bit big for a gazebo.
It's a new addition, isn't it, to the festival?
Oh yes. Yeah, and just to explain, obviously there are no stands as such, and we believe that somewhere in the small print, I'll come back to that after this ball. Murtagh to Tom Price, lets it go. If the stands had been in, the ground would have been classed as a stadium, and then 25% capacity would have been applied. Because the stands were not in, the venue has a different classification, and therefore the capacity is different and indeed bigger. So there'll be more people in on Friday for the T20. Do you look at Middlesex's batting order in T20 and say, they're decent, we'll have to bowl well against them? People like Cracknell, who impressed at Radlett in particular?
Yeah, so we get quite a lot of data sent through. Mark Thorburn sends, that's a lovely shot.
There's a nice shot. And Tom Price again, there's a chase for Hanscom. He should haul it in. I say should, he will just about do it, but they'll take one on the arm. It's a long straight boundary towards the Chapel, and they'll come back for 3.
Yeah, so Mark Thorburn sends quite a lot of data through, so it's obviously where their players like to score all their runs and things like that. So you kind of, obviously you have that in the back of your mind when you're bowling, you try and avoid them situations. Obviously where they like to hit, so you're just trying to bowl to their weaker areas, or where they don't really want you to bowl. So yeah, we do quite a lot of analyst stuff on their batting, and that's just the same with all their all the teams really. So
sure.
Yeah, we do quite a lot of work on that.
So how dark was it at Radlett?
Yeah, that was pretty dark. Yeah, that was an interesting hour or so of play there. I think it was pretty dark. But then we also had the same again. There was another game. Let me think where that was. But it was like, I think it might have been at the Sway, like the first game. That was real dark, and they just didn't seem like they wanted to come off. But that Middlesex game, yeah, that was really dark. I think Miles Hammond at one stage had his phone in the air with the torch on, which was. It's a bit like club cricket at one stage.
260 for 6.
Not that club cricket's a bad thing, but it wasn't. If you were advertising the T20 Blast, I'm sure they wouldn't have been.
And to be fair, I did an interview with Jack afterwards under an umbrella. It was absolutely tipping with rain, and his view was, if there are no lights, you should not be starting at 5:30. You've got to start earlier. And actually, I think they've tried one game here at 5:30, which was affected by the weather, and every T20 since has been at 2:30, which seems to make a lot more sense.
Yeah, for me, you run the risk of obviously it getting dark, obviously, and then you don't want to run the risk of it. You're almost gambling it on it being a nice sunny day where you won't get affected by the weather, whether that's bad light at the end or rain, for example. I think you've just got to err on the side of caution, I think, in those situations. But then again, they're probably thinking about getting fans in and people from work and things like that. Obviously, make as much money as they can in these struggling times. But yeah, I think going forward, I definitely think 2:30 or 5 o'clock is needed.
Sweep shot coming out there from Tom Price, which I don't think we've seen yet, but dug it out towards deep mid wicket for
and to come back
single.
We'll point quickly. The Hampshire game at Radler earlier in the week was played on a glorious night, no problems. The trees really darken that ground on a cloudy day, as it was when you were there. Yeah,
it's real enclosed, isn't it? Like trees all around, and as soon as the light goes, there's no coming back. The scoreboard's just almost a floodlight at one stage. It wasn't great. I'm glad I wasn't batting. That's all I'll say.
Did you presumably knew for sure that you were 2 ahead rather than tied when it happened, or was there even a bit of confusion there?
Yeah, there was a bit of a kerfuffle going on because the Duckworth Lewis was changing every ball and it kind of stopped moving, and we just had no idea. The boys were having a bit of a barney about it. They just didn't know what to do. So yeah, it was good, all good fun in the end. So yeah.
Here it's out to bowls. Ollie Price lays back and plays that one to backward point.
The boys were running up and down to the umpire's room and the CLO's room to find out what the actual score was needed, and luckily Cobain managed to the top edge that last ball before he came off for 6.
I middled it over fine leg.
Well, I'm sure he said he'd middled it, but I can tell you now it was a top edge for 6. And I'm sure he won't mind me saying that.
There's proven to be an important moment in the season, really, hasn't it? I mean, there's just that one ball and the 2 points garnered because of it, but there's certainly plenty of talking points from that particular game.
Yeah, it was a weird situation, kind of staying out there when we should have come off and we was in the lead, and then they got in the lead, and then they thought we'll bring the seamers back on, but then the umpires stuck to it. It was
I can see from Ian's face that there have been developments somewhere.
Yeah, so a wicket at the Aegeus Bowl. Patel is out bowled by Kyle Abbott for 16. So Surrey are 36 for 4. They are still obviously 380 runs behind. Amla is still there, 5 not out, and Jamie Smith's come in to join him. He's got 4, but one more wicket, one more small step for Hampshire.
But I mean, he's that good. He's not managed to edge any for 4 through the slip corner or inside edge. That's unbelievable. Well, he might have hit a 4, but
no, 5 not out for Amla. 113 balls.
You'd like to think he'd be able to edge a few for 4 to get that score up a little bit.
Here's Murtagh continuing his spell from the chapel end here. We started, just to remind, if you joined us late, just over an hour ago, 10 past 1. Gloucestershire 198 for 6 at the start of play, so they've added 64, the Price brothers, in that time, and now sit on 33 and 32 respectively. Deep mid-wicket out now for Ollie Price. What's Murtagh going to try here? He does go for the short one, and he's got a bottom edge on that, and it's taken by Robbie White, and Ollie Price has to go. So a 7th wicket down, but very good effort from the pair of young Oxfordshire brothers who have added 64 together for the 7th wicket. And Ollie Price, in this his first class match, has got a 30 in both innings.
Yeah, I think he can be very happy with his efforts with the bat in both innings there. You know, he's got us into a good position here now going forward, and hopefully Matt Taylor can just get us a few more runs, maybe a few fireworks at the back end. Would be good fun.
It was almost so short that he couldn't get on top of it. I mean, it certainly would have been beaten for pace by Murtagh, but it was almost so short that he just couldn't quite get the height to get on top of it. But as you say, he's really impressed, and obviously coming off the back of a century in the second 11, you think that would bring some confidence against a good attack as well. But
nearly looked like a tennis shot at the back end that he finished in there, nearly. But yeah, he's done a great job there for the team, and like I say, hopefully we can just carry on going for a bit longer.
I had to ask you about Glenn Phillips and the impact, almost literally, that he's made in the as far as his ball striking goes. Are you just sitting there in the dressing room watching that with open mouths like the rest of us are?
Yeah, that one shot springs to mind was the reverse sweep he played at Bristol that flew into the flats. That was just probably one of the best shots I've ever seen, I think.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, he's amazing talent. To say he's only 24 as well is crazy, and I think he the way he just picks up length so quickly and dispatches it in the white ball stuff is very good. I know he's had a very good tournament for us, and we're very grateful for that. I think he's dug us out of a hole a couple of times.
Matt Taylor in at number 9. He gets a decent ball first up.
Yeah, he's very good. Hits the ball very hard as well. I'm glad I've not had the pleasure of bowling him to him, luckily, in the nets, and I don't really want that pleasure, I don't think, because I'm sure there'll be a couple flying past my ear, I think, if I do.
But equally, having said that, he is prepared to have a look maybe for 6, 8, 10 balls before really starting to open up his array of shots. It's a measured acceleration, isn't it?
Yeah, quite sensible. He plays himself in, has a look for a few balls, and then kicks on at the back end or whenever he feels most comfortable. Yeah.
I mean, arguably the best knot was the one at Hove, because that was the one where you talk about sort of digging out of deep holes. That was the probably deepest of the holes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He and Jack Taylor really had to sort of manage that situation.
Yeah, and you talked about his age, but the maturity of a knock like that in T20, to say, look, I've got that much time left in this innings, I can afford to take some time here, because I know if I'm there at the end, we're still going to get a decent score.
Yeah, I guess he's played that. I think he's played over 100 T20s, so obviously his experience is there. His age isn't there, but the experience of playing that many games is obviously crucial for his batting and our batting lineup at the minute. He's doing a great job, and hopefully that can continue for the rest of the tournament, and hopefully in the 4-day game as well.
Matt Taylor will just plays that very softly out on the offside. So a wicket for Murtagh in that over. He's not had perhaps as much influence on the match as he would expect. He's taken in this innings now 1 for 47 from 13 overs. Bamber 1 for 51, Cullen 1 for 57, Mitchell 2 for 34, and Anderson 2 for 26. But Gloucestershire in the pound seats with a lead of 409, and still 3 wickets in hand. Dan Worrell and Dom Goodman still to come. Tom Price 32, Matt Taylor yet to score, and the Souter experiment hasn't lasted all that long.
No, Daryl Mitchell back from the college lawn end, so Souter 7 overs for 33, but it has to be said he wasn't really landing the ball, I think, where he would have liked, and not that it is easy bowling leg spin whatsoever, but Just a little bit wide and a little bit full from Souter. So back comes Mitchell, 2 for 34 in this innings. Removed Jack Taylor and James Bracey yesterday. And he bowls, and there's a leave from Tom Price, but the jab of the bat would lead me to believe that wasn't too far away from off stump.
There's only 2 types of leaves.
You even say that as a bowler, do you?
No, I say it a lot on the side, especially when we're watching, and they go, "Oh, big ooh," after a leave. There's only 2 types, isn't there? Good ones and bad ones.
I wondered whether, having said that, if you'd just bowled one that passed off stump by a millimetre, whether you'd be saying, "Hey, good leave, good leave, nice judgment."
Yeah, he could be saying, "I'll judge it perfect," but there is a stage where it's probably too close for comfort, I think.
Yeah, well, the judgment from both Price brothers really has been really impressive, and even the one the shot that Ollie Price got out to, you certainly couldn't blame him for going after that one.
Yeah, he's almost earned the right to go after that delivery from all the hard work he's put in. Unluckily for him, it didn't pay off, but they both did a great job.
Driven up towards mid-on by Tom Price, and they'll charge through for a single, which will bring Matt Taylor back on strike, and Matt Taylor himself with some really useful late order runs, a vital half century in that match against Taunton, against Somerset at Taunton. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah,
it's good. I think everyone stood up at different stages of the season so far, whether that's with ball or with bat. You know, you got we like to call ourselves the all-rounders down at the bottom end. Have stood up a couple of times with a stick, and I think that just shows a team spirit that we have. The boys are willing to dig deep for each other, whether that's to win or that's to draw.
Oh, he's bowled him, and that is the end of Matt Taylor. So no score for Matt Taylor today. Daryl Mitchell has grabbed his 3rd wicket, so his figures are looking better and better. Here's the replay, and a bit of a booming drive attempted by Matt Taylor, I think you'd have to say, and Daryl Mitchell has rearranged the furniture. But at any rate, I think there's a time and a place for shots like that, and when you're leading by 400, I think that's probably the time.
Just on that, would there be however impatience is quite the right word, but would there be a certain desire amongst the bowling group now to kind of to get on and bowl? Josh?
I think, me personally, I get quite a lot of joy of frustrating the bowlers as much as possible. So I kind of, when I'm batting, I like to frustrate them, make them keep bowling for as long as possible. But I think if we could just keep them out there for a bit longer, you know, they've been out there 69 overs. I don't think it's not like they've been in the field all day, so they're not as tired and fatigued as what they potentially could be. So I think for me now, I think the boys will just still be trying to bat normally for a little bit. There might be a stage where we get close to tea. If we're still batting, we might give them a dodgy half an hour or so. I don't know what time tea is, but if we can get somewhere around there with Frankie and Pricey, that'd be good.
Well, I don't think there'll be much negative batting from Dan Worrell, do you?
No, he's opted to put a nice big red cherry in the middle of his bat, thinking that he bats all the time, and that's going to score him some runs. So that was good fun watching him in the changing rooms last week doing that. Had a bit of sandpaper out and then just a wet ball, just trying to get some cherries on there. He's making a joke how he's going to tell the bowlers just to bowl onto that, but
I'm pleased to know that kind of thing still goes on, because I can remember doing that kind of thing as a schoolboy.
No, Frankie's he's interesting. We'll just leave it at that one. He's interesting. He's a very good man.
Gloucestershire have surpassed their first innings total. Oh my goodness, he's come for a wild hoy at that one and is now going to walk back to the pavilion. So he's departed for No score, and Daryl Mitchell now has 4 wickets, and we'll have a second look at this dismissal here. And to say he tried to throw the kitchen sink at that, I think might be an understatement, and gone through to Robbie White with the gloves. Caught White, bowled Mitchell without scoring.
Perhaps there is an impatience and Worrell to get out there.
Maybe he wants to bowl.
Yeah, well, that would be the impression, I think. We've got enough. Let's crack on and see if we can get some wickets.
He's there's no runs in them pads for him. The pads of mine that he's borrowing, unfortunately. sorry, Frankie.
Well, having said that, do you know your batting average this season?
No, I don't. No.
It's 26 and a quarter.
Nice. I think I should retire from bowling and take a batting full time.
Yeah, 12 fours, 2 sixes I can see as well. Strike rate of 60, give or take.
Yeah, happy with that. Worked fairly hard in the winter, as a few of the all-rounders did, to get better at batting and get a few runs down at the back end. Because, like I said before, as a bowler, it's quite frustrating when you get a so-called tail ender coming in and they manage to hang around for ages. I imagine the Somerset bowlers at the minute with Ed Barnes, if he's still going, I imagine they're pulling his hair out with that game. It's just frustrating, and it's no good when the tail enders are getting a few runs. You get quite frustrated.
And all joking aside, it's actually part of the really good first-class sides, especially in this country, where you are going to have days when you collapse in the top order.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think, like you just said, it's key to have the batters. If they don't get any runs, they've still got the security of the lower order to get some runs, and also just as simple as getting another point in the first innings, for example. If you need 20 or 30 runs with 3 wickets, having the confidence that they can go out there and actually get them runs, because in the long run that point might be quite vital in the context of the season.
With 264 for 9, and Dom Goodman's come out at number 11. Tom Price, having taken that single, takes him to 34. And the tall figure of Goodman waits for Murtagh from the chapel end, and he's steered that to De Caires at short mid wicket. Somebody said to me before start of play today that Dom bats in the middle order at club level. Do you know that? Is that right?
I believe so. He's a good batter, so that's another one that's handy to come in at number 11. I think going forward he could quite easily move his way up the order. He's got a solid defence, as we've all seen before. But he's capable of batting 9, probably 8, 9, 10 somewhere, depending on obviously the team situation and things like that.
Goodman, high backlift, and he's pushed a single. It's a sharp one, but he's taken it and he's off the mark. And Gloucestershire tick up their lead to 412. 147 added to the 265 for 9 they currently have. So, having passed the first innings score, which we thought was maybe par, or in Ollie Price's case, he thought it was a little above par actually. Middlesex have got an awfully long way to come back.
Yeah, I don't think the wicket's quite as pacey and bouncy as we're used to here, but I think as both teams have shown, if you put the ball in the right area, it's gonna do enough, and you'll be able to get the wickets if you're sticking there long enough. Like for the scenario for when we got there with the ball, there's always going to be a partnership or two. It's just being able to stick in there long enough. There's always going to be a chance, and all we need to do is take that chance to crack an end, hopefully, and we can get a few wickets today, hopefully, when we do get out there.
Murtagh with keeper White standing up. There was some good catching yesterday too, wasn't there? A couple of sharp ones in the slips.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. I think this season I don't think we've caught too great in there. There's no no blame on anyone. I know slip fielding is one of the hardest positions, especially when it's coming fairly sharp. But to grab on to them yesterday like we did was pleasing. Hopefully they can do the same in the second innings.
Tom Price waits for Murtagh. Well, he's shot that into the ground very softly.
Kane Williamson for a second.
On the bounce. And
right bat manufacturer as well, is it? Oh no, it's his brother who's got the right bat for Kane Williamson.
Sam Robson does the fielding. Is no addition to the score. 266 for 935 to Price and 1 to Goodman.
Just had a message from Craig Brathwaite. I imagine he's listening in. He was a good character to have around the squad. Although I don't think he got the runs he wanted, but he was a good addition to the squad, and he added quite a lot of his knowledge for the boys, especially in them early games, whether that was on the field, kind of fielding positions and things like that, or it was having a chat after the game with him, or during the game just talking cricket. He was good fun to have around.
Yeah, I mean, imagine any time you can add a test captain to your side. Mitchell bowling. Oh gosh, I'm not quite sure what shot that was from Tom Goodman, but
the carrot dangler, I think that's what they're called.
Yes, it's a shot of some uncertainty, and he's now rehearsing a much more conventional drive through the offside. But yeah, I think like you say, I'm sure that the expertise, the off-field element, is a huge part of what you want from your overseas player, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just kind of nice to have a fresh voice as well, a little bit, kind of from a player's point of view, somebody who's played a lot of test cricket and scored a lot of test runs, and obviously he's got a great knowledge of the game. Just to tap into somebody like that, you don't get that opportunity too often. So yeah, it was good fun talking to him and trying to tap into what he knows. He was kind enough to leave me a bat, so next time I'm out there, hopefully there's some runs in there for me, Craig, maybe.
I'll keep an eye out for that. Hopefully he'll be raising it to the crowd for everybody to see.
Yeah.
Daryl Mitchell 4 for 36. Suddenly he's eyeing a 5-fer as Tom Price turns away out to deep square leg and will trot through for a run, and certainly would imagine these two have spent a fair amount of time out in the middle together. Yeah, the younger generation is very much coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think this has got to be close to one of the youngest teams fielded potentially. I reckon it could be a stat out there for somebody to find out. It seems it's never good when you're playing the warm-up games on a morning and you're in the oldies. That's you're getting a bit old then at 25. That's no good.
Yes, I think Adrian Thomas is without Wi-Fi, I understand, today, so I suspect that may have to be a project for him this evening.
Yeah.
Mitchell bowls, and there's a booming drive straight down the ground. What a shot from Goodman, and he's picked up a boundary, 271 for 9. That was a shot of disdain for that delivery from Daryl Mitchell, as we have a look at the replay here, and pitched up in his half, yes, but God, got that bat through the ball with some speed, and the ball whistled to the straight boundary for 4. And he's got considerable ability, and I had a message from somebody who'd been heavily involved with his coaching, saying that they see him as a number 7 of the future for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, there's no reason why. He certainly got the technique, and he's batted well when he's been called upon so far, so I think there's no reason why he can't going forward. Still young, time on his side, so yeah, potentially could absolutely get up there.
Mitchell bowls short, pulled, and Goodman's got on top of that one. He's not timed it perfectly, and there's not the second run there, and eventually they realised that there was not, and disaster was averted. Goodman moves up to 7. I think I sold you way short, actually, on your partnership with Dom, because I think I said 12. It was at 17 and a half, I think it was, having had a look up now. So I sold you miles short.
Yeah.
Because the funny thing, as somebody who doesn't tend to get overexcited by stats, but this one kind of got me. It was exactly the same length of time that you batted with him as it took for Dom to get out for the first time in first-class cricket. So that's down the leg side, and Tom Price hasn't got a touch on that. Just one of those silly things.
That's a good stat. That is very good.
That you notice. Yeah. And the end of the over from Mitchell, and an over which has been a productive one for Gloucestershire.
Hour and 25 minutes play since we started here at 1:10. Probably 3 significant showers this morning. One just about when I arrived at the ground at 9:15, and then 2 others after the scheduled start at 11 meant that we took an early lunch, but ultimately if the weather holds for the rest of the day, only 16 overs will be lost, and Gloucestershire have gone from 198 for 6 to 272 for 9, and now Goodman and Tom Price trying to just nudge that scoreboard up as far as it will go. Murtagh into Goodman, as you say, he's not afraid to play a few shots, and it's kind of a pressure-free situation really for the batters, isn't it?
Yeah,
Josh,
absolutely.
in this when you're down the order and you've got a big lead, well, if you can't show some freedom of shot in this bit position, you probably never will.
Yeah, I think this scenario is more than ideal to go in and bat, especially as a tail ender or lower order batter. As obviously Matt Taylor and Worrell tried there, but
Goodman's hit that high in the air. It should be caught by Bamber, and it is. And Gloucestershire are all out, and Murtagh's picked up a couple of wickets at the end of the innings. Goodman goes for 7, and Gloucestershire all out for 272. Josh is going to go back and rejoin the rest of the players. Thanks so much for joining us for this session after lunch. And Gloucestershire 272 all out, and Murtagh finishing therefore with 2 for 49, and Tom Price finishing 35 not out from 64 balls with 5 fours. A good effort from him. The Middlesex players coming off, the last wicket having been taken midway through this afternoon session, and Middlesex will therefore need, by my maths anyway, 420 to win.
Indeed, 420. So some effort from Gloucestershire, and the Price brothers have done most of the work in ensuring that is the mark that Gloucestershire will be able to defend. And I think as was said earlier, really, knowing you've got to chase over 400, there's just something extra about that, and also just the fact that they were frustrated before going out to bat, instead of having at least some sort of M-word momentum behind them, having just taken a few wickets going into their innings, might have been feeling a little bit better about things, but just the fact that they were able to be frustrated for an hour and a half, basically, I think that's almost as important as the fact that they were able to get that score that Middlesex will require up over 400.
Yeah, that good stand, 64 between Ollie and Tom Price, before Ollie Price was caught by White off Murtagh. I think it was off a bottom edge for 33. Taylor and Worrell then both fell to Darryl Mitchell for naught, and then Dom Goodman eventually caught, just trying to push things along by Bamber at mid-on off Murtagh for 7, leaving Tom Price 35 not out. But the card, when you've got a healthy lead, to get a card with 4 scores between 30 and 50 and 1 more substantial contribution, that's probably as good as Gloucestershire could have expected on a wicket that continues to offer a little bit of help.
Yeah, I think you look at the 2 batting performances, and 248 and 272. They're scores that I think are always going to keep you in a game, especially at Cheltenham. And particularly at Cheltenham, and perhaps not so at Bristol, but you never know. We've seen games like that as well. But 248 and 272 are always going to keep you in the game, I think, at Cheltenham. And as has been said a couple of times, you can add on the 20 or 30 runs even possibly for the slower outfield than you would usually get. So the score's probably worth just that little bit more than actually they look on paper. And also, given the fact that, I don't think you can necessarily shy away from it, Gloucestershire haven't got their full strength batting lineup, and they've done, I think, pretty well, given the fact that they haven't, and it's been some of the senior players who have stepped up and scored the runs at the top of the order, knowing that there's not the experience level lower down that they would usually have. Miles Hammond and James Bracey in particular, but Jack Taylor with the more than useful 40 that he added yesterday, and also in terms of the speed that he added it as well, the strain that might have caused. So I think Gloucestershire can be pretty pleased with their two batting efforts, and even though they're not huge scores, I think you have to give a lot of credit to Middlesex's bowlers as well, because they are a really good bowling attack.
Yeah, interesting that, just to pick up on something that Josh Shawshed said earlier about the relative inexperience of this team. David Payne, having come out of it, he had more first class appearances to his name than anybody else in this 11. Jack Taylor and Matt Taylor are the next two on that list, and Matt is only at 63 first class appearances. So there's a lot of players there with fewer than 50 first class appearances behind them. So in relative terms, it is quite a young group, and they've got 420 runs to play with as they try and hunt the 10 wickets to win the match. That would mean, if they could do it, that would mean they would have won 8 of the last 12 matches here at Cheltenham. It's 7 wins, 2 draws, 2 losses in the last 11, all of those under Richard Dawson. So just to keep you up to date with what's happening at Taunton and at the Ageas Bowl, there's still a rain delay at Taunton. They've had no play since lunch. Leicestershire 475 for 7 ahead of Somerset by 14, and at the Ageas Bowl, Surrey are 49 for 4, still trailing Hampshire by 367. They've lost 2 wickets today, Verdi and Patel, and it's Hashim Amla and Jamie Smith who are trying to hold Hampshire up at the moment.
Some absolutely outrageous bowling figures for Hampshire. So I think the one that stands out the most, it's not quite, of course, on a par with James Anderson's, 7 for 13. I think he had 5 for 3 at one stage, but it's still pretty extraordinary. Keith Barker, 14 overs, 12 maidens, 2 wickets and 2 runs. 14 overs, 12 maidens, 2 for 2. And maybe it's because of injury to some extent, but Keith Barker is somebody who I've always really rated very highly as a bowler, and yet he never seems to get talked about very much. And I suppose he has been injured a fair bit throughout his career, but he's somebody who never seems to get mentioned very much, and there aren't very many left-arm seamers with Keith Barker's height and consistency.
No, just to relative to give that update on that score, 54 for 4 off 52 overs and 1 ball. Amna now has 16, including 2 boundaries, and he's faced 132 balls for those 16 runs, and Jamie Smith has 10. With him. So Patel out for 16 and Verdi out for 3. But as I say, at Taunton, that game does look to be heading towards a draw, unless of course there is that concept, might Leicestershire be able to get anything more out of that. In fact, developments at Taunton even as we speak.
Yes, unless there's some kind of slight error in the system, the match has been declared drawn at Taunton, so the points can go on the board, as it were, and Somerset and Leicestershire have drawn, which means that Leicestershire currently sit on 107 points, still in 4th place in the table, and Somerset sit on 134 points in first place. So that does mean that the number that I gave earlier was 1 out. I think I saw a tweet which said that the only number of points that Somerset could get was 14, but it must have been 15 because they're up to 134, which I think you can pretty safely say that Surrey can't catch Somerset. So Surrey, they need to, they need to bat out for that draw, but I'm not totally sure if Surrey actually have a chance now, because with Somerset pretty much having secured one of those spots and somebody getting a good amount of points out of Gloucestershire and Hampshire, either here or in the next one, it would appear to be that Surrey are pretty much out of it, but they're not mathematically out of it, I don't think, because they're only 23 points behind Somerset. But as I say, if it ends up level, Surrey have won 2 matches, Somerset have won 4, which means that they would have to beat Somerset, I think, and for Somerset to pick up 0 points in order for Surrey
just say
to get through.
Somerset have tweeted a photograph over the ground where the sky is the colour of a pot of ink. That's all I would describe it as. Lights on, very, very stormy. So unsurprising that that game has actually now been abandoned as a draw.
I suppose the only disappointment there is that Ed Barnes has fallen 17 short of what would have been a remarkable century from number 9, and Harry Swindles, I'm sure, would be delighted to finish 171 not out, but that could have been something even more extraordinary than it already was from Leicestershire. But once again, Leicestershire show some serious fights.
So De Caires and Robson head out to the middle for Middlesex. We have an hour and 13 minutes until the tea interval, and just to give you the full bowling figures for Middlesex in that, Gloucestershire 272, where Tom Price finished 35 not out, brother Ollie out for 33 today, Taylor and Worrell out for 0, and Dom Goodman last out for 7. Obviously yesterday major contributions from James Bracey, who made 88 when we was out just before the close, Miles Hammond 46 and Jack Taylor 40. So the bowling figures in short form: Merton 2 for 49, Bamber 1 for 51, Cullen 1 for 57, Anderson 2 for 26, and Mitchell 4 for 42, which picked up some cheapish runs at the end. So 420 is the Middlesex target, and Dan Worrell is going to open the attack from the Chapel end, and there are 3 slips, 4 slips you could probably call it. I was going to say it was 2 slips and 2 gullies, but it probably is genuinely 4 slips, which is Phillips, Hammond, and then I think Ollie Price and Tom Lace are the 4 slips, and Worrell from the Chapel end to bowl at Josh De Caires. Worrell past umpire Lloyd Bowles, and De Caires defends, and there's a cry of wait. And so, unsurprisingly, Jack Taylor's at mid-off, Goodman at mid-on, and Tom Price out here at mid-wicket to the right-hander. Scott is in his usual position. He's often found either at backward point or in the gullies. Backward point at the moment. Worrell in bright sunshine, bowls to De Caires, and he would have liked the look of that, because De Caires prodded at that and it was taken by James Bracey.
God, that one just took off, and that will make your eyes open rather wide if you're an opening batsman. Here's the replay of this one. It's a good length ball, and God, that's almost past his gloves actually, never mind the bat. Could easily have just nibbled a bit of glove through to the keeper. I'm not sure De Caires could have done anything about it if it had.
Worrell bowling without a sweater into De Caires, and he's underway past Dom Goodman. He'll certainly take 2, and that's all there will be. Goodman hauls it in to wide mid-on, and his throw back to James Bracey. So just a confirmation, and it's worth saying this about the hours of play we have today. Tea will be at 4 o'clock, and then the resumption will take us through. Tea will be at 3:40 as you were, and then the final session will be from 4 till 6:30. Well, in, and De Caires plays the same shot, and Goodman always dives over it. The hands went down, but the ball did not go into them, and they've taken a couple, and he gets helped out by Tom Price, and they'll come back for just 2.
Yeah, only giving away 1 run there. Interesting that De Caires has taken the first ball in this innings when it was Robson in the first. I often wonder how that conversation goes. I guess they probably agree beforehand who's going to take the first ball in whichever innings.
Morrell again to De Caires, who lets that go, and Bracey takes that very wide, right in front of, almost in front of Miles Hammond in the end at second slip.
I saw a really strange stat about Craig Brathwaite actually while I was doing my research on Brathwaite's Test career, and I can pull up the exact numbers in a moment, but there's a really weird difference in his average when he takes the first ball and when he doesn't.
Worrell still at De Caires in the first over, and that's just dropped short, I think, of Glenn Phillips. Then first slip. De Caires 2 2s in this over, but he's got beaten by 1, and here just short of Phillips. Short for you, Ed?
I must say my reaction first up was that it had carried, but it's difficult to tell on the replay. Just from the way that he juggled it and tried desperately to catch it after a couple of goes, I would also say from that possibly that it did carry, but we won't know for sure. Either way, Dan Worrell has caused some serious problems in that first over and extracted some life out of the pitch in terms of some really sharp bounce that we haven't seen too much of, even when Gloucestershire were skittling Middlesex out for 101. We saw a few deliveries from Blake Cullen really take off, but not too many from the other bowlers. Matt Taylor to open things up from the College lawn end, and he bowls to Robson, who plays confidently up towards Jack Taylor at mid-off, and there's no run there. But either way, an edge and a play and a miss in the first over has got to make you feel pretty decent if you're Dan Worrell, unless of course it was a drop, and then you probably don't feel quite so good about things. But Matt Taylor, who bowled so well in the first innings, looking to replicate things here, and Robson tries to turn that one, I think, more towards the mid-wicket region than he did, and ends up getting it back to the bowler. Robson, who looked, I think it's fair to say, a little scratchy when he came out in the first innings, and then just begun to get the feet moving, it seemed, and then was bowled pretty comprehensively by Dan Worrell for 37. As Matt Taylor bowls, and that's left by Robson, with Matt Taylor starting off over the wicket. Imagine it won't be too long before he switches to coming around, but with this new ball starting over the wicket to the 2 right-handed opening batsmen for Middlesex, and in fact without John Simpson in terms of the top order now, everybody is right-handed, as that's left alone this time by Sam Robson. So all the way down, in fact, I think all the way down to Murtagh, they're all
they are
right-handers now,
right.
with Robbie White the substitute for Simpson, who may well turn out to be that Simpson is the reserve keeper and Ben Duckett gets the gloves as far as England is concerned, but tremendous news for him as well. We've been talking a lot about David Payne's call-up, as that's turned away, not into the gap, and De Caires has come down too far, and that would have been out with a direct hit, and I think would also have been out with a throw into the hands of Matt Taylor right next to the stumps. Not sure exactly where De Caires was going there. I don't think Robson had ever shown too much interest in the single, and yeah, I think from that replay that rather confirms it. If that throw had been right next to the stumps and Matt Taylor could just have knocked it onto them, De Caires would still have been gone. And there's a confident drive, timed well by Robson, but Jack Taylor is able to parry the ball in front of him and prevent a run. End of the second over, maiden over from Matt Taylor, and in a moment or so we'll get another look at that attempted catch from behind the action. I think you might be right actually, Ian. After all, I think it may have dropped short of Glenn Phillips from that angle. He's got his hands down right on the floor, and then I think he's tried to scoop it up a couple of times is what's happened. So I think your initial thought was right.
When you can't absolutely tell, just the body language of the players, there was no real histrionics about a catch going down, but there's a bit of edginess among this Middlesex opening pair at the moment, and kind of understandable when you've got a debutant, but they're going to need to move the sight screen across for Worrell. De Caires has asked for it to be moved. From our distance it doesn't look more than about maybe a metre, but a metre is important when maybe Worrell was coming kind of right out of the edge of it. And for no wicket, Middlesex. The target is 420, and they have basically 4 sessions and about 40 minutes to get them. So if they were to bat long, they have the time to do it, but do they have the confidence to do it, or even to get anywhere close to doing it? Worrell in, and De Caires gets a short one. She's taken one-handed by Bracey. That's the one for the overs, as umpire Lloyd.
The sharp delivery, and Worrell certainly seemed to get his pace up after the penalty run incident yesterday. Here's a replay of the bouncer, and well, he didn't duck, did De Caires, but that I think was past head height.
De Caires waits now with his bat raised and Worrell to bowl to, and that's much more of an orthodox length. He lets that go outside the off stump. Nice to have Josh with us for best part of an hour. Clearly not involved in this game. Might have been called in yesterday when David Payne obviously headed off on England duty, but every chance he'll be involved on Friday in the T20 and possibly in the Hampshire match too. Remains to be seen on that. Worrell to De Caires, who just quietly plays that out on the offside to Jack Taylor. So a reminder, Somerset against Leicestershire, match drawn, largely because of a storm over Taunton. Now that's 80 miles to us here in Cheltenham. So if the radar suggests that, I wonder where that rain is going. Is it going further south of here?
It seems to be at the moment, yes.
Worrell again to De Caires, who's edged that, and that is caught by Phillips. That's clean, and Gloucestershire have the first wicket, and De Caires once again out cheaply. And if there ever was a doubt about the first one, there's no doubt about this one, and it's 4 for 1.
Absolutely not. Drew him into the drive there. He's playing at a quite wide delivery without having moved his foot towards the ball, and a pretty regulation dismissal there, has to be said. Regulation 4-day dismissal. Draw the batsman into the drive, into shape away, outside edge taken, and comfortable catch taken at slip by Phillips. And I think he'll be disappointed probably to have had a drive at that early on, because what particularly Hammond and Bracey did so well in both Gloucestershire innings was they saw out that new ball, and that was going to be the first job for the Middlesex openers, and De Caires going quite hard at that one, and the edge found, and I'm sure that's exactly what Gloucestershire would have wanted. Once again, it feels like I'm saying that quite a bit of late. Things have gone pretty much to plan ever since, ever since maybe about 5 p.m. on that first day, would you say? Something like that?
Well, three down at tea.
Yes.
So
and then the clatter of wickets.
Yeah.
With a bit of a recovery.
Steve Eskenazi's walked out to the middle at number 3, and Sam Robson appeared to approach him, and the body language said, "Yep, it's us again." And here is Worrell to bowl to Eskenazi, who squeezes that out to George Scott, who we've just shared a dressing room with on more than one occasion at Middlesex. And these two, and then Hanscom at 4, would seem to be the main blocks to a potential Gloucestershire win here.
And I think also why it was really important for Gloucestershire to get at them early whilst this ball is still really new.
Eskenazi waits for Worrell, he lets that go, and taken by James Bracey. So success for Dan Worrell in his second over of this second innings. Middlesex 4 for 1, needing 416 more. That was a wicket maiden.
So back-to-back maidens, and Matt Taylor will look to keep the pressure on, and the consistency that Matt Taylor bowled with in the first innings was very impressive. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 19. He got the first wicket of De Cares and then picked up Hanscom, which was another important wicket. Hanscom had looked in better touch until he was caught behind for 21, and then Matt Taylor also picking up the wickets of White and Souter later on. That one has beaten Robson, and Robson's now going to go down and have a look at where that ball landed. You'd have to imagine that Gloucestershire are getting rather a bit more out of this surface at the moment than Middlesex did, particularly towards the end of the innings. Here is the replay, and maybe just coming back towards Robson down the slope. I think actually on replay he may well have played inside the line of that one. I think not particularly easy to tell from where we are. Matt Taylor in and bowls, and Robson turns that one away to Tom Lace at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And they've got that region pretty, well, not quite packed, and you quite say that, but they've had a shortish mid-wicket in for the majority of Robson's innings, and they know that is where he sometimes does like to defend the ball like that, with a bit of wrist work, and maybe, especially on a pitch that potentially is a little bit slower than Gloucestershire may be used to at Cheltenham, might get a leading edge or something. So Robson goes back and plays that one up to Jack Taylor at mid-off.
Yeah, still the 3 slips. Phillips, who pouched the catch in the last over, Hammond and Ollie Price. Just checking on matters at Southampton, Hampshire still have to bowl another 23 overs before they get a second new ball there. So that's going to take them until, well, a good way into the final session, and Surrey are still 4 down.
Here goes Matt Taylor. Bowls very full and punched by Robson, but straight back to the bowler. He timed that one really nicely, given the fact that it was only a jab down on top of the ball.
And so just to clarify, they started at 11 o'clock, or very close to it. Here we are an hour and 20 minutes after lunch, and they've only lost 2 wickets today, Surrey.
Yeah, well, they've bedded in, but you still feel, probably, unless it gets into the final hour and a half, that if Hashim Amla goes, that's probably it for Surrey, as it's left by Robson outside the off stump. And the batting to come, you look at Ben Geddes, who is replacing Will Jacks, Jordan Clark, Kyle Jamieson, Jamie Overton. They're not necessarily names in that middle to lower order that you think
could defend,
are necessarily hell-bent on defence. Having said that, I think they're all kind of obdurate characters at the same time. Matt Taylor in and bowls, and Robson plays that one up towards mid-off once more at the end of another maiden over from Matt Taylor. So that's now 3 maidens in a row, with Middlesex 4 for 1 after 4 overs. I think at the same time as having said that they are all pretty aggressive players, I can see each of them having that kind of mindset of, right, you're not going to get me out. but I think a lot depends on who they're batting with, whether they're batting with Hashim Amla or whether they're batting with the likes of Geddes or perhaps Jamie Smith, although Jamie Smith is certainly a real talent, and particularly in first class cricket. But I think a lot still depends on Amla.
It says something about Amla that at his age and with his background and his weight of runs, that he still has that mental approach, driven pleasantly by Eskenazi, straight to Dom Goodman at mid-on.
And whilst he's not captain of the side with Rory Burns in at the moment, he was perfectly prepared to shoulder the burden of captaincy against Gloucestershire. Even, as you say, at his age, it was a remarkable thing to see, and it was always a privilege to watch Hashim Amla bat at any time, even if it was against Gloucestershire.
4 for 1 Middlesex, and Worrell in. Ashkenazi gets that all the way along the ground off the outside edge. It's going down to the third man boundary. Phillips is on the chase and he won't reach it, and it will go into the rope for 4. Phillips typically today, when it was announced that there would be an early lunch and a start at 1:10, he was out in the middle doing some bowling practice. He always wants to be doing something. Glenn Phillips, in our experience of watching the side. Worrell again to Eskenazi, that's that go, and James Bracey with the take. But in terms of Middlesex chasing north of 400, we did have this conversation this morning, not knowing how many Gloucestershire might set them, but they have actually chased over 400 twice in recent years and won. And we'll just recap what those are in a moment. Eskenazi again lets that go off Dan Worrell. One was in 2015 when they won at Taunton, chasing 402. They won by 5 wickets, and the year before they won by 7 wickets, chasing 472 against Yorkshire at Lords, in which Chris Rogers made a double 100. That obviously made a big impact on their chase, but those are very high numbers, so it's not unknown for them to do that. And Eskenazi's taking the bat away there. Gloucestershire are convinced there's an edge, and Graham Lloyd is not. That must have been bat against pad, I suspect.
See if we can
They clearly heard something.
ascertain anything from the replay. Not much. So we'll have to see whether that is something that Eskenazi can make Gloucestershire pay for, whether he was out or not, because sometimes when you have as convincing an appeal as that, you start to wonder whether the umpire might get a little bit twitchy and raise the finger anyway.
Eskenazi with Worrell, no doubt frustrated. Always let that one go, and a big leave. And as Josh Shaw said earlier, there are only 2 categories of leave, good ones and bad ones, and Eskenazi would say that was a good one. 8 for 1. He has 4. Robson yet to score, and Josh DeCare's caught by Phillips off Worrell for 4 in Worrell's second over.
I must admit, I didn't hear anything, but there's a slow-mo from the sideways angle of Worrell and his long delivery stride, and of course he comes in from such an angle. It's a very unique.
It's
a unique bowling action. Yes. Matt Taylor continuing and bowls to Robson, who turns that one straight to Tom Lace at wide mid wicket, and there's no run. And there's a lot going through the body, isn't there, when you're having to come in from that angle, and he really explodes through his action, and he gets so much of his pace just through the action itself. You'd think there's a lot of stress going through the body there, but he obviously is able to manage that, and it's an action that obviously comes naturally to him. That Taylor bowls very full, and Robson plays that one back to the bowler, and I'm sure I heard that he bowls that way because of a tree in his backyard when he was growing up, or something along those lines.
That's the kind of apocryphal story you get, isn't it?
It is, yes. But it was said by, well, a similar thing anyway, if it's not exactly that one, was said by somebody who had played cricket for Australia, so might have known. Matt Taylor bowls, and that's just turned to Tom Lace, who moves in front of Tom Price. Mid-wicket to
he looks to be the chief shiner, doesn't he?
Yes.
Tom Lace.
It was Graham van Buren when he was in the side, but Tom Lace seems to have taken over duties from van Buren. Taylor moves in past umpire Newell and bowls, and there's a shout for leg before here, and out! Up goes the finger. Robson absolutely hates the decision, as you can see from the way that he is standing there, and we will get a second look to see whether he has an argument. Well, did that come back enough, I wonder, is the only thing. Did it swing back in enough to Sam Robson, or was it carrying on its line past off stump? Well, only umpire Newell's opinion on that matters, and Sam Robson has to drag himself off, and Gloucestershire have got a second wicket, and a really big wicket in terms of getting rid of Sam Robson, who can bat for long periods of time, and admittedly hasn't been in the kind of touch that he would like of late in the 4-day game, but has made 165 this year. Gloucestershire will know what he can do, and they've seen the back of him.
So hands come out at number 4. The one striking thing for me was that Sam Robson didn't seem to get very far forward, and that may have been in an umpire Mark Newell's mind when the appeal from Gloucestershire went up.
You could certainly say, I don't think he was going over the top.
Oh no, absolutely not.
That's the one thing.
He almost kept low, actually.
At least that was my opinion anyway. But I do just wonder, because the ball didn't seem to swing back from Matt Taylor, whether Robson thought that it might be angling past off stump. Hanscom is out at number 4.
A wicket here and a wicket at the Ageas Bowl. Jamie Smith caught by Holland off Felix Organ for 14, 60 for 5, Surrey. And Ben Geddes, who is the substitute for Will Jacks, has come in at number 7.
Making his first-class debut, I believe, Ben Geddes. So, Matt Taylor bowls to Hanscom, and Hanscom touches that one out to Tom Lace at wide mid-wicket. There's no run. And Hanscom, who, as mentioned probably by whoever is commentating whenever he bats, certainly was in the first innings, has a individual style out there, with the stance which is so far back that the majority even of his front foot is behind the crease, popping crease that is. That's an edge, and it's gone short of Ollie Price at third slip, who has pouched it but has only saved 4 runs. I say only. Matt Taylor threw 3 overs, 3 maidens, and that last one a wicket maiden. 8 for 2 Middlesex lost to Cares, caught Phillips bowled Worrell for 4, and Robson adjudged LBW Matt Taylor without scoring. Middlesex 8 for 2, and here is the replay of Dan Worrell's celebration after removing to Cares. It's not quite the full-on chainsaw celebration we saw yesterday, but pretty close.
Worrell to continue from the chapel end, and Eskenazi batting in the sweater, plays it out on the onside. We did, I think you and I debated maybe off air this morning whether there was an outside chance of this game being over today. Slim, we thought, bearing in mind the weather.
Yeah.
But with 2 wickets already, Gloucestershire clearly got plenty of runs to play with, so it is all about wickets at this point. You've got bowlers who are fresh, a ball that's new, and a pitch that's doing a bit, and you've got plenty of runs in the bank. So that's what Messrs Worrell and Taylor and Goodman behind these two, and Tom Price too will want. Worrell in, Eskenazi, and Worrell for his own bowling. Fields, that was a chance it might have gone past him, and that would have been to chase for Jack Taylor, but Worrell made the stop himself.
I wonder, actually, you talk quite often about the format change being a good thing for certain players. I wonder what it's like for Eskenazi coming off terrific T20 form and into this.
Well, the ball's fine in the middle of the bat at the moment, and fielded at kind of almost like a straightish extra cover more than a mid-off, really, Jack Taylor there. Although by the time he's given Worrell the ball, it's more akin to a wide mid-off. He's moving, as he moves round, it's almost like a straight extra cover. Worrell in, Eskenazi lets that go, and it's taken by Bracey in front of Glenn Phillips. I should say, of course, that Middlesex will, I'm sure, add people like Cracknell and Finn and Uraman to their squad for the T20. Those are amongst the players who would, I'm sure, make their way down for the game here on Friday. Max Holden's already here. He'll probably come into the batting lineup, I'd have thought. End of Worrell's over. Another maiden, and we may see quite a few of those as Middlesex try and get some sort of a foothold in this second innings. Eskenazi has 4, De Geer's out for 4, caught by Phillips at slip off Worrell, and Robson, LBW, Matt Taylor's last over for naught. As you say, he dragged himself away. I think that's the polite way of saying it.
Yes, well, he stood there for quite some time looking at the pitch rather than at the umpire, I think, so as to make sure that
it wasn't
going to be classed as dissent, as though he were more looking at, oh, how did that ball do that? But I think nobody was in much doubt as to what Robson was thinking. Here is Matt Taylor. He bowls to Hanscom, who takes one hand off the bat and clips it away backward a square on the leg side, and will get off the mark with a single. And the score up to 9 for 2. And Middlesex, as much as Gloucestershire are keeping things very tight, it almost feels, and I suspect it feels to them to a certain extent, that whatever, if they play a shot, then they might get out to it. And it's that kind of double-edged sword for them, as far as, you know, their confidence level is not that high. As Eskenazi opens the face, and that was a shot of confidence as he plays it backward a square. They'll come back for a second run on the arm, and 11 for 2 the score.
I mean, you could argue, and they would put a pretty strong case that Gloucestershire had the better batting conditions in this match. And
yes,
once again, the sun has just gone in at the start of the Middlesex innings.
Yep, it certainly has. And there's still some blue sky around, but it's by no means what it was. Matt Taylor is in and bowls. Forward goes Eskenazi, and holding the pose on the defensive shot, which goes out onto the leg side, always sure to draw some interest from the fielding side when that happens. These two, I think you'd have to say, if they're going to either put up a really good fight or get close to this target required, these two have to put on a big partnership here. And that's left alone by Eskenazi through to James Bracey. just angling across Eskenazi enough that he could shoulder arms at it. I think when you look at the players who are going to play the really big innings, really with Robson gone, you're looking at Eskenazi and Hanscom in particular. Yes, I'm sure Daryl Mitchell could put in the same bracket as well, but if they get to Mitchell, they'll be 3 down, so not necessarily wait until then. Matt Taylor Bowles driven up to mid-off, just a push drive really from Eskenazi, which finds Jack Taylor at mid-off. And 1 ball remaining in this over, the first over that Matt Taylor has bowled, which has conceded runs.
I wonder what James Bracey would have thought when Gloucestershire went out for this sort of mini session up until tea. I mean, 2 wickets would, well, would you seen that as par or above par, I wonder?
Matt Taylor in and bowls. Eskenazi plays defensively back to the bowler to end the 8th over with Middlesex 11 for 2, requiring 409 runs to win. And
still 20 minutes to go until tea, of course.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking in terms of...
It's not a done deal in terms of more wickets this side of the interval.
You would not want Middlesex, if you're Gloucester, you would not want them to be none down. I think in any case, with so much time left, even 1 wicket down would probably be... You'd probably take just any wicket. But I think 2 he'd already be pretty happy with, but if they could get another one here with the new ball, then you could really perhaps start to see an evening session where Gloucestershire could more than break the back of winning this game, if not quite get there.
Yeah, 49 overs still remaining on the day. Worrell, I'm sure, will bowl right through until tea. I'd be surprised if he didn't. And Hanscom now trying to defy his fellow Australian. So Worrell 1 for 8, and Taylor 1 for 3 in the opening spells so far. The odd gull is around, and Worrell again making Hanscom play a miss. That was a moral victory once again to the bowler. Here's the camera from the chapel end. Hanscom may have said he just played down the wrong line there, but I'm sure Worrell's enjoying this duel. Hanscom with a lead which is taken by Bracey to his, or to the leg side as far as he is concerned.
Moving up the slope.
Yeah.
To imagine these two probably know each other fairly well, actually, because even though they now do play for different BBL teams, I think they would have spent a few years together on the same one.
Worrell to Hanscom, again, who defends. This is very noticeable about his starting position, not necessarily his stance, but where his feet are is so noticeable.
Still continues to be the case, it seems, that if you bowl it quite full and the pitch is fairly slow and placid, if you just bowl it a bit further back, though, there is some lift to be had.
Worrell, Hanscom edges that, and then where's that? That's just short again. I think of Ollie Price again. It's a good stop. 3rd slip. He's playing. He just had to take it round to his right. It was a good save, because that would have gone, I'm sure, for the boundary at 3rd man for 4.
A couple of edges already that he's picked pretty clean, even though fell short of him.
Worrell, Eskenazi, Hanscom, I should say, back and defending. So Worrell keeping a tight lid on things here. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8. And indeed 6 of the opening 9 overs have now been maidens. 11 for 2. Middlesex, their notional target is 420. I think we must say it's notional at this point.
Indeed. A last delivery from Worrell forcing Hanscom back and kind of illustrating what I was talking about in the first innings, really. You feel like if he goes back any further, he's going to tread on his stumps, and he can't have been too far away from them when he played that Worrell delivery off the back foot. Here is Matt Taylor, bowls to Eskenazi, who plays with a vertical bat up to Jack Taylor at mid-off.
It's Matt Taylor's birthday tomorrow. 27. And I'm sure he would.
It's not a bad age, 27, I don't think.
I was there once.
I've got a few more days left.
And nothing would please him more, I'm sure, to be part of a winning side tomorrow.
Matt Taylor bowls, and Eskenazi turns that one backward of square on the leg side and doesn't get any bat on it. In fact, it's all pad, and leg by is signalled 12 for 2. And you'd have to think that, given the amount of time that's left before the tea interval, like you say, they're either going to bowl all the way through, or the change is going to have to come quite quickly, and then possibly the openers could come back pretty soon after tea, as Matt Taylor is in and bowls. And
14 minutes on my watch till tea, so
you'd think that probably bowl through, wouldn't
yeah.
you? I think you just bowl through now and then stick on the first change bowlers after tea.
That would probably mean that they've both bowled 7 at that stage.
Matt Taylor left arm over and bowls, and full ball, which Hanscom pushes forward at, and Jack Taylor fields up towards mid-off. And it also makes sense, I think, in terms of really making the absolute best use out of this new ball, and also saying to Worrell and Taylor that they can bend their backs a bit more, knowing that they've not only got a bit of time in the evening session before they come on to bowl, but also they've got the 20-minute tea interval on top of that. As Matt Taylor moves in and bowls, and Hanscom leaves that one alone through to James Bracey quite low down. Hanscom going for a garden where that ball landed, and yeah, well that's it's full of a good length, but it's not right up there, and seen some balls take off from not far off there actually. So I was kind of saying, well, the back of a length takes off and full length doesn't, but I guess if you can find that area right on that point where that ball might have been bowled, that's when the batsman can be really uncertain about which foot to play on. As Matt Taylor comes around the wicket now, and Hanscom leaves the last ball alone. 10 overs have been bowled, 4th maiden out of 5 overs from Matt Taylor. 5, 4, 3, 1 his figures read, and Middlesex have ground to a halt really, but at the very least from their point of view they are seeing off this opening spell of Worrell and Matt Taylor.
Yes, well, both have a wicket already, and Worrell into his 6th. There might be, if he's only going to bowl till tea, he'll probably have to bowl 2 more in now, and that's let go by Eskenazi, who gets the thumbs up from Hanscom at the other end. Tom Price is getting limbered up here, so I wonder if he might have 1 over before tea, just to give the Middlesex batsman something else to think about. 12 for 2, and that's nicked, and again short of Ollie Price. That's Tom Lace actually. He's at 4th slip. He's played with quite soft hands. It was well short. He was once again a good stop though.
Absolutely, but nothing wrong with the hands so far. Pretty sure that from that reverse angle you could tell that Phillips's first attempt was to a ball that was well short of him.
Worrell in again and again nicked, and that was just out of the reach of Lace, and it's gone away. Oh, it hasn't gone away. He's actually stopped it. What a start! Is that a very, very big attempt at a catch which he's not quite held on to? Is that carried? At one level, it was a very good stop.
Would have been, if that had carried, which I'm not sure that it did, that would have been catch of the season.
That might be very slightly obscured by Mark Newell, and that is a very nice shot by Eskenazi away through extra cover for 4. Jack Taylor just kicking the ball back off the covers.
Look at the replay of the diving attempted catch from Tom Lace. I mean, he's done incredibly well to stop it, like you said. It's a full-length dive, reaction dive to his right, and yeah, difficult to tell whether it carried or not. I'm sure people at home can slow it down and have a look at it, but at any rate, it would have been an extremely good catch.
And literally, as he's diving right behind where the umpire is standing from our vantage point, and that's let go outside the off stump by Eskenazi. 16 for 2 Middlesex. This is the 11th over, so they've got the 2.5 hours in theory after tea and all day tomorrow to survive. And Worrell's asking now for effectively either a second gully or a 5th slip, depending on your point of view. George Scott's gone in there, and Tom Price has gone over to backward point, and again Eskenazi says, I'm not going to play a shot at that, and it goes through to Bracey. That's proper attacking fields when you've got 5 slips, or a cordon, shall we say, of 5. And Matt Taylor isn't going to have a breather. We're going to have Tom Price before tea, probably only for 1 over from the College lawn end.
Yeah, I think when you've got 5 slips in, things tend to be going quite well, and it's fair to say that. And indeed, will be Tom Price replacing Matt Taylor, and what a spell once again from Matt Taylor. 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 3. Not had a huge amount of bowling to do of late, Matt Taylor. He did play in the T20 game at the Aegeus Bowl, but that particular game, I think from memory, although I'm struggling to get the tab up that I need, was his 3rd game of the season in the T20. Tom Price returning from the College lawn end, having impressed with bat and ball in this match. A really impressive 50-run stand with his brother today, and 3 wickets yesterday. He bowls now to Hanscom, who pushes that one out towards point, and George Scott and Tom Lace almost had a look at each other and said, after you, but in the end it's Scott who fields the ball. 3 for 29 for Tom Price. Did bowl a few no balls, including one which might have earned him a 4th victim. As long as he keeps the foot behind the line, he's been really good. And left alone this time by Hanscom through to the keeper. And in fact, I thought I'd heard a cry of no ball off the first delivery of this over, and then I missed the signal from umpire Newell, but the first ball was a no ball. I heard the cry, and then I wondered whether it just happened to be somebody in the crowd.
Lakes has gone into a fourth slip as well here for Price too.
So Hanscom facing and leaving alone. A show of confidence in the young bowler from James Bracey, and you have to think Middlesex still needing 400 runs, a couple of overs left before tea, why not? There's no bother about Hanscom going for a crashing drive through the gap at cover or at mid-off. Price in bowls, and Hanscom goes back and plays that one with a very soft bat, a very shallow angled bat, to make sure that the ball goes straight down into the ground, and even if he does get an outside edge to it, it will fall well short of the slips, who are very much hunting a catch, and in relatively close for Tom Price, particularly Tom Lace, who's more of a gully really than a slip. That's short, pulled away high in the air, down towards long leg, and it's just going to beat him. And it will be 4, 1 bounce 4, but there are hands on heads out there, because that was not a million miles away from Dom Goodman, who's fielding down on that leg side boundary. Here is the replay. Tom Price trying a short ball, and Hanscom, I think that's exactly where Hanscom tried to hit it pretty much. He swiveled on it enough to get it backward of square. I guess he must have known exactly where the fielder was and played it just wide of him, but for just a fraction of a second it looked like that was going straight down Goodman's throat.
And bear in mind his relative size and ability, 3 or 4 long strides, he'd have got to the ball pretty quickly.
Just out of his reach. Hanscom on to 5, and Middlesex need fewer than 400 to win. And there's a drive and a miss, and that is a rather interesting shot for the penultimate over before tea, especially after having picked up a boundary off the previous ball. And a replay here of that shot, and he doesn't move his feet a huge amount, Peter Hanscom. He's not that type of player, but there, trying to flash at a wide delivery, could easily have got a nick through to one of the catches behind the stumps. Price bowls to Hanscom. This is back of a length, and Hanscom tries to force that one away through backward point, but has got no timing on it. That one he probably could have put away to the boundary had he gone through fully with the shot and timed it as he would have liked. 6 runs off the over from Price, but he could have had a wicket with a couple of deliveries, and it will be his only over before the break, but an over that, despite the fact that it went for 6 runs, can build some more confidence for what will, I suspect, be a spell straight after tea. 22 for 2 is the Middlesex total.
Yes, this is going to be the last over before tea here. I'll update you on the score at Southampton after it. Remember, Somerset against Leicestershire, match drawn. A storm at Taunton. Here is Worrell under overcast skies here, and that's flicked off his pads down to Matt Taylor by Eskenazi. 23 for 2. The notional target for Middlesex is 420, but that will only really become relevant if we get into the latter part of tomorrow.
We're going to have 43 overs in the final session.
23 for 2. Hanscom to face Graham Lloyd.
And of course they would have taken a reading yesterday.
Hanscom to his fellow Australian. Worrell to his fellow Australian. That's clipped off his pads by Hanscom. That will be 4. It'll run away to the boundary just to our right. And Dom Goodman comes in a vain pursuit of the ball and tries to kick it back. He can't do so, so he's going to have to give the ball now to the umpire to sanitise it before Worrell gets it back. When I say he does that, he hasn't actually given it back to the umpire first, but I suppose nobody else has touched it, so .27 for 2. All in. Hanscom lets that go. James Bracey takes it in front of Glenn Phillips. So there will have been 13 overs in this little mini session up until tea. Graham Lloyd, just looking at the sky, there is a darkish cloud beyond the Sanford Road side of the ground, but I wonder what there is that we can't see over the pavilion.
I mean, it's just on the radio there, possibly to the ground staff.
Worrell in again, and again Hanscom goes back. So we're in this 13 over spell with Gloucestershire to have picked up the wickets of the 2 openers. Has given them a start in this pursuit of all 10 to win the match. De Cares for 4 and Robson without scoring the men out. And a fair call that Dom Goodman, you feel, would probably have the opening spell after tea from the chapel end. Although, there's a nick off the bat of Hanscom there. It dropped well short of James Bracey. Here's the replay. In fact, it was taken by Phillips on the tumble. So Worrell finding the edge repeatedly. Just the 1 wicket so far. Hanscom defends, and that will be tea. And a good little session for Gloucestershire with 2 wickets in it, 13 overs bowled, but apart from the 2 wickets, other chances as well, which is what they'll be pleased about. They're creating other opportunities. Worrell 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17. Matt Taylor 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 3, and Tom Price 1 over for 6 runs.
Yeah, I think in some ways, anything today with the weather being as it was this morning is a bonus, and even if it were to rain now and we were to get no evening session in, Gloucestershire would feel so much happier about the position they're in now than what they would have been with still 10 wickets needed to be taken by Middlesex, and potentially Gloucestershire might have wanted to have taken a little bit more time out of the game even just to get a few more runs on the board. But in terms of having got those 2 wickets, one of them being Robson, I feel delighted with that, I think. And as you say, they're creating lots of opportunities as well as the 2 wickets. It's not as though it's just been those 2 moments. It's felt as though particularly Worrell and Matt Taylor, but also even Tom Price in just his 1 over created a couple of half chances, and things have to be feeling good in Gloucestershire's dressing room, and hopefully from their point of view especially, the rain stays away.
Yes, so just to recap, Gloucestershire added 74 for the last 4 wickets today. Ollie Price made 33, Tom Price 35 not out. Darryl Mitchell finished with 4 wickets, and in reply, or in pursuit of 420 to win, Middlesex 27 for 2, De Cares caught by Phillips off Worrell for 4, Robson LBW to Taylor without scoring. Eskenazi has 11, Hanscom has 9, and we'll be back with you at 4 o'clock for the resumption, hopefully, if that dark cloud doesn't produce any precipitation in the meanwhile. Time for us to put the kettle on, and hope you can rejoin us at 4 with Middlesex still needing 393 to win and Gloucestershire needing 8 wickets. And the news from the Ageas Bowl is that at tea there, Surrey are 78 for 5, Amla 26 not out, Geddes 6 not out. So today they have lost the wickets of Verdi for 3, Patel for 16 and Smith for 14. There are still 11 overs until the second new ball is due for Hampshire, and they need 5 wickets to win that match on what is the final day. And we keep you across that, of course, in the final day here at Cheltenham, which is tomorrow. But the final session here this afternoon will see Gloucestershire hunt the 8 wickets that they need, and Hampshire hunt the 5 that they need, but they don't have the release valve of an extra day. We'll join you at 4. Welcome back to Cheltenham, where that dark cloud that was hanging close to the ground as the players went off at the start of the tea interval looks to have passed us by and gone over towards the Oxford direction of the ground, and obviously at least the Oxford direction from the ground, shall we say, up the A40. But Gloucestershire keen to get back out there again, and umpires Newell and Lloyd already there, and Hanscom and Eskenazi, the Middlesex not-out batsmen, are also joining them. So 44 overs in theory remain tonight, plus another 8.
Potentially, I suppose, yeah.
Gloucestershire could ask for another 8 if things got close and conditions still allowed us to.
Yeah, we're finishing
be
about
playing.
11:30, but
You don't have lights here at Cheltenham. Anyway, 27 for 2. Eskenazi has 11. Hanscom has 9. Both the openers already gone. And Matt Taylor walking towards the college lawn end. And he will go across to mid-on, and Tom Price will continue to attack from the college lawn end. And we'll remind you too shortly about our email address, conscious that people at after 4 o'clock might be joining us from the end of a day, or picking up matters.
In and bowls, and that's angled away through the gully region by Eskenazi, and he'll get off the mark to the very first ball after tea. 20, I say off the mark for the session is what I mean, and it's 29 now for 2.
And our email, commentators at glossccc.co.uk, is the graphic on the top right hand corner of your screen. Consciously, people may have made other plans today, having seen that there was no play before lunch, and thought, well, I'll catch up later.
Tom Price moves in bowls, and Eskenazi will leave that one outside off stump, and Tom Price will be hoping to replicate the spell that he delivered after the break yesterday, when he, along with Matt Taylor, really skittled out that middle order of Middlesexes. Here is Tom Price, he bowls, and Eskenazi goes forward, punches that one just wide of Jack Taylor, a well-judged single. The shy at the stumps will go all the way through to Goodman, but Goodman is alert down at long leg and making sure that he backs up the throw. 30 for 2, and I think you'd have to say that Hanscom and Eskenazi will have to bat at least the majority of this session, you would think, for Middlesex to feel like they've got a really good chance of saving this game. But it will be quite interesting to see what their approach is, whether they do what Surrey have done and really just try and block everything bid in for the session, or whether they are not necessarily thinking that way. As Price bowls very full, and Hanscom defends back to the bowler.
I mean, Surrey aren't chasing anything, are they? That's the difference in that much. They really are just trying to survive, and you could argue Middlesex's first thought here is to survive, and it may depend on where they end up. I might try and split that time. They've got 4 sessions to get 372.
Price is there, bowls, good length ball, and no shot offered by
390.
Hanscom. I mean, if effectively it's 140 overs, isn't it? It's 140 overs now to chase 390.
Yeah, and with as little makes no odds. It's 100 runs a session for 4 sessions.
Which is, that's not a slow rate, and we've seen nothing much like that rate. Admittedly, Gloucestershire put their foot down as their innings went along. Tom Price bowls, and that's tickled down to long leg by Hanscom for a single to end the over. Some interest from Gloucestershire. We'll see it from the replay just how much interest there perhaps could have been. And, well, I suppose the interest was he's worked that one off sort of middle stump, possibly more so than leg stump, but I think Hanscom knew what he was doing there and moves up to 10, 31 for 2 at the end of the first over after tea.
So, change of what we thought might happen here. Matt Taylor, having had 5 overs at the college run in before tea, is going to change ends and perhaps have another little short spell here from the chapel end after tea. And it's the end, of course, from which he took 3 wickets yesterday, 31 for 2. This is a kind of a little gamble, a mini gamble, I suppose. Could they get one more out with a little burst from Taylor here? Hanscom just turns that quietly into the leg side and Worrell does the fielding. Yes, a little, maybe a 3 over burst from Taylor here.
And possibly they're thinking in terms of the bowling partnership that worked so well yesterday, and if there's anything to that, then might as well try and exploit it today as well.
Hanscom, as we say, stands deep in his crease and then does come forward a bit to Taylor there, and Taylor stops that defensive shot with his boot.
Didn't even quite manage an impression of Tim Murtagh there. Wondered if he was thinking about trying a bit of football skills.
So, as I say, we could have up to, I mean, it's just possible, we'll come back to that in a moment. Taylor in and Hanscom again defends. It is theoretically 65 overs available to Gloucestershire tonight. 13 they've bowled, 44 from the allocation plus 8, and that would take us to 65, but you wonder whether the light would allow that.
I think it's fair to say that if they get even the 44 overs in, they will be doing very well.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. 31 for 2, Taylor for first over after tea from the chapel end, and Hanscom's getting everything pretty organised defensively at the moment. Again, I wonder whether the crowd today may have been affected a little bit by the rain this morning. People may have thought about other plans, and again tomorrow the forecast is generally clearer, so particularly people local to the area might make a call tonight on that. Matt Taylor round the wicket, and Hanscom does come a long way forward there, and Taylor fields off his own bowling.
Certainly, depending on which source you looked at, there was the possibility we might get nothing today, and in fact we've just had a pretty hefty shower which has passed very close to Cheltenham but has skirted it, and we've almost been in a kind of a corridor between 2 showers, and we've managed to miss them.
Taylor round the wicket, and Hanscom again defends, so Taylor comes back with a maiden from the chapel end. I suspect that this spell might be no more maybe than 4 overs, just to see if they could split this 3rd wicket pair, who probably hold a key to Middlesex getting some kind of a base to think they can bat the day out tomorrow. And if they got to the later part of the day, then it's just possible they could attack from there, but at the moment 2 down, a lot of runs to get. They've just got to just bat each ball on its merits.
Tom Price bowls, and that's edged all along the ground pretty much by Eskenazi down towards the 3rd man boundary and over it for 4. So Eskenazi gets 4 more to his name and moves up to 18. Should also say that that shower, it's described as a hefty shower, but that's the exact same rain cloud that has seen the end of the day's play at Taunton, and so you can imagine, admittedly neither side would care particularly about calling that day off early, but at the same time it shows you how much rain could have been had here and the effect that that might have had even on the day's play tomorrow had it hit us. Price bowls and forward goes Eskenazi in comfortable defence.
And that's always the thought about outground cricket, is that basically your county bases have better drainage, better cover systems. That is always the risk about outgrounds, particularly one with a slope like this one has.
Quite exactly. You not only do you think about the practice pitches and the extra square to cover, which could cause issues, but also, like you say, there's the slope as Price bowls and Eskenazi once again coming a good stride towards the bowler and playing defensively up to mid-off.
Was that a no ball again?
I think that it was, yes, yep, you're right. 2 more have gone onto the board, 37 for 2. And yeah, you can imagine, as it has been a bit of a problem in the past, the rain kind of collecting towards the far end from where we are, down at the bottom of the slope as Price bowls, and Eskenazi touches that one into the offside this time, just forward of George Scott at point. And another tight over from Tom Price for the most part, but having to bowl 7 deliveries almost every over, you'll tire yourself out a little bit more having to do that. Once again, the economy rate's not great, but at the same time you wouldn't say he's bowled badly by any stretch. He bowls, does Price, and that's left by Eskenazi, and Bracey has to go tumbling to make sure he gets everything behind that one and doesn't go for byes. Glenn Phillips next to him doing some bowling warm-ups, but I think it's fair to say Glenn Phillips might be a little way away from Gloucestershire's plans as far as the bowling attack's concerned, but he's going to have been kept out of the game for quite some time. Well, is Glenn Phillips?
Not in Phillips's mind. He's right there in the game.
Certainly in terms of catching he is. Price bowls, and that's driven. Great piece of fielding by Price off his own bowling, because that was beautifully timed by Eskenazi on the straight drive. And he certainly looked a player in form in this innings. Eskenazi, he's had to ride a little bit of luck as far as edges falling short of the slips, but for the most part, when he's played in defence, full face of the bat, he's got the ball out in the middle of it. And Price bowls to him, and coming forward with the middle of the bat presented to the bowler, Eskenazi sees out another over, and an over that's produced 6 runs for Middlesex. They still trail by 382, requiring 383 to win, and 2 wickets down.
Yes, he'd only had, when he made 4, when there was that edge off Dan Worrell that we weren't sure whether it had carried or not. It was a tight call. And now Eskenazi has 18, and it's Hanscom once again to face Matt Taylor, who's going to stick with his round the wicket attack to the right-hander. Still has 3 slips, but Tom Lace has come out of there now. He's at cover point. Hanscom again goes back, and 37 for 2 it remains. They have started after tea at the GS Bowl. Surrey are 80 for 5, so they've scored 74 runs today in 2 sessions and a bit.
72 runs.
72,
yep.
Sorry. Taylor around the wicket, Hanson again forward. He's drawing him forward. I mean, you must say it's inevitable from where he is, but he's drawing him forward in every ball at the moment. I wonder whether he might just think about going a little bit back of a length, just with the odd one, just to change things up. Taylor, a high stepping run, and Hanscom plays that into the ground out on the offside. And at the moment, for those 2 early wickets, there don't look to be too many demons out there. Not for these 2.
Well, the sun has returned as well, which will possibly make bowling conditions a little less favourable than they were.
Yeah, pleasant sunshine now with some blue sky over the college ground. And Hanscom again. It's like having one of those little video clips on your phone on repeat. He's just standing up and playing defensively back up the pitch. A reminder of Hanscom's first class record this season. His top score is 70, but his average down in the teens, which is remarkable for a player of his ability. And once again, he defends. He's done a bit better in the other formats, but overall, if he didn't get back into the Test team, I wonder whether you would say his career would be one of a little bit where have fallen short of where it might have got to, given his talent.
Yeah, he might do. I think it was a case of his technique working superbly for a while and then kind of getting found out.
Taylor again. Well, that's steered round his pad. It's gone very fine, and Tom Price has got the throw back in. It's a good one as well. So they've just only got one, and that means that Hanscom will keep the strike at the end of Matt Taylor's second over since tea. He's changed ends from his opening stint. Tom Smith's out, I guess, for the sanitisation break. That's what it looks like. Yes, indeed. And 38-4-2 Middlesex. And just a further update on matters at the GS Bowl, where Surrey have got to get through another 7 overs before Hampshire get to the second new ball. It's still asking a lot.
Yeah, it's just under 32 overs now remaining in the day.
And Amla is still there. He's got 26 from an innings that's lasted now over 4 hours.
Well, he is wasn't known as the Wall, but I can't remember if he had. I'm sure he had a similar nickname that I can't quite remember whether it was the Rock or something like that. But in innings like that, you see why, and he's played them before, both at Test level and at first class level. Tom Price to continue after some more work done on the places where his foot is landing. And dot ball up towards mid-on as Hanscom playing defensively. And just, I suppose, it's worth saying actually with Hanscom, his 16 Test matches average of 39. There are plenty of cricketers who would take that. And yes, he did rather tail off a little from what I seem to remember. His average was 55-60 for his first several Test matches, and then he went through a run of really low scores. Yorker attempted by Price, and Hanscom dealt with that one not quite nonchalantly, but squeezed it out quite easily. But if you think of the averages in the England middle order at the moment, for example, at an average of 39 after that number of tests, I'd imagine he probably would be getting a few more tests to prove himself by now. But admittedly, yes, batting pitches do tend to be better in Australia for the Australians, it seems. That's not for the English. Forward goes Hanscom and plays back to Tom Price. But
he looks very composed at the moment, it must be said.
Indeed. And
he's been out there for 40 minutes either side of tee.
He kind of did in the first innings, really, until his dismissal. Was caught behind off Matt Taylor for 21, but he hadn't looked like somebody miles out of form in that innings. Price bowls and Hanscom drives, but Price will field in his follow through. That one was another no ball, so it does seem to be almost one for the over, but he's obviously a bit worried about not only now where he's landing, but also where he's taking off. He's just taken a great big chunk out of the area that he's pushing off from.
I wonder if that's just he's just not hitting his marker.
Possibly,
Or
it could be more for a marker than yeah. It could well be that. He bowls now full. Hanscom push drives up to mid-off.
Effectively, from where that foot is landing, if I can see it accurately, it looks like 2 strides from that marker. And he's just sort of digging that out now to try and hit that. Strange how bowlers have different theories about getting to the crease. Some would mark out their run and make the mark at the end of it, and some would want to hit. Doesn't matter how as long as they get to that point almost at the delivery stride in line, it's okay.
Price bowls full, and Hanscom plays that with the outer half out to Scott at backward point.
Comes back to that Mark Wood conversation we were having, where he would originally start from a very precise point, and then his run is developed where he's going to hit markers en route. It doesn't kind of matter how long his run is, so long as those markers are in the right position.
It's funny, isn't it, how some bowlers just have a no-ball problem. Price moves in and bowls, and forward goes Hanscom playing defensively up to mid-on, and that ends. I thought it ended the over, but it's been called another no-ball, so it doesn't. And the score up to 42 for 2.
He's just asking, I think, Mark Newell where that front foot's coming down and where he's overstepping and how far he's overstepping by.
I think he almost, I guess, thought that he'd corrected it at last, and then he's told by Mark Newell that he's overstepped again, and now you just wonder what else he's going to do, whether he now needs another marker out there. Price to bowl, and Hanscom playing that one with not quite so much ease as some of the others in that over. Whether he thought the ball stayed down a bit on him, but at any rate he has negotiated it, and Price there, aside from the no balls, just bowled 8 consistent deliveries. It's just that he's had to bowl 8 of them and 4 runs have been conceded.
So in the first innings he bowled 4 no balls in 8 overs, and he's bowled 4 no balls in 4 in this already.
It's going to be frustrating apart from anything else. It doesn't seem to be putting him off where the ball is landing. It's not as if he's spraying the ball about all over the place worrying about where his feet are landing, but at the same time he's bowled almost an extra over already.
4 overs for 20, but the no balls are in that, so take the no balls out, it's a different picture. Eskenazi waits for Matt Taylor, and that's clipped nicely off his legs away for mid-wicket for 4. In fact, that will thud into the boundary fence just in front of us, as you heard, and Dameral's going to come out and retrieve it. It's gone somewhere behind the covers, but he's found it. And Middlesex up to 46 for 2. They were 8 for 2 when Robson was out, so these two have stabilised matters. That was in the 6th over, so they've batted for 45 minutes basically together. And Matt Taylor tries once more from the chapel end. Well, that wasn't such a convincing shot from Eskenazi. Just managed to nudge it away into the leg side. Just behind square. Royal again does the fielding.
I wonder kind of at what point Gloucestershire start to really feel like they want that next wicket. I'm sure they want it at any point, but at what point is it when this stand reaches 50? Is it when it reaches 3 figures? I guess in some ways it partly depends on the manner of which they go about it.
Yeah, Goodman's limbering up, and here's Matt Taylor staying around the wicket, but at the moment there doesn't look to be much happening for Matt Taylor from this College Chapel end. That was a rare ball that was allowed by Eskenazi to be put away for 4 earlier in the over. Hanscom. Now waits for Taylor, but again he's forward. And he's kind of adopting the Goodman sort of approach, do I call it that here, of just trying to keep things relatively tight and frustrate the Middlesex batsmen, just try and squeeze an error out of them by the dot balls just tying up the scoreboard. Hanscom went to go forward and then went back, and it was only a half a movement really, half a stride.
6 wickets down, Surrey at the edgiest bowl. It is not Hashim Amla, but Ben Geddes, having faced 54 balls, bowled de Grandhomme for 15. So Amla still in there on 26, but Surrey now just have 4 wickets to play with and 28.5 overs remaining.
Still tight, isn't it? Taylor again to Hanscom. Biggest stride forward, which doesn't get him very far forward actually, but he's getting things virtually everything's in the middle at the moment as far as he is concerned. And Middlesex 47-4-2. There are 9 extras in that total. The 2 openers out of 40 before Middlesex got into double figures. Eskenazi and Hanscom now trying to just steer them into calmer waters after De Caires was caught by Phillips off Worrell for 4, and Robson LBW to Matt Taylor without scoring. 8 for 2 was a joyful start for Gloucestershire, but they've now gone 13 overs without a wicket, and Dom Goodman, I think, is going to replace Tom Price. James Bracey, I'm sure, has had a thought about the number of no balls and how the bowler might get frustrated by that. So, okay, let's just give him a breather and perhaps try something else. And Goodman hasn't bowled from that end in the match yet, so been interesting to see what he can extract from the pitch. And as we know, the bounce tends to be one of his main suits.
Possibly Tom Price could change ends if he's struggling with those landing area, struggling with the landing area at the college lawn end, so he could possibly come back from the other end, but it'll be Goodman to start things off and bowl to Eskenazi, who pushes that one to Tom Lace at cover. Goodman did see to Eskenazi in the first innings with a strangle down the leg side, and at that stage 34 for 2 Middlesex, but I guess the thing to really remember is that Middlesex were 76 for 2 in the 26th over and then fell away quite some. Goodman is there and bowls, and there's a flowing extra cover drive from Eskenazi, timed well, heading towards the long boundary out there, or longer boundary at any rate, and they will take 3 runs as Jack Taylor gets the ball in, and that ball certainly could have been 4 on another day.
Good to have Josh Shaw with us earlier on today, and he made the point about the outfield being softer, as he put it, than usual, and that, I'm sure, has contributed to the fact that we've seen many more 3s than you often see in a complete festival here at Cheltenham.
50 comes up for Middlesex. Eskenazi up to 26, and Hanscom has lost. Well, I say Hanscom has lost his run there. Goodman has halted because I think there was some bird activity which was putting Hanscom off. There's a young seagull which has been wandering about, but I think the parents might have come wondering where it had got to. Here is Goodman and bowling, and turned away just backward of square on the leg side by Hanscom, and he'll trot through for an easy single. 51 for 2. And possibly past its bedtime, I don't know.
looking at the two on the far side towards the that sort of burnt orange structure, are you?
Yes, and there is another object down there. Which, I'm not exactly sure what that is. An object in front of them. Goodman in and bowls, and forward goes Eskenazi and plays that one to extra cover where Tom Lace is able to field. But I think Hanscom, somebody who probably ought to be used to a lot of seagull activity, because you certainly get plenty of it at the MCG, where he has made his home. And I'm wondering whether, unfortunately, that blob that's out there is the young seagull which has either had enough of things or things have come to an end. Eskenazi angles that one just to the left of George Scott at backward point, and a single is taken. 52 now for two. And, for Goodman, 5 runs off this over. Things are still looking rather comfortable for Eskenazi and Hanscom at the moment, but as illustrated by the first innings, really, just one wicket and things could well open up. Goodman bowls very full, and Hanscom on the front foot plays back to the bowler. They're not being allowed to leave very much at all, Middlesex, but at the moment they're playing with defence that does not look as if it will be broken easily. 52 for 2.
Now there was a signal there, I think, to Tom Price, which might imply Matt Taylor might have one more over, and then that Price might change ends, as you say. And, maybe a message that went to him. He is at mid-on to the right-hander, and Eskenazi waits once more for Matt Taylor. This will be his 4th over of this spell. This might be as many as he'd do, I would have thought, having had a 5 over stint at the other end before tea. And again, Eskenazi defends. I mean, this is very much one of those ones where we notionally said 100 runs a session, but you don't score the runs evenly when you're trying to get a big total like this. You'll have to prove that with Gloucestershire's big chase to beat Leicestershire earlier in the season, where they still had, I think, more than 200 to get at tea on the last day. Once more, straight bat of Eskenazi. Middlesex has announced a few contract extensions during this match. His was one, Nathan Souters was another.
I'm not sure they'll be very pleased to have got Eskenazi locked up. Well, not literally, but...
Yeah, get the idea. Matt Taylor round the wicket to Eskenazi again forward, again defence. And as you rightly say, they are being made to play virtually every ball.
There's been almost no leaves in the last 20 minutes or so, half an hour even. They're determined they're going to bowl very straight at them. Just wonder whether the odd one just a little bit further back of a length, like you've said, might just get them on the back foot, and then they can go back to bowling fuller.
Staying round the wicket, and that's let go by Eskenazi through to James Bracey. Still the 3 slips in, Phillips, Hammond and Ollie Price. Dan Worrell is at shortish mid-wicket. He probably isn't quite on the single there. Tom Lace out in the covers. Scott at backward point. Jack Taylor at mid-off. And his younger brother coming herring in. Just a nudge again out from Eskenazi to Lace, who very nearly pulled off a remarkable catch at 4th slip. We couldn't quite see it from our commentary position, just because umpire Newell, standing at square leg, is right in our eye line, but it was a good stop certainly, and it would have been a remarkable catch. Particularly with you standing at on the bottom side of the slope here. Taylor around the wicket and again Eskenazi forward. They've got a bit into a slot, those two, with Taylor pitching the ball up and Eskenazi coming forward and defending. So that's the conclusion of Matt Taylor's over. That's his 9th. So he's bowled 9 out of 21. He's taken 1 for 9 in those 9 overs with 6 maidens. So he certainly hasn't given anything away, not a single boundary in it. The question is, though, you've got to perhaps keep him for another burst later, and therefore I suspect there might be a change coming at the Chapel end next over. We'll see.
So Goodman from the College lawn end, and to bowl to Hanscom, and Hanscom plays that one very softly and into his pad in the end, and goes off for a considered wander towards square leg. Hanscom, who probably put a counter on the number of times I've said this, but he doesn't get that far forward, and so he's got to play softly in front of his below his eye line. Goodman bowls and no shot from Hanscom. You start to wonder whether, I mean, admittedly I think we're still a fair few overs away from this, but whether, we talked a fair bit about Tom Price's bowling, whether possibly Ollie Price might have a part to play in this evening session. Almost took a wicket with his first ball in first class cricket, as Joshua reminded us earlier on. Goodman to bowl, and Hanscom plays quietly out towards point. Goodman settling into the rhythm that we know he's got a very rhythmical approach, and it's something quite measured about everything that Goodman does to do with his bowling. I can't remember him overstepping much, if at all, and certainly pretty metronomic. He's on his game with the ball, as that's turned away by Hanscom out towards square leg this time, and no run. So I don't think Middlesex are particularly interested in going especially hard at this at the moment. As you say, if you are chasing a big total, you've got to pace things, and if you're going to chase a huge total, you need at least one giant partnership, probably. So from their point of view, this has to be it. Goodman bowls, and that's left by Hanscom, a very full delivery. Drew a bit of interest from behind the stumps.
Let me just roll a figure at you. 35 overs still to go tonight. Add 100 to this Middlesex score. They'd have to get 270 tomorrow. It
would be interesting.
That would tease them, wouldn't it?
It would be interesting, depending how many wickets they've lost, as Hanscom goes back to quite a full delivery, but when the movements are working, that's what he'll do. And that is a maiden from Goodman. The score remains 52 for 2, but if they're 2 down at the end of the day, having added 100, I think they won't be pleased, because they're still very much behind the game, but they'll feel they've got a chance.
Well, Matt Taylor's going to have another over. I did wonder whether that would be it, but this is a good spell here, albeit that he had basically had 1 over and the tea interval as a break, and the other coverage that would be that he's had a day without bowling between the first innings and the second. So he's staying round the wicket here, and Eskenazi again comes forward. He's not played a lot of first team cricket lately, so one might argue that there's not a lot of miles in those legs, but still that thought about the balance of the rest of the day and whether he could do another stint later. Certainly Dan Worrell, you'd expect to have another dart before the close. Matt Taylor around the wicket, and Eskenazi doesn't get much on that. 52 for 2. But the AGS bowl, it's Jordan Clark who is now in with Hashim Amla at number 8. So 88 for 6. New ball due in 1 over's time, or second new ball, should we say, to be completely accurate.
They've been, as you might imagine, setting extremely aggressive fields. So when Felix Organ, the off-spinner, was bowling to Jordan Clark, he had
6 round the bat,
forward silly point, 2 slips, leg slip, short leg, and a backward short leg, I guess you would say. So indeed, 6 round the bat.
and the keeper. So it really is a bit of chat there, you'd have thought. Here's Taylor around the wicket and driven at Tom Lace. Makes a good stop. That cover, that beats him. It goes for 4. It's hit him on the knee. That'll hurt a bit for a few minutes.
Always manages to find somewhere, doesn't it?
Yes, it's.
They timed that really well, Eskenazi. Certainly would feel as if he deserved 4 for it.
Well, Lace hasn't got any of those lightweight pads on. Taylor in his 10th over in 2 stints. Left arm around the wicket, and that is a bit fuller. And it's a good tumbling stop by George Scott at backward point on the bounce. Smothers the ball, and Lace helps him out, and Eskenazi was never thinking about a single anyway. So Taylor has bowled 6 of the 10 maidens there have been in this Middlesex second innings. Worrell's bowled 3 and Goodman's bowled 1. And that's 10 maidens out of 23. It might be 11 out of 23 if this is a dot ball. Taylor to Eskenazi, and again there's a cry of wait, wait, wait from Hanscom. So it is another maiden for Matt Taylor, so that will be now 11 maidens out of 23 overs. 52 for 2. Middlesex, they were 8 for 2 at one stage, but now Eskenazi 27 and Hanscom 12 in the last hour have either side of the tea interval just really dug in.
They have, and it would have been exactly what the supporters would have hoped they would have done, and possibly I would say they would hoped they would have done in the first innings. But as I said, they were only 2 wickets down in a 26th over in the first innings before Dan Worrell opened things up with that double wicket maiden, and it feels like it probably needs something, even if it's not quite in the dramatic fashion that happened in, with Worrell removing Robson's off stump, but it feels like it will take something either out of the ordinary or something quite special to break this partnership now that it's seemingly quite well set. Goodman to start his 3rd over, bowls to Hanscom, who tickles that one down to long leg and is content with just the single.
George Scott doesn't tend to bowl a lot in red ball cricket, but just doing some limbering up in front of us. I don't know whether that was a indication he might have had a call. Looking at James Bracey, he looks for what you might call a stand breaker.
I certainly remember him getting the wicket of Rory Burns in that first match of the season, which was a really critical wicket to take. He's not short of options. James Bracey, Goodman bowls, and Eskenazi comfortably playing that one to mid-wicket. There's no shortage of spin options. You'd imagine Ollie Price will be the first of them, but Glenn Phillips take a couple of wickets at Grace Road.
Yeah, I think the way that Scott is limbering up suggests that he is going to have a bowl. He's actually only got 9 wickets in first-class cricket, so I say, he doesn't bowl very much, but you never know.
Goodman bowls and Eskenazi playing forward, and Miles Hammond, of course, could come into the attack, and Hampshire might like to have a Miles Hammond to call upon at the moment, because it was Hammond who eventually got rid of Hashim Amla at the Oval.
Well, Scots of a sort of pace you suggest where Bracey could stand up, and that one might just, it might make the batsman just think a little bit. I know Hanscom does start very deep in his crease anyway, but it just changes the picture.
Goodman in and bowls, and Eskenazi turns that one to mid-wicket.
So 88 for 6 at new ball time for Surrey at the Ageas Bowl. And Keith Barker
back into the attack.
Keith Barker's back into the attack, having taken 2 for 2 in 16 overs. Yes, you did hear that right.
Outrageous.
16 overs, 14 maidens, 2 for 2.
Making Kyle Abbott look absolutely, well, as if he's bowling both sides of the wicket with 16 overs, 10 maidens, 1 for 15.
But the overall score, should emphasise, is 88 for 6 from 80 overs at the second new ball. It's an extraordinary card.
And Brad Wheel, 16 overs, 1 for 19. Shoddy work to be going at over 1 and over.
He'll be back in the seconds before Ray Long if he keeps on like that.
Brad Wheel bowled very well against Gloucestershire when they were trying to bat out their final day, as Eskenazi plays that one just to the right of George Scott, but no opportunity for a single, and George Scott has removed his cap now, so we wondered about Tom Price possibly having a change of ends, but it beginning to look more and more as though George Scott is indeed going to come into the attack.
And just on that sorry Max, you had a number of overs left on a feed that you were checking. Do you have that so we can work out how many what the total number of overs in theory is? They've batted for 80 at the moment.
So there are 24 more overs remaining, and Keith Barker has just conceded a boundary.
So it's 104 overs we're working to.
So he's now
right?
figures of 2 for 6 in 17 overs.
So 104 overs is what Surrey have to bat. Is that correct?
Probably, but there's only 24 overs remaining. I think that's that's the number I'm looking at.
So I think we can assume that's 80 plus 24, because I'm on 80 plus 5, 80.5 here. But here at Cheltenham, the other match that's in progress in the group, and it's important, Middlesex still 2 wickets down, and George Scott into the attack with James Bracey actually standing back. Scott with his right arm medium pace. I don't think you'd call it fast medium. It probably is more a genuine medium. Did we not have this conversation last year? And Dave Bartlett denied.
He said that George Scott didn't like us calling him a medium pacer.
Oh, okay. He's too polite to say. He'd probably be just as fast if I was facing him. 8 strides for Scott, and that's forward again comes Hanscom, defended out on the offside. I wonder whether James Bracey might consider standing up. Not at the moment. Just the 2 slips. I don't see a third. In fact, they've moved Ollie Price back to backward point now for Hanscom. Phillips and Hammond in the slips. Hanscom, and just to prove that he really is in a comfort zone batting wise, he's played the shot and he's immediately off to compose himself for the next ball.
The other thing is that he's not actually batting from a different position. He's not taken, I think, any step forward from his normal batting position. He's not coming down the pitch at Scott.
But he's playing everything from the crease, and frequently it's just a defensive push out on the offside, and Ollie Price on this occasion does the fielding. In fact, it's brother Tom who is down at backward point. Ollie is in front of square, and Tom Lace It's almost like a short cover and a short extra cover, isn't it? Scott in Hanscom gets the angle of the bat very low as he comes forward. So there's no risk of the ball just flying up. 53 for 2 off. This will be the 25th over the Middlesex second innings. 4:20. They were set after Gloucestershire all out in their second innings for 272. Here is Scott again, and this time it's punch, but not with any real power by Hanscom up to Jack Taylor. Yes, 272 all out. So the last 4 wickets today added 74. Tom Price 35 not out. Ollie Price made 33, and there were 4 wickets for Darryl Mitchell. And then in reply, 2 wickets in quick succession, 2 wickets in the first 6 overs, but like a power play. Both the openers gone, and then Eskenazi and Hanscom setting things to a more stable level and calmer waters for Middlesex, but they've still got a long way to go in terms of the day. Still 32 overs left, if I read that correctly on the board, and then all day tomorrow, when the forecast, well, the last one I looked at anyway, was much better than it was today.
Indeed, it can't necessarily be relied upon, but the forecast does seem to be pretty decent. There's been other events around the country as well, in addition to the match that we've been talking about a lot, taking place at the Aegeus Bowl. Warwickshire and Durham is now match drawn. That was inevitable. They lost all of day one there and have had stoppages throughout the rest of the match. Warwickshire 237 all out, Durham 253 for 7, which means that the Group 1 table is as follows, and I'll do that in a moment, as Goodman bowls and Eskenazi offers no shot to a ball outside off stump. So Notts currently topping Group 1 with 137 points, Warwickshire in second 6 points behind, and Durham trailing Warwickshire by 9 points in third. So I would imagine Warwick should be quite happy with the position that they were in, and Durham likewise, having got to the 250 mark. Goodman bowls, and that's turned away up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So Durham, having got to the 250, would probably think, well, we'd have declared our innings anyway, so that Warwickshire didn't pick up another bowling point, and Durham probably wouldn't have thought of getting to 300 from there. So that's probably a decent point to end for both sides, but of course it's weather that's, I suspect, has caused the end of that one. Goodman bowling to Eskenazi, who tries to flick that one but picks out Tom Lace at mid-wicket. So Essex in 4th place, and they are 29 back of Notts. So Essex played Derbyshire in the final round, so that is, needless to say, a must-win for Essex, but it's going to be tough work for Essex to get into Division 1, which is obviously a very big surprise. Goodman bowls, struck on the pad, that could be close. Goodman is pleading for it, but not out, says Mark Newell.
Might have been a bit high, would be my gauge from our vantage point.
Strong appeal from all concerned. Here is the replay. Well, having to do a bit of guesswork, but it can't have been too far away. Everybody was up. Tom Goodman going down on his haunches. In front of Mark Newell as Goodman bowls a short ball which is pulled away by Eskenazi down to long leg, and a single will be all that's taken there. Eskenazi just content to keep the ball down. Goodman going for the surprise factor after the LBW.
That's been that will though encourage Gloucestershire, because they haven't had an appeal probably for a while. They thought, okay, we've got one ball through the batsman's defences, keep plugging away, there's enough there.
Goodman is there to bowl and leaves, does Hanscom outside off, and the end of the over And it was something that we said at tea, really. They'd taken the couple of wickets, but there was so much happening. There were edges falling short of the slips galore. But since tea, that's really one of the first moments of any alarm for Middlesex. Please Dom Goodman, in so much as he was able to create something, but I'm sure he'll be walking down towards his position at long leg thinking he should have had the decision, judging by the nature of his appeal.
Well, George Scott's going to continue this other spell from the chapel end, his first bowl in the match. He started with a maiden and nearly thought he got through Eskenazi there, but that was a inside half of the bat out to Matt Taylor at mid-on. Not inconceivable, actually. Essex might, the greater target for them in that group might be second place.
Well, yeah, I mean,
That might be more the challenge, because they're 6 points closer to second place. Here's Eskenazi facing up again to Scott, and again played up to mid-off.
So Notts visit Durham in the final match, so that's a fixture that very much works against Essex, so you feel like one of those two probably will take one of the spots, in which case, you know, Essex are probably relying on Warwickshire slipping up, and they've got Worcestershire away.
I won't say the Pears against the Bears, but
there we go. That's what it is.
It's kind of what it is, and certainly T20 efforts. 54 for 2 here, Middlesex, and at the moment they are just trying to occupy the crease with so long to go in the game. Eskenazi and Hanscom and George Scott trying to dislodge them, or one of them anyway, and Eskenazi lets that go. In terms of the numbers at the moment, Eskenazi 28 from an hour and a half in the middle, and Hanscom's got 13 from an hour and 20 minutes or thereabouts. Scott in quite pleasant sunshine now. We have really been very fortunate this week to get the volume of cricket that we have, and down the leg side, and a good take by Bracey. It was fired down the leg side by George Scott. Eskenazi might have thought he missed out on that, but
He might have done, but he might also have been thinking a good job I didn't do what I did in the first innings, which it was from exactly that same end. And see how close it was. I mean, it wasn't very close to Eskenazi getting a flick on it. It was quite far down the leg side. It might have been better off trying to help that one on its way, and a really good take from James Bracey.
the long striding Scott in, and that's again outside the off stump. So 2 maidens from George Scott. If nothing else, he's at least giving the other bowlers a breather and just trying to keep Middlesex from ticking up the scoreboard. And you talk about bowling options. Given there are a lot of bowling options in the team, and there could be a lot of overs to bowl, James Bracey may be quite happy that he's got a variety of selection combinations available to him.
Goodman trying to make something happen as he did in his last over, this time get that prize wicket. Hanscom offers no shot this time, so just going a little bit wider at times, Gloucestershire. I just wonder whether, of course, they stay incredibly patient in their bowling plans. They won't really deviate too much from them. I just wonder whether this is now a feeling that maybe actually we have made them play just a little bit too much almost, that they haven't been uncertain about which deliveries to play and leave. They've just been playing at all of them. Goodman bowls, and Hanscom plays with very soft hands out into the gully area. Just wonder whether they maybe had a minor change in plan. Of course, consistency is still the name of the game. I don't think it's very likely that they will be banging deliveries in short and setting fielders out on the leg side, but maybe just a small change in angle of attack. as Goodman bowls. Very full, and Hanscom seems to have quite a lot of time as he moves slightly forward, but yeah, it's the angle of the bat as well that he's creating such a shallow angle. It's hard to see how he will nick off if he continues to do that. It's the Kane Williamson kind of school of batting. If he's going to get out anyway, Williamson, you feel like he's going to play on. As Goodman bowls to Hanscom, who does the same thing, just angles out into the gully area. And as I say, get in too much trouble if you do that, other than playing on, and then you start to think about trying to find that delivery that is the only one that ever seems to get Williamson out regularly. The delivery just above off stump that cramps him a little as he tries to play with that shallow angle, but also a little bit further back of a length. And that's the one that he sometimes can play onto, but this time it's very full and driven up towards Jack Taylor at mid-off.
And we've commented before that Goodman, by and large, doesn't use the short ball very much. He is a bowler who, commendably, just tries to keep his own rhythm as steady as he can. He finds that's the way he's the most effective, and what we're seeing here is that Hanscom, in this case, he's playing at virtually everything.
Goodman bowls very full.
Or being forced to.
And indeed forced to play it. That one up towards mid-on. Another maiden over, so really it is at the moment pretty much survival mode from Middlesex, but at the moment they're doing what's necessary, really. And I guess it won't be too long before Dan Worrell comes back for another burst. That could be, you'd imagine if they haven't broken this partnership beforehand, that will be a really critical spell in this evening session when Worrell does come back. It's been an hour now in this evening session, so you'd feel that he's probably not too far now from the attack.
29 overs still remaining in the day. We're going to play through until around about 6:30. It's more like 7 o'clock actually at this rate. Scott can continue from the chapel end, and Eskenazi punches that out into the offside. Tom Price was doing some limbering up a moment ago down on the boundary at fine leg, so I suppose it's possible that Price for Goodman and Worrell for Scott might be the changes if they're going to alleviate spin at the moment. Oh, that's a very good ball from Scott, and he can't believe that he hasn't got some reward for that, because Eskenazi really was making a poor decision there. That was a tentative prod.
Yeah, bat away from body very much there.
Eskenazi's not ready. Scott, absolutely encouraged by that last ball, sees Eskenazi punch that out again to Tom Lace. Has he come into almost a straight mid-off? Let's see how far he goes back out towards that short extra cover position. Now he's got Jack Taylor looking down a channel from mid-off through to the batsman, but Lace is quite straight there, that short extra cover. And again, Scott fields sharply off his own bowling. Yes, he's moved round about probably 3 or 4 strides, Lace, hasn't he, from where he was previously.
They're certainly feeling like they might get a loose drive from Eskenazi, a ball that maybe just pops up a little bit and misses the middle of his bat.
54 for 2. Scott into Eskenazi, but again his angle of batting once more is low, and that's quietly played up to Jack Taylor at mid-off. So we've got through 5 overs since the second new ball, 5 out of 24, and they are still 6 wickets down, 97 for 6, leading to bat out the day to foil Hampshire there. Here, Middlesex foiling Gloucestershire, and that's into the ground by Eskenazi. Straight again to Lace, who fields. So George Scott brought on just to tie an end up, and he's bowled 3 maidens in a row from that chapel end. The question now becomes, what does James Bracey do at the College lawn end? Goodman's bowled 5 overs for 7 runs, and he's going to keep going for the time being. So his spell in the first innings was one spell that was 7 overs, wasn't it, in the first innings?
And really, last couple of overs, there's just been a couple of moments, hasn't there? There's been the LBW shout and the play and a miss. Just also, in addition to those, Eskenazi bringing out the drive a couple of times, just a sense that possibly they might have had enough of just purely blocking these two. Goodman bowls and Hanscom plays quietly up the pitch. And
that's what you're doing, isn't it? You're
you're just
drying up
hoping,
the
aren't
runs, you're just trying to test their patience.
Yeah, exactly. You're saying to Middlesex, we can be more patient than you can, because there's still so much time left in this game for Middlesex just to bat out, but at the same time they've made a good start here, these two, of doing that. Goodman bowls to Hanscom, who turns that one up towards mid-on, and also underlines the importance of the very early wickets with a new ball, having removed both Middlesex openers, so that the work is at least slightly lightened, but reach the kind of stage now, or beyond the stage in the first innings where the collapse happened. These two not showing too many signs of going anywhere as Goodman bowls and Hanscom leaves outside off stump.
And do you mean by that the number of overs in the innings, or the amount of runs in the innings?
Overs, I was meaning, really.
Yeah, because they were 76 for 2 when the crumble started.
Quite, yeah. And overs left in the game as well from Gloucestershire's point of view. So many to bat out. 96 tomorrow, 27.5 overs theoretically remaining today. Tall order as Goodman moves in and bowls, and Hanscom offers no shot at that one. But even, as I say, just the couple of drives that Eskenazi attempted, one of which was not timed well at all, off the too much bottom hand into that drive, but the fact that he's going for those drives ought to encourage Gloucestershire. It's a war of attrition, this, at the moment. As here comes Goodman, and he bowls to Hanscom, who plays forward and rolls it out to Jack Taylor at mid-off.
Well, I'm sure regular stream watchers will know the umpires have to mark the pitch at the end of every match. That's what one of the things they do. I wonder how this one will come out. They've had 32 wickets so far in the match, and here we are on the third evening.
Here goes Goodman and bowls, and Hanscom plays this one firmly back to Dom Goodman. It ends another maiden over. Another over ticked off, I suppose, for Middlesex. They remain 54 for 2, and James Bracey saying it's not a 101 all-out pitch, and I think we're seeing more and more that it isn't. And I think, especially when the sun has been out, it's been a pitch where there are still runs to be had, if not necessarily quite the inviting outfield that we're used to seeing here. But
Ollie Price just applauded Dom Goodman as he went down towards his fielding position at fine leg. I wonder if that might mean Goodman's stint for the moment is over. Here's Scott to continue, though, from the chapel end. If that is the case, Goodman 6 over 3 maidens, no wicket for 7. And with the exception of Tom Price's no balls, all the other figures are as economical as the score would suggest. 54 for 2 off 30 overs.
Yeah, and without the no balls, the run rate would be substantially below 2 and over as well for Middlesex.
Scott past umpire Lloyd, and he squeezed that down towards Goodman. He's coming in 3 or 4 strides, gets him very quickly to the ball, and they'll keep him to a single. So at least that's rotated the strike and given Scott a chance to bowl at Hanscom, who has 13. Eskenazi 29. Dan Worrell's at mid-wicket at the moment. Scott to bowl to Hanscom, who lets that go. Just so, of course, we will bring you commentary as well on the stream of the T20 match here on Friday, same opposition, 2:30 start, so wherever you're watching in the world, that's 2:30 UK time, we should say. That's the best way to put that. I was conscious that we have people joining us from right around the globe. Played into the ground by Hanscom this time. That's the one about the playing on, isn't it?
Well, that's it, isn't it? That's the one obvious way that you can get out, but I mean, you really, what you want is the ball swinging in, because that means even more likely that the ball will hit the inside half of the bat as it's played with that shallow angle, and is therefore likely more to be directed towards the stumps.
55 for 2. Hanscom standing quite upright, but again, there's not much sign of this pitch getting lower. And he stands tall, and he's playing defensively at quite a comfortable height there, isn't he, to George Scott. Scott's figure's ruined by that single. He's in his 4th over. He's conceded a run. Right arm over the wicket, Scott again, and Hanscom turns that to Dan Worrell at mid-wicket. Little keepy-uppy from Worrell, and the sanitisation break arrives with Middlesex on 55 for 2, a wicket each to Worrell and Matt Taylor in their opening spells. Goodman and Scott in particular lately have really tied the runs up, but at Middlesex 56 for 2, their notional target is 420. We still have 26 overs left on the day today, light permitting, and I say then notionally 365 still to get. And at the Ageas Bowl, Surrey are 97 for 6 with 16 overs still to, with 18 overs still to go. Hashim Amla and Jordan Clark are the not out batsmen.
Hashim Amla's faced 224 deliveries now. To face a few more, but what an extraordinary effort that is from him, and yet he does it all with such little effort. A number of deliveries where it's as if he's barely even inclined the feet or the bat. Well, Dan Worrell is going to come back now because he's done a practice run, as I'm sure you've seen, and Tom Goodman's spell, very good spell, but it is at an end with his figures reading 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 7, and I can tell you there has just been a 7th wicket at the Ageas Bowl. Jordan Clark falling leg before wicket to Keith Barker for 4, which means that Barker's figures now read 19.5 overs, 16 maidens, 3 for 6. Worrell bowling to Eskenazi, who comes forward and plays that one up towards Jack Taylor at mid-off. So it was looking, just as it was looking maybe a little bit more comfortable for Surrey down there, they lose a wicket, and that was kind of the case when Geddes fell too. Still got Jamie Overton and Kyle Jamieson left in the hutch, Surrey, so they've got batting. There goes Worrell and bowls. Eskenazi gets a full ball, which he jams down on and turns down to Goodman at mid-on. But as I said earlier, really, you feel like this spell is a pretty critical one. With, of course, Matt Taylor can come back, but Worrell was the one that opened the floodgates in the first innings, and you feel like maybe he has to be the one to open them in the second innings as well.
Just trying to think about whether this will be Worrell's only stint of the day now.
Worrell bowls and no shot through to Bracey.
26 overs to go. Let's say he bowled 5 in this spell. That would leave so 5 plus 5 at the other end. 16 left. Yes, this is probably a one hit, I would think, for Worrell, and it may be let's say, right, okay, Dan, can you give us 5, possibly 6 in this spell, and try and dislodge these two.
Oh, that's a sharp delivery, and Bracey's taken a bit of a rap there. And I'm not sure if that ball came back towards Eskenazi. Might get an indication of whether it did on the replay, which is coming here. Well, it certainly angles at the very least towards the right hander, who had to get everything out of the way pretty sharply in the end. And I think what you probably say to Worrell, don't you, this is your one spell, go, you give it everything, as Eskenazi leaves with a flick of the wrist all through to Bracey. And it could well be that if you try and save him for a few overs later on, you don't get those overs. So I think you've just got to say, maybe even if he's bowling well and has his tail up, that he could even get another 7 over spell, just empty the tank for the day, and then have him ready to go tomorrow. As here goes Worrell, past umpire Newell and bowls, and once more Eskenazi will not play a shot at that, and the over is another maiden. And they seem to have got back into, well, I don't think Hanscom actually ever really left the defence first mode. Eskenazi seemed to for a couple of overs, but he seems to have very much got his eye back in and his focus on seeing out over by over.
Yes, no success for Gloucestershire since tea. Both the wickets falling in the first 6 overs. De Cares and Robson out for 4 and 0 respectively. And here is George Scott, who's holding up one end, and if nothing else, he's doing a stock job for his captain and enabling others to have a breather.
Do wonder how long it will be before spin is tried, though.
Glenn Phillips would say, "I'm on, Skip, I'm on." Scott, in and Hanscom lets that go, and it will be taken again by Bracey. 2 slips remaining. Hammond in the second, and Phillips still in his sweater at first slip. Taking a sharpish chance to get rid of De Cares. Scott turns at the end of his run. Very rhythmical approach. Oh, and the Yorker very nearly got through Hanscom there. Jack Taylor's warming up. I don't think we'll go to his leg breaks today. Probably.
Well, you never say never, but it would be a
given the other
move from James Bracey, yes. I think if you were to go for that option.
Other options. Certainly Ollie Price and Glenn Phillips might say, well, you can try me if you like. Again, Hanscom defends, and it is almost in slow motion when Hanscom's batting at the moment. It's very much minimum effort from him.
Yes, you want to talk about economy of movement. In general, that is Peter Hanscom's batting.
Certainly in this defensive mode anyway. Scott hunting Gloucestershire's 3rd wicket, which is taking some chiselling out at the minute.
Came quite far forward for that one, actually. More conventional big stride into it.
We just mentioned the fact the umpires have to mark the pitches at the end of each match. Well, you know, Gloucestershire 248, and then bettered that total in the third innings, which suggested that the pitch wasn't misbehaving. Scott once more, and again, even though he's pretty deep in his crease, Hanscom goes back and defends. So George Scott, 5 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 1, and Eskenazi just has some tape applied to, looks like he's, oh, is it a tape or might be a drink actually? Well, it's Bracey, that was Eskenazi from it, actually it's Bracey who's just, I wonder if he's taken a pain-killing tablet there from that blow he took on his hand a moment ago.
Possibly may have done. Certainly was a sharp delivery from Worrell. You don't want to be getting your fingertips in the way of that one. So Eskenazi on strike as Worrell starts the second over of this spell, and bowls cut and well fielded by Scott on the bounce. Kind of expecting them sharply when you field at backward point, but doesn't make it any less impressive to watch a good fielder at backward point go about their business. Coming at him pretty close to head height. Palms up, plucking it, ensuring the at least pressure as far as lack of runs is kept on Eskenazi. And Worrell bowls down leg side, and Bracey with another tremendous take down the leg side. That's another one in pretty quick succession. Eskenazi still trying to turn the delivery fine. Another look at that take from Bracey here. Ball well down leg, one-handed tumbling take from Bracey clean.
Still the big gap, cover and extra cover, but Eskenazi hasn't been interested in the last 90 minutes.
Here is Dan Worrell, he bowls, and Eskenazi tried, I think, possibly to push that into that gap, but finds Jack Taylor at mid-off. And I was trying to remember who it was that I was talking earlier on in this season about this too, in terms of being very vulnerable to the leg side strangle, and it was Tom Abel that I was talking to Anthony Gibson about, because Abel, I think he may even have been out once like that in the match at Taunton, but if he wasn't, he certainly had been out like that before that point. As Eskenazi once more, you can tell he is trying, at least if only by one, to move his total a bit, but he still can't quite push the ball into that cover gap for one.
No, umpire Newell's just looking at Dan Worrell's follow through here, and just looking at the line. He's getting a bit close to the right-hander's leg stump, I suggest.
Creating some rough for Jack Taylor, would you suggest? Here goes Worrell and bowls, and that's no shot from Eskenazi, who seems to be amusing himself at the moment by leaving the ball in various different ways. Not amusing himself by scoring too many runs, but I've seen several different types of follow through on the leave.
Just looking, obviously this is the third day of the match. The wind is coming from a totally different direction, judging by those, I say flags. What did you call them yesterday?
I said streamers, something
yes,
like that.
That's about what you call them. They almost seem to be right to left now, rather than left to right, which they definitely were yesterday. So blowing towards the chapel rather than away from it.
Well, needless to say, another tight over from Worrell. Could be approaching another maiden, and bowls. And there's a short ball which Eskenazi saw quite early, didn't even really bother to duck fully underneath it. So it is a maiden over. Another over goes by without Middlesex adding to their score, and it remains the score 55-2.
At Southampton, Somerset makes Leicestershire, remember, match drawn today after a cloudburst, or a very, very dark cloud came over Taunton. Whether it did deposit as much rain as it indicated it might, we don't know from this distance, but it was the colour of a pot of ink, is the best way I would describe it. And the game abandoned there as a draw here. And at Southampton, points are being really competed for. Surrey 102 for 7 in their second innings at the Ageas Bowl. They have another 16 overs to bat, 15 overs to bat after the next delivery. Amla and Jamie Overton now in, Scott in here, and again Hanscom doesn't play a shot. You do have to have a certain mindset to get into this ultra patient mode of playing, because almost every other batsman would say, well, the purpose of cricket is to score runs, or here it isn't. Hanscom out on the offside, fielded by Ollie Price.
It's a very rare delivery, which is more like a half volley, that one as well, though. It has to be said that it comes back to a point that I've talked about a few times before, where if you know that batsmen aren't going to be playing shots at you, then all of a sudden you just seem to land the ball consistently, and that was one of the few deliveries which actually could have been put to the boundary, and it seems like the very rare times that has happened, Middlesex haven't got it to the boundary.
Scott again in, and that's a single, a rare run in recent overs, and Hanscom at least turns over the strike with a single to Worrell at mid-wicket. I'll just check when the last run actually was.
I did have it up, and then I think I got rid of it.
Numerous computer feeds can tell us all sorts of things.
Second ball of the 31st over.
Scott in once more, this time to Eskenazi. Scott fields off his own bowling.
But before that, the last run was to the penultimate ball of the 26th, so we've had, that makes it 8 overs and 2 runs.
Scott back at the end of his mark. I wonder how long James Bracey sees this. I mean, the break being applied is fine to a point. Scott in again, and Eskenazi again. Gun barrel straight, back to the bowler. And Scott, as all bowlers are, is keen to prevent a run. So he's bowled 6 overs for 2 singles. Taylor's already bowled 10 overs in 2 spells, so I think he probably is being held at this point, and it will be Worrell to attack from. I mean, it looks like an attack from one end and a keeping things tight at the other. That's how it kind of looks from James Bracey at the moment.
I think it also shows you really when you think about this match and the Surrey match against Hampshire as well. It's not actually that easy to remove batsmen when all they're trying to do is keep you out.
Well, Tom Smith's come onto the field, so somebody has gone off. I'll see whether Matt Taylor. No, he's down at deep backward square. So Tom Smith has come onto the field.
Where is Tom Price?
And where the scoreboard, I think.
Oh,
yes.
There he is down there.
Yeah.
Again, from my position where I just stand, I can't actually see him.
He's got 2 behind square on the leg side here, Worrell.
Yeah, so the fielder at sort of forward, backward square leg on the boundary rope.
Yeah, is that
He's got to be careful that he doesn't stray a little too fine. Worrell bowls, and Hanscom's wrapped on the pad, and that's out! Worrell's broken the partnership, exactly what Gloucestershire needed him to do, and he wheels off in celebration of his second wicket. Hanscom is out for 14, and here is the replay of the dismissal And a delivery which I don't know if it got up as much as Hanscom thought it might. He was certainly quite far back to a full delivery, and there was not too far for that ball to travel, and it certainly looked as if it was pretty straight. And Hanscom departs LBW Worrell for 14, having faced 95 balls batted for almost 2 hours.
Was it the double bluff with 3 men out on the leg side?
Well, it certainly was, and perhaps that is why Hanscom didn't necessarily get as far forward as he might have done. But having said that, he doesn't get that far forward anyway.
Darryl Mitchell in at number 5. Didn't get a start in the first innings. In fact, didn't lay a bat on anything.
And now he's facing Dan Worrell again.
He's going to have a chat with Eskenazi first. So, given Eskenazi and Hanscom had both really dug themselves in, who do you think would have been more likely to bat really long?
Well, I'm not sure actually. I think either of them could have done. I guess you probably would say Hanscom, given the runs that he's had in his career, but then Eskenazi's on better form at the moment, so it's hard to know who you would have said. But at any rate, either of those wickets was absolutely vital, and brings Mitchell to the crease. Another Test batsman, and good first-class record, average over 38, highest score 170 not out, and I can't imagine he's going to give his wicket away easily. He certainly felt as though in the first innings he was hard done by with the LBW decision he got, but only one opinion that matters, as always. Hanscom certainly didn't have too many complaints seemingly about that last one.
We've worked out that Tom Lace is the player who's temporarily off the field. Tom Smith on as a fielding sub.
So Worrell bowls to Mitchell, and Mitchell has played that one into the slips, and Hammond fields it at second slip, and Mitchell had to be told, I think, to get back into his ground there, because Hammond was thinking for a moment about a shot at the stumps, because Mitchell was just strolling outside his crease, and whether he realised at the last moment where it had gone, or whether Eskenazi shouted "get back." Certainly didn't play his first ball too convincingly. He's off the king pair at any rate. Still on the pair. Here comes Dan Worrell. He bowls, and Mitchell plays that one rather, I'm going to say edgily, because he didn't play it with the edge of the bat at all. It was the middle, but it was a slightly frenetic defensive shot out into the leg side.
And just to pick up a kind of a more general point about this game and Worrell coming into, so it was made a point to me before play today that Worrell's over with the 2 wickets yesterday was probably the most important over of the day, because of when it was, tactically what it meant, and you know that is your hired gun providing
Worrell bowls, no shot.
You know, the threat that you want. Here again, this is a situation where you want your investment in your overseas player to come to the fore. Right, we've got a winning position, the rest of the side have helped towards it. Now we want you to really step forward and show why we've brought you to the club for, I think, would it be a third spell? The second, obviously the one spell he never arrived, but certainly this is the second spell when he's been here. And right, you've split the third wicket partnership now. Come on, really force this advantage.
Worrell moves into bowl to Mitchell, and Mitchell struck on the pad and not out quite quickly. That one turned down by umpire Newell. I think it's sort of stage where they know that Mitchell possibly vulnerable, especially with the wicket having been got by Worrell in the first innings, and that one probably quite high up, you would say. And I suspect Mitchell would probably have said that he was struck high up in the first innings as well. I think that seemed to be what he was indicating, or at least he was so, well, he made it so clear that he didn't feel like he was out, that you'd have to imagine that he felt it was clearly high, or possibly he got an inside edge. But Worrell bowls a short ball, and Mitchell had taken a couple of steps down the pitch towards Dan Worrell, and I think that'll earn him, indeed it does, at least a stare if not a word, because taking a couple of steps down the pitch to somebody who can bowl pretty sharp as Worrell can earns him that bouncer, and that is another wicket maiden over in the match. Worrell 2 for 17, and it had to be, like you said, whether you think of it from the point of view of overseas player or whether you think of it from the point of view of leader of the attack, as he has to be in this match with the attack.
Well, that's
not being what
you can tick both those boxes.
Whichever way you want to think about it, he's delivered.
Now then, George Scott's bowled 6 overs for 2 singles, so he's given his captain some control, and Ollie Price is going to bowl his off spin for the first time in this second innings.
So an interesting move, having broken the partnership. I wonder whether they feel like either it's just the right time to check in terms of, you know, where the bowlers are in terms of their stamina, but whether they know something potentially about Mitchell being vulnerable possibly early on in his innings against spin, who knows?
Well, Mitchell's not facing at the moment, and Eskenazi is, with a slip and a short leg for Ollie Price, and that's just turned back down the pitch. Tom Lace is in at short leg, Hammond at slip. Now Phillips has gone to a short cover. Price wheels in, and Phillips fields, not more than, say, 20 yards from the bat, maybe not even that. We're looking across at him from the far side of the ground. Ollie Price got a measured approach, and that's stroked away by Eskenazi for a single. That Taylor's down on the point boundary to the off spinner. 57 for 3 Middlesex. Dan Worrell with the important third wicket. And Mitchell then prepares to take strike to Ollie Price for the first time. Only about 4 paces in his run. It's a trot more than a run. It's barely even a trot, actually. He's almost walking in. Bowling in a sweater. Ollie Price, a high arm action, and that's gone straight down the ground by Mitchell. He's picked that up, and that's looking as if it's gone all the way for 6. Yeah, the umpire's just checking, and that's a clean hit from Mitchell. He's not going to let Ollie Price just turn his arm over to him at this stage.
Right to the pitch of the ball. It was quite a quick delivery from Price. It certainly wasn't a delivery to tempt Mitchell down the pitch, but he obviously decided that was the way that he was going to go, and a very clean strike for somebody on a pair. Certainly one way to get off a pair, by launching a spinner over his head for 6.
Tom Price has gone and got the ball for his brother. He's done that a bit over the years, I'm sure. Ollie Price in once more. What will his response be? Tosses that right up, and Mitchell comes forward and respectfully defends. So he's off the mark, and Ollie Price has got through his first over. 63 for 3 are Middlesex. The overall target is 420, so they still need 357. But importantly, since tea, that third wicket stand between Eskenazi and Hanscom, split with Hanscom LBW to Worrell for 14, made in 2 minutes shy of 2 hours. Just shows how much they're trying to really put up a determined display here, as much as anything else, because otherwise Stuart Law will be having words again.
Well, yeah, and Hanscom would have set his stall out to lead by example, and until that delivery from Dan Worrell, he was doing just that. Now up to Eskenazi to lead the way.
Still 3 out on the leg side.
Here is Dan Worrell. He bowls short, and Eskenazi ducks underneath it. And I guess what Gloucestershire can do this in the knowledge of is that it's not as though if Middlesex were to score some quick runs, then they can afford that. They're going to have a break in play and a break in how the match feels as if it's going in under 20 overs now. 19.5 overs remaining in the day, so they can afford to, I guess, see whether Eskenazi wants to take on the short ball or not. Just
They've changed the field on the leg side.
adjustments being made. Indeed, they had 3 out on the boundary, and now there's going to be. Well, I'll wait until they finish adjusting it, I think, because as soon as I say something's going to happen, something else will. And Tom Lace has got the helmet from Miles Hammond, so he's going to go into forward short leg, fielded down at long leg and a deep square leg.
But look where Phillips is. He is at almost like a leg slip.
A leg slip as well, indeed. Worrell in and bowls to Eskenazi, who just turns that one comfortably down towards deep backward square, and a single is taken. So
That's
we'll
almost
see
like
whether they do that to Mitchell as well.
It's like a T20 position, isn't it, for the little flick off the hip?
Yeah, well, I mean that's exactly what it's for, isn't it? And it allows Worrell to bowl a ball that's even just a little bit fuller than just a regulation bouncer, and still have a way of taking a wicket with that leg stump line. But the plan to Mitchell, at any rate, seems to be one of bets being hedged a little, because 3 slips and still those 2 fielders out on the leg side, but no short leg, as Worrell bowls, and Mitchell angles that one nicely through the gully area and pick up at least 2 as it heads towards the boundary, is cut off. And indeed 2 runs the result. So Mitchell certainly doesn't look as though he wants to be hanging around here from his early batting. He wants to feel as if he's the one getting on top of Gloucestershire, not the other way round, unlike, it seems, what Eskenazi and Hanscom seem to feel. Looking at Mitchell's first class strike rate, it's 49, so it's not as if he's a player who goes out and plays a shot of ball. There's a leave from Mitchell to a rising delivery from Worrell. Certainly from what I've seen of Mitchell, I can't claim to have seen every test match that he's played in, but I certainly thought of him as very much a correct high elbow kind of player, looked to play quite straight. And, early on in his innings, he's looking to be aggressive even in defence, never mind the charge down the pitch to launch Ollie Price for 6.
That mindset comes from his father, no doubt.
Yes, probably.
Aggressive defence, he'll know all about that.
Very good. Worrell charging in and bowls. Mitchell leaves alone. Shadow's quite long
just
now.
to clarify that Darryl
I
Mitchell's
suppose we haven't mentioned it today, have we?
Darryl Mitchell's father is John Mitchell, former All Black, and now part of the England rugby coaching setup. He used to be director of rugby at Sale Sharks, amongst other places.
1 ball left in this Worrell over. This is his 4th over of his spell, so I think he's still probably got another couple left in the tank if necessary. And he bowls to Mitchell, who just withdraws the bat in time, and Bracey diving away to his left to take that one, would suggest that Worrell, at the very least, we have to guess slightly from our angle, but the angle of attack there was with the ball slanting in, and we'll get another look here at the vital moment of this evening session, the LBW, and Hanscom going back to a delivery which was quite full, stayed down low and looked to be stump to stump, and Worrell getting the understandable congratulations from all his teammates as he broke that partnership that was looking, if not quite dangerous, it was looking as though it was going to frustrate Gloucestershire for some time at the very least.
Here's Ollie Price from the Chapel end into Eskenazi. It doesn't go down the Mitchell to the Chapel end boundary on the full route. Lace in again at short leg. Price outside the off stump and let go by the batsman. 11 overs left at the Ageas Bowl. Sorry, 115 for 7. 3 wickets to see out 11 overs with. Again, Price draws Eskenazi forward.
It's just getting towards that stage again, isn't it, in that match where you sort of think, well, maybe they ought to do it from there, and that's been the point that the wickets have fallen.
Price wheels in. Eskenazi a bit more expansive, straight up to Jack Taylor, but there was always one there. They set off straight away. Amla has batted all day, has got 33. He's batted for 5.5 hours for that, and Jamie Overton is with him on 11. Now Mitchell, he's already cleared the rope off Ollie Price. Dan Worrell's back on the boundary at mid-wicket. Price into Mitchell, that's a bit shorter, and Mitchell sees Price field off his own bowling. Price wheels in once more, and again Mitchell a long way forward to this. And one more, there's the signal, seems to be the case to Worrell. Sanitisation break coming, Tom Smith on duty for that, and a chat coming here between skipper Bracey and Worrell, I suspect, about what he thinks about how many more overs in this spell. The indications seem to be, do you want me to do one more? And that would mean he'd bowl in the 2 spells, he'd have bowled 12, and that kind of feels about right. We've got 18 overs left. He's done what I suspect his skipper wanted him to do in this spell, and that was to break that 3rd wicket stand. Indeed,
and I think now you'd have to say the onus is on, admittedly, it's probably going to have to be the likes of Worrell and Matt Taylor who are going to have to do most of the work for Gloucestershire as far as the wicket taking is concerned, but they'll still be needing and wanting contributions from elsewhere, and I think they'd probably be saying that Worrell's done his job this spell, as you say, and now it's up to somebody else to grab at least one more wicket in the rest of the day. And once you've got rid of either Eskenazi or Mitchell, things potentially could open up in terms of the experience level, relative experience level of the batting that's to come being far less than what's out there in the middle at the moment.
He's going to come round the wicket to the right-handed Eskenazi.
Yeah, so this is the sort of Stuart Broad short ball plan. Short leg in place, Worrell bowls, and it's a full delivery which Eskenazi pushes out into the cover region, and the applause from the Middlesex dressing room would lead you to suggest that he brought up some kind of milestone there, but I don't believe he has. Just moves to 33. So Mitchell back on strike and short leg going out. You'd imagine the general plan is to bowl full now from Worrell as he moves back over the wicket and bowls, and Mitchell tries the drop and run but picks out Jack Taylor at wide mid-off, kind of floating between that extra cover and mid-off position. So he fielded a lot of balls though. Been an awful lot through the covers of late. Too many flowing extra cover drives, or even really many drives at all. Middlesex have shelved the drive, probably for good reason. Here comes Worrell, he's in and bowls, and that's left by Mitchell, who, having got his own personal tally moving a little, seems now to have settled down a little and just get a few runs on the board to ease the nerves, and then the work, real work, I guess, starts for Mitchell.
Yes, maybe another Matt Taylor spell before the close you would have thought is likely. I know he's had 2 already, but it might be that that's being saved for maybe the last 10 overs of the day. Maybe could Taylor do 5 from one end?
Third slip coming out, and another fielder in on the leg side, so 2 short-ish mid-wicket fielders. Worrell bowls to Mitchell, who offers no shot outside the off stump. And plenty of fielders out on the leg side. Still, with those 2 fielders out in the deep, long leg and deep backward square, and those 2 catching mid-wickets and mid-on. But Worrell, who, as you say, succeeded probably with the double bluff earlier on, probably going for the same thing in terms of Mitchell thinking he's going to have to play at the ball every time and then bowling one outside the off stump and seeing if he'd be tempted. Worrell bowls, and it's defensively played, and I think Worrell, did he attempt a slower ball there? He certainly had a good grin back towards Mitchell, and not at the easiest angle to see, because it's a funny thing, from square of the wicket everything seems quite quick, but I just had a feeling that Worrell may have tried one of those leg break slower balls that he can bowl. Does seem to have a slightly more loopy trajectory to me, but I'll be completely making that up. Here's Worrell and bowls, and Mitchell drives but picks out the fielder Jack Taylor in between mid-off and extra cover.
I think that the point we would say is that we're watching from ground level, as a lot of the crowd are here today, because there's no stands, therefore no elevation for many, and therefore the slower ball is harder to pick. If we'd have been up on the balcony, which is, those of you who know Cheltenham, is behind where we're commentating from, that elevation does enable you to just occasionally pick the slower ball, but here we're in a more difficult position.
See on the board, over 8 +3, and when you think that, in fact, it was +3 even before Ollie Price bowled a couple of overs, so Gloucestershire have been getting through their overs well, as they are wont to do.
Still 17 to go, and the weather reasonably set fair, you hope. Ollie Price from the Chapel end, bowling is off spin. Oh, what's that? One that nearly was dragged on, or was that a stumping chance missed by Bracey? Eskenazi, the batsman.
Yeah, under edge, isn't it?
It's a bottom edge, but it was dragged right down past his leg stump.
Imagine if he got out to that, and Bracey might have had to have taken that on the full if it had got through Eskenazi, pardon me.
Ollie Price going in, and that's chopped away. There's a chase down towards the boundary at third man. There'll be a comfortable 2. Matt Taylor doesn't hurry, and the batsmen aren't hurrying either, because there was an easy 2 there anyway.
Ball had actually almost come to a complete stop down there.
Yes, certainly I've not been down that side of the ground today, but yesterday I was surprised how firm it was, considering the rain that had been around over the previous couple of days, particularly on Sunday. 70 for 3 then, Middlesex. The overall target, remember, is 420, and they've lost 3 wickets already, and here Eskenazi is trying to really dig in for his team. 35 he's got. And he's produced a patient knock. 2.5 hours he's been in. 108 balls faced before the last couple in that over. 110 balls faced now, and just 4 fours, and this, remember, on a ground where, as Josh Shaw said when he was with us earlier, you tend to see the ball flying to all parts because the outfield is fast. It's a small venue, small playing area, particularly square of the wicket. But Eskenazi's reined himself in, and you don't see many innings at Cheltenham of this sort where somebody is really determined to bat for a long time and not be bothered by how many runs they score.
Well, change of bowling, and it's going to be a return to the attack for Tom Price.
8th wicket at the Ageas Bowl. Felix Organ has got Jamie Overton out. So 116 for 8. Overton made 11, so Amler is still there on 33. Ricky Clark is now with him.
It's not a bad number 10, is it?
And there are 8 overs and 2 balls to go.
9 overs and 2 balls to go.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I can't help but feel that I rather preempted that. It felt as if it was time for the wicket there in terms of everything that's happened before. So Jameson is the number 11 then, which is, again, not a bad number 11. Tom Price bowling a full delivery, which is pushed up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I just wonder whether the door is open for potentially, if the light permits, a very short kind of 2 or 3 over burst maybe from Worrell now at the end of the day. You just wonder whether that could happen. Or perhaps they might decide to just allow Worrell the rest of the 15.5 overs off. Price bowls and Mitchell guides that one through the wide third man area and will get another couple of runs. So he's got 10 made from 21 balls, which is rapid progress really, considering what we've witnessed before.
Middlesex don't look at this point as if they're going to get to a stage where they're looking at 300 runs tomorrow. They still need 348, don't they, if my maths is right?
Yeah.
Are they going to get that down to 300 by the end of today? Difficult to see it.
Price bowls to Mitchell, who gets everything behind that, plays that one back to the bowler. And I'm sure for Mitchell, who managed to pick up 4 wickets earlier on, but would love to make an impact with the bat in his first class debut for Middlesex as well. Be no better spot really to make a big impact in terms of something that might be remembered down the years. Price bowls and Mitchell goes forward and plays that one to Tom Lace at cover. Price so far has managed to keep his foot behind the line and has bowled full and straight, which has been really what has given him the success that he's had in this match. Just bowling on or round off stump. As that's left alone by Mitchell through to James Bracey, and long may the sunshine continue, because it's the only way that we'll be playing at around about 7 o'clock. It was, I suppose, actually not that far off that sort of time that we were playing yesterday. So,
well, the hope would be, again, we've done very well to get a good slug of play today.
Price moves in, bowls to Mitchell, and Mitchell has watched that one go past his attempted defensive shot through to James Bracey. Glenn Phillips with a couple of warm-up deliveries, and having said earlier on that there might be a chance of, there might not be much of a chance of Glenn Phillips being in the attack at that point. At this point it feels like perhaps Phillips might be quite close to the attack in terms of if they maybe want a change of trajectory with the off spinner in a couple of overs time, and he might fancy having a go at getting his fellow New Zealander out.
Yeah, 3 overs for 10 for Ollie Price at the moment. We're just having a sanitisation break. The sun's just gone in. But also, of course, you could have spin at both ends and actually keep the players out there longer, which may be a thought in James Bracey's mind. But Ollie Price is going to continue for the moment.
So this the first time they bowled in tandem.
Yeah, and they batted pretty well in tandem earlier today. Ollie got 33 and Tom 35 not out in Gloucestershire's second innings total of 272, which is why we've got this target of 420 for Middlesex to win. Well, This is the third evening, of course, all day tomorrow still. And Eskenazi defends, so still the slip and the short leg for the off-spinner. Jack Taylor's in at a straightish mid-wicket for the little clip if Eskenazi is tempted, or indeed if he makes a mistake. And the ball finds its way there. Dan Worrell is in the hat at short extra cover, and Price chops it off about 4 paces, tosses that right up, and that's the way up to mid-off where Glenn Phillips now is. 72 for 3. Price doesn't hang about, gets into his work quickly. That's down the leg side. I suspect that was, it didn't turn that much, but may have, from our angle, just been the line that took it that way. Price gets thrown the ball and then offers another good length ball, which is again Eskenazi defends. And apart from that 6 from Mitchell, Ollie Price hasn't been knocked out of his stride here by Middlesex. Now going to get a single though off the last ball of that over. Off the, was a leg by, no bat on it. So 73 for 3. We've had 43 overs of this Middlesex second innings. They had to bat for an awkward little session before tea where the openers were both dismissed, and then the 1 wicket since we started this evening session at 4 o'clock, that of Peter Hanscom, LBW to Worrell for 14. So 2 hours in the field for Gloucestershire, just that 1 wicket. They'd love another one tonight.
Yep, they would. And imagine if this were tomorrow, in terms of if this were the same situation where you'd had 43 overs at Middlesex and there were only 3 wickets down. You're already starting to think, is there enough time left in the game, which again underlines why we've been so lucky to get play today, when there were forecasts which suggested that we wouldn't get any play, and had we had that deluge that seems to have hit Taunton and just passed to the east of us, we may well not have had much play today. Price bowls, and that's a beauty, which Eskenazi acknowledges by having a nod back to Tom Price. And when somebody's been out there as long as Eskenazi has, it generally takes a good ball to beat them, and here's the replay of it. And it leaves Eskenazi a little bit, moving it just a touch away from him and moving up the slope as well, which did Eskenazi. I'm not sure he was actually that close to it in the end. Price bowls, and this is pushed by Eskenazi, looking for a very quick single, but there's no single there, especially to somebody as fleet of foot as Tom Lace is in the covers.
He is hampered at the minute because he's got those lightweight pads on.
True.
Under his trousers.
He would have liked those earlier when there was that drive from, I think it was Eskenazi, that wrapped him towards the kneecap. Price bowls, and that's jabbed by Eskenazi up to Worrell at mid-off, who's got a cap on. Doesn't always go for the cap, Worrell, even on a sunny day, but he's got one here. Eskenazi fiddling about with his pads, too fidgety in general, certainly not much fidgety about the way he's gone about blocking this Gloucestershire advance, as that's a little more so perhaps. Inside edge, which dribbles out to deep backward square leg, and a single is taken. 74 for 3. Another moral victory, I suppose, to Tom Price, almost beating the inside edge there and having beaten the outside edge of Eskenazi earlier on in the over. Mitchell back to face as Price moves in to bowl short, and Mitchell has had a good old carve at that, carving up the Sunday roast, but has missed it. Looked like a delivery which possibly was there for the shot, but whether, just like earlier on in the over, there's a bit of movement, or whether it was the ball possibly keeping a little bit lower than Mitchell thought. It looked like he probably did cut over the top of it. As this time he will not play a shot at it, and a good over from Tom Price is completed. Just the one run off it, but a run not in entirely convincing fashion. Middlesex are 74 for 3 as you see the card. Eskenazi up to 120 balls faced now.
Just looking at the over computation here, 13 overs to go in theory today. That would take us to 56. Or would take us to 50. It's 57, would it? Or, yeah, 44 gone, 13 to go. So that's 56. 57. My maths is awful. So Ollie Price in from the chapel end. What I'm trying to get to in a very clumsy way is to say that there will be a new ball for Gloucestershire before lunch tomorrow.
Aha. That's where you were going.
That's where I was going.
We got there in the end.
Yeah, a bit of a long-winded way to get about it. Turned away by Eskenazi for a single. I couldn't find any reason why there was a lot of applause for one of Eskenazi's previous singles, by the way, in any computation of highlights or milestones.
I suppose the bench obviously just felt that he needed to be applauded for his application.
75 for 3. Daryl Mitchell then to face Ollie Price once more. Still just the one slip. And Price tosses that right up and Mitchell clips it to Jack Taylor. And we are at 6 minutes past 6 with 13 overs still to go, but the light is still good. The sun is out. It's quite a shadow though across the ground of the pavilion building because the sun shines from behind us, and that's just gone short of Lace at short leg. He's hit that into the ground. It's well stopped. That was a sharp bit of fielding. A really reaction bit of work from Tom Lace. I wonder if there's a different shot from Mitchell in there. That's tossed right up by Ollie Price. Tumbling stop from Jack Taylor. You don't mind him really floating that ball up the off spinner, do you, particularly in this situation?
It would have been absolutely stupendous if Lace had caught that, even if it were catchable, which it wasn't.
Price again, kind of a classical action, simple, and nice for him to have an extended bowl with lots of runs to play with. So he's bowled 5 overs for 11, and Middlesex are 75 for 3 at the Ageas Bowl. Surrey have got through 99 overs in their second innings. There are 120 for 8. Amla has 37. Clark yet to score. And
5.5 overs remaining.
So you might be all slightly ahead of mine. My board says 99 gone, so there's not long left, shall we say.
Felix Organ, the spinner, bowling, so a few deliveries come in quick succession. Organ and Wheel, so for now, whether there's a final burst coming from Barker and Abbott, but they may have seen those two off. Here is Price T bowls, and Eskenazi will offer no shot to that one, outside off. I'd imagine if there were 6 fielders around the bat earlier, there might be substantially more. As I'm just going to have a look at the stream. Well, actually, there are still 6, but I can see Keith Barker in a sort of, he's not silly mid-on because that's under the helmet, but it's a short mid-on position of the extraordinary field. As Tom Price is in and bowls, and Eskenazi firmly punches that one up to mid-off, but Worrell is able to make himself get going, because it's been hard work for him, but got across nicely to his right to stop that one from being runs. Tom Price has settled himself in here. He doesn't seem to be having any problems with the landing area like he was earlier at the moment. Price bowls, and that's played softly by Eskenazi, backward a square on the offside, and Scott will pick that one up and attempt to give the ball a bit of a shine. Just been a few indications maybe of late that the ball might be starting to do a little bit more than it seemed to be doing earlier, particularly that one delivery from Tom Price, which certainly did seem to jag away from the attempted defence of Eskenazi. As Tom Price prepares to bowl the fourth ball of this over, and bowl short, and that's cracked away through mid-wicket, but it will only be one as Ollie Price launches the throw-in from deep mid-wicket, having moved across from deep square, and that was a short ball which didn't really trouble Eskenazi, has to be said. 76 now for 3. Darryl Mitchell examining his bat, as in fact is Eskenazi at the non-striker's end. Price bowls and no shot through to James Bracey. 11 overs remaining after this one in the day's play.
I wonder if you said that James Bracey might have a sort of a, has he got a maverick thought? You say, you know, is it to bring Phillips on? Would Goodman have another stint? He's only bowled 6 overs.
I think Matt Taylor would possibly have another burst in him
Matt
towards the end of the day.
He's had 2 5s already.
Price to complete this over, and Mitchell drives, but Worrell this time will move to his left and almost tripped over there, but managed to keep his balance. The ship was listing a little bit, but it managed to stay upright. End of the over, 7 overs for 24 for Price, but this spell has been far cheaper than his first, but again most of that is down to no balls rather than anything in terms of batsmen scoring easily off him. There's a little shot here of a slip corn waiting for patiently for an edge, but James Bracey watching that ball into the gloves in super slow-mo.
Now Phillips, I thought the lace has gone off again, but Phillips is no, in fact, now what's happening here? I think I wonder where Phillips was going to go there, and the answer is leg slip.
It's one of my favourite positions, I have to say.
With both the helmet and the other protective gear on, so he's in quite close there for the potential sweep for Eskenazi to Ollie Price. He's got a leg slip and a short leg then, and that's not the ball really to bowl to that field, a bit too short, and Tom Price prevented a single.
Just looking for that lazy flick off the pads as well, which you just see that so often.
Eskenazi with Middlesex 76 for 3, and that is turned but straight again to Tom Price, who's behind the square on the leg side, so I think you're trying to plug that potential source of runs for Eskenazi here. Price from the chapel end, Eskenazi comes forward. So on the offside, Scott is away on the point boundary. Worrell's in at short extra cover. And other than that, there's a big gap if Eskenazi wants to be tempted into it. The answer is he isn't by that, and lets it go outside the off stump.
Bit of a lunge forward, the previous one from Eskenazi, and got Gloucestershire a bit more interested on that occasion.
Ollie Price spins himself a catch. This is his 6th over. And Eskenazi holds the pose, having played the defensive shot. Dan Morrell picks up. Still 8 down at the GS Bowl. Oh, sorry, going to escape. Well, I think Price has been, he could easily have lost the control, the line and length after that 6 from Mitchell, but he's only conceded 5 runs apart from that one blow in the 6 overs that he's bowled. He's no wicket for 11, and it's just a question now with 10 overs to go. What does James Bracey think he's got in terms of any energy amongst his bowlers, having bowled 47 overs in 2 sessions, but this one's been quite a long one. They've been out there for 2¼ hours now, and the thing would be probably that he could turn to Goodman or Taylor. Of the quicker bowlers are probably the more likely, and there are now 3 helmets out on the outfield as well.
Price bowls to Daryl Mitchell, and there's no shot there to be good length ball.
All 3 of them behind James Bracey.
So it's been a much more mentally tiring session, this one, for Gloucestershire. You would imagine the first time really when for a session Middlesex have been on top with the bat for the most part, but it's still the case that one more wicket and Gloucestershire will feel extremely good about their chances. In fact, they will obviously already. Mitchell pushing that one out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. A couple of results in from Group 3. Sussex and Glamorgan have drawn, and Lancashire have also drawn against Kent. They were pushing for victory there, Lancashire, on the final day. They needed 2 more Kent wickets, but the overs, I assume, have run out. But also it doesn't matter because Lancashire, assuming there's no penalties or anything, as Mitchell bowls a full ball which is driven up towards mid-on. Not entirely sure that that was where Mitchell wanted to get that ball, but plenty of bat on it at any rate. But the draw for Lancashire enough to see them 26 points clear of Northamptonshire, with Northamptonshire having lost. So barring any penalties, it's the 2 Roses counties who will be going through to Division 1 from Group 3. Only 1 wicket for James Anderson in that innings. There's a back foot drive attempted
Has hell
by
frozen
Mitchell.
over?
Well, perhaps it has. He only bowled, let's see, he only bowled 12 overs, I think. Yep, 12 overs out of 74, so they obviously didn't want to overexert him in a cause which didn't necessarily matter too much. Tom Hartley, the slow left armer, 30 overs, 15 maidens, 4 for 42. Doing the bulk of the damage for Lancashire as Price bowls very full, and Mitchell this time doesn't try to go through with a full-blooded drive and just punches it up to Dan Worrell at mid-off. So another tidy over this from Tom Price. Hasn't conceded a run yet. Could be his first maiden over of the innings with another dot, but dearly love it to be a capital W in the scorebook rather than a capital M. Price past the umpire and bowls, and Mitchell very correctly playing that one to the bowler, and Price slings the ball away from Dan Worrell. I'd imagine that Price feels like for his work this spell he's been good for a wicket, but as all bowlers do, I'm sure, but hasn't managed to get it just yet, and the score remains 76 for 3.
Yeah, 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 24. There are 4 no balls in that, so the analysis would look even better without those no balls in there. We're kind of getting into night watchman territory for Middlesex potentially, I would have thought, with 9 overs to go. Ollie Price continuing from the Chapel end. Ed will just keep an eye on the developments at the Ageas Bowl, which is very nearly at an end now, that game. And played down and away comfortably on the offside by Eskenazi. Get him a single.
3 overs remain at the Ageas Bowl. Abbott has been brought back into the attack.
And Amler, has he done Gloucestershire, has he helped to do Gloucestershire a favour? Mitchell uses his feet to Ollie Price. Get into a clip up to mid-on, deepish mid-on really, because Dom Goodman is 3 parts of the way to the boundary on one of the practice wickets, and they pick up a single. Ollie Price coming around the wicket for the first time. It's worked out into the offside, but for no profit, straight to Worrell. Price trots past umpire Lloyd, and Eskenazi comes forward.
Shoulder of the bat though.
And just that change of line. Haven't seen him bowl around the wicket at all until this over. He's got a leg slip on the short leg in, and that's turned on the bounce straight to Lace, who is Mr. Quick Reactions today. A couple of very sharp bits of work in the field. .78 for 3. Tiptoes in, does Price, and that's worked away as a chase for Jack Taylor and for Tom Price as well. They've hauled it in, they'll take 2, and that's all there will be. And what will probably be the last sanitisation break of the day, with Middlesex 80 for 3, still needing 340 to win from this position. Price has Tom has a drink, and Gloucestershire's 3 wickets. The 2 openers, both before tea, wicket each to Worrell and to Matt Taylor, and then Worrell removing Hanscom with an LBW in his second spell. That was an important wicket. Mitchell's come in and batted for, truthfully, he's batted apart from that 6 very circumspectly. He's only made 11 off 40 balls, and Eskenazi trying to be the linchpin of this innings.
As I said at the time, he looked like he really wanted to get off the mark, and then after that he settled himself down. Price bowls to Lace and punch to cover Tom Price into his 9th over of the innings. And at the Aegeus Bowl, really, it's about counting down the balls, perhaps more than the overs now. 14 balls remaining, and assuming they don't lose a wicket, then 13 balls really to negotiate for Amler and Clark. And having started the day, having been 2 wickets down but with a night watchman in, Middlesex could potentially be starting this final day 3 wickets down but without one of them being a night watchman, as that's pushed back to the bowler. Or I say pushed, it's firmly driven really back to the bowler, and somebody from Middlesex will have to play the Hashim Amla role. You feel the runs are some sort of a, well, in terms of Middlesex having a target to chase, 340 more runs needed. The circumstances are slightly different, but judging by the way they've gone about things here and felt they've needed to go about things, as Price bowls to Mitchell, who plays that defensively out into the short point region, but I don't know if he knew exactly where that one had gone.
No, but he just turned round and protected his stumps with his body, basically, didn't he?
Did a full twirl.
And you might say, actually, this is kind of, it's almost an irrelevance, but if Middlesex go too slowly, they will bat themselves out of a chance of winning.
Yeah, and even if they went about things in a similar way to how Gloucestershire did against Leicestershire, as Mitchell pushes that one out to Tom Lace in the covers, even if they said, which Gloucestershire did, they went hard at it early, lost a few wickets, and then really Ian Cobain and Tom Lace just batted very circumspectly for pretty much an entire session, and then after tea things really hotted up. Even if they went about things that way, they'd have to score at a fairly decent rate, even in order to get themselves in to that kind of a position. So if, if they were to set themselves 200 even off the final session, then they'd have to score at pushing 3 and over. There's a drive which has gone up towards mid-on
just
in
trying
the
to
end.
compute that. So if they went at 80 runs a session for the first 2, they'd need 180 in the final session. Well, depends how many wickets.
Certainly doable with wickets, isn't it?
Depends
in
how many
hand.
wickets they had in hand.
But the batting to come, White rather than Simpson, of course. Martin Anderson, Cullen, Sauter, Bamber, Murtagh. There's not a lot of experience there, as Tom Price bowls full and dug out by Mitchell, and he almost got his bat stuck in the ground there, which could have been a problem. It's another really tight over from Tom Price, and pretty obvious statement to say it was tight when it was a maiden. 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 24, and his figures are steadily improving. Middlesex's total remains 80 for 3, Eskenazi 41 and Mitchell 11.
7 overs to go, bright sunshine still, so no problem with the light at this point, and indeed there's enough blue sky overhead to suggest that we might get right through here, which again would be to the credit of the ground staff and the umpires for being proactive in terms of wanting to get out there. Now Matt Taylor coming back for a final burst, and Gloucestershire would feel, I'm sure, pretty content with life if they could get another wicket tonight, because the Middlesex batsmen haven't got away from them on the scoreboard in this period. 80 for 3 is, you're chasing 420 is still a long way short, but 80 for 4 you would feel that you were definitely in charge. 4 overs in theory for Taylor to bowl tonight, and I think we've called that probably right, Ed, and we thought that there was probably one more stint from a quicker bowler, and in fact they might give Goodman 3 overs at the other end, because Tom Price has had quite a long spell. Eskenazi waits for Matt Taylor from the Chapel end. That's well pitched up, and again driven up to brother Jack at mid-off. So they are at the moment, Middlesex, they are 340 short of their target. Now, long-standing Cheltenham watchers would say an average day is 350 runs and 13 wickets, but not in this festival. Again, Eskenazi forward. Yeah, 350 runs would feel like much more than we've had in any of the first 3 days.
But it still goes back to the point, actually, and I'd kind of talk myself out of this being a possibility, but it is still just about a possibility, though, that 2 sessions of normal batting could lead to 1 session of launching at a total. It's still not completely out of the realms of possibility.
Clipped nicely through the onside by Eskenazi. A chase for Goodman. I think he will haul it in as it goes towards the boundary in front of the players' area, and they'll come back for 3. Good chase from Goodman, saved a run, and Middlesex pick up 3 more, 83 for 3.
There are 4 balls remaining at the Aegeus Bowl, and Surrey, of course, still with 2 wickets in hand, and perhaps most importantly, Hashim Amla is on strike.
He has batted for 6 hours and 20 minutes for 37.
You just wonder actually what the shots were that he played. I mean, what were the balls that led to his 5 boundaries? How bad were they?
So for Mitchell, Tom Lace is in a short mid-wicket, and Dan Morrow at square leg. They're trying to stop that little clip which Before Eskenazi runs in the last over. Taylor's bowling round the wicket at Mitchell.
Well, it's come down to this. 2 balls left, and Surrey have just to survive one of them. Hampshire need wickets off both of them to win.
Well, they've been very close to winning a couple of games at home, and this might be a third. If Surrey hold out here, 83 for 3 Middlesex, chasing 420. Oh, and that's dabbed away by Mitchell down towards the third man boundary. They'll come back for a second, and Scott's throw is parried onto the stumps by James Bracey, but it's not upheld as a run out, and it will be the end of Matt Taylor's over. And the match has been, as you've heard, drawn from Terry Blake just to our right.
37 of 279 balls, 6 hours and 20 minutes.
There you have it.
All the details you need.
Patted the last ball from his fellow South African Kyle Abbott back to him and tucked the bat under his arm. Ashley Mamlet, that's it, that's my work done. What a tremendous player he is, and his concentration and the ease with which he bats, I think, fairly unmatched in recent times.
Right, here's an interesting point. Ollie Price is going to change ends and bowl with the slope helping him from the College lawn end with 6 overs left on the day.
He's bowled a few overs from, bowled a few deliveries from round the wicket from the Chapel end, come over the wicket from the College lawn end, with Eskenazi on 44, 6 overs remaining in the day. A short leg still in place along with the slip as Ollie Price bowls right up to the bat, and Eskenazi plays forward out into the cover region where it's fielded by Tom Price, who's shining the ball up for his brother. Perhaps Ollie might be looking for a bit of drift, who knows. Ollie Price is there and bowls, and Eskenazi goes forward and plays that one very quietly out towards mid-wicket. And it really is survival now with so few overs left in the day.
Because of his relative height, he doesn't get a lot of loop, Ollie Price, does he?
Yeah, he's sort of relying on bounce more, isn't he? As it's punched off the back foot by Eskenazi. He'll pick up a single as Tom Price gets the throw in and forces James Bracey into a few acrobatics to prevent that one from going over his head. 86 for 3, and yeah, he's either, I suppose, more trying to either hurry the batsman or trying to extract a little bit of extra bounce. Short leg might come into play. No, Mitchell's not thinking about survival, he's thinking about smashing this one over long on, and it's gone for 6. Imagine that that one can't have been too far away from our camera down there. We have a look at the replay, and Mitchell, strong hit once again down the ground, and just to the right of our camera, and a second 6 for Mitchell to bring him up to 19, so he wasn't just going to let Ollie Price bowl to him, and he's pretty confident with the fact that the ball won't be turning, but also confident enough to use his feet to get well down the pitch and to the pitch of the ball. Tablet or something for Eskenazi, or maybe he's just having a drink whilst they're retrieving the ball from the gazebo slash marquee slash tent slash whatever it is.
It's a sandy coloured structure, isn't it? It's I suspect
beige.
Yeah,
beige?
Well, you could say it's beige, I suppose. There are 2, of which that is the larger one. So Mitchell's hit Price for 2 maximums, both in with roughly the same shot, straight down the ground.
firm strikes, and as a consequence, long on has gone back. So Ollie Price bowls, Mitchell goes back and negotiates that one successfully out into the short mid-wicket area. Glenn Phillips has not yet had a bowl, and suspect now that Ollie Price has changed ends, probably won't see another spinner used, but we shall see. Ollie Price in and bowls, and Mitchell using his feet there, getting well down the pitch, but just to play defensively at the end of another over. 5 more remain in the day, 92 for 3 Middlesex, and things seem to be, with that 6 apart, kind of drifting towards their conclusion, but just one breakthrough will, you'd feel, leave Middlesex rather exposed going into tomorrow.
Yeah, and so there are a couple of junction points tomorrow that are important. One of these two have to start again in the morning against the new ball pair for Gloucestershire, and then there is the second new ball, obviously, which will be an important phase. So actually, it might be that this is Taylor and Worrell might not get too long a spell in the morning. 5 overs to go. The sun has gone in. Will we get all 5? Taylor goes round the wicket and bowls to Eskenazi.
At the moment, there is enough brighter sky around that it doesn't feel as dark as it did yesterday, but there are darker clouds way to our left, so we might be pushing it a bit if the sun doesn't come back out again.
I'll just update you on the table in this group as well, after the other matches have all finished, so it's just this one in progress. And here is Matt Taylor in, and Eskenazi defends back up the pitch. So Somerset 134 with 1 to play, Hampshire 123 with 1 to play, Surrey 112 with 1 to play, and Gloucestershire at the start of this match had 109, to which you can add 4. So they go to 113, and then the question is, can they add the winning points as well? Taylor in around the wicket, that was played with 1 foot up in the air from Eskenazi, slightly curious, but it was safely negotiated, and Tom Lace does the fielding. So Gloucestershire will get past Surrey. The question is, will they get past Hampshire as well?
Another thing worth pointing out with regards to Hampshire is that Gloucestershire have won 4 matches at the moment, and Hampshire have won 3. So were they to finish level, Gloucestershire would have the tiebreaker on number of wins.
Taylor round the wicket, and again Eskenazi defends.
And really, I suppose you look at the number of wins, and Gloucestershire already have 4 in 8, Somerset have 4 in 9, and Gloucestershire could still finish with 5 by the end of this and still be short of Somerset. And it just shows you the 2 matches where they were completely outplayed by Surrey and Leicestershire on turning surfaces, combined with the difference in batting points, which is the most vast gap between the two.
Matt Taylor in again, Eskenazi forward. I don't know who is padded up for Middlesex in case a wicket should fall, but not in our sight to our left-hand side.
I mean, those are the 2 things which are keeping Gloucestershire and Somerset apart in the group. The reason why Somerset can be very comfortable with things in the final round of matches, and Gloucestershire still may have to push for victory over Hampshire, depending on whether they can secure the win here.
Still needs 7 wickets, but they've got all day tomorrow, and Eskenazi will defend, and he and Mitchell, truthfully, look as though they're going to be able to see things through to stumps. Matt Taylor's over was a maiden, so his figures today: 12 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 14. Not quite in the class of matters at Southampton, but still a sterling effort, and he's got probably 2 more overs to bowl. The sun's reappeared, so overall today it's not been a day for masses of exciting stroke play. 168 runs in the day in 2 long sessions, I suppose you would say.
Price brothers provided some very pleasing shots early on in the day, but since then there haven't been too many drives to purr over. For example, Ollie Price bowls to Daryl Mitchell, who goes back and turns that one back to the bowler.
Middlesex's run rate is now well down below 2 and over.
Yeah, possibly even would be 1.5 without the addition of extras. As Ollie Price bowls, and down the pitch goes Mitchell and just guides that one out into the short mid-wicket area. And just because you use your feet doesn't mean you've got to slog the ball out the ground, but at the same time I think Ollie Price will be too disappointed to see Mitchell wanting to use his feet against him. I think about firing one past him, and George Scott, who was out at deep backward point, is now coming up to backward point. So Ollie Price bowls a short ball which Mitchell helps round the corner. Goodman in pursuit down at long leg, moving to his right will field and do well to limit that to just the single as Mitchell moves up to 20. A rare drag down, has to be said, from Ollie Price. He's kept his length very consistent, and he bowled one full toss and he almost got a wicket with it. He bowls, and that's full, driven pleasantly up to deep mid-off by Eskenazi, and Dan Worrell is allowing that single because of being pushed back a little for the launch over the top.
39 these two have put on.
Eskenazi up to 46. Ollie Price is there and bowls, and turned round the corner by Mitchell, this time with the wrists, and Goodman will pick the ball up as it almost rolls to a halt. Mitchell up to 21 and milking things a little here this over. The two Middlesex batsmen. Just one more over left for Price after this. He bowls the last ball of this over, which is negotiated comfortably off the back foot by Eskenazi, and 3 overs remain in the day with Middlesex 95 for 3. They would need 325 more runs to win the game. The question of, can Gloucestershire conjure up some late drama?
Yes, I wonder how would Middlesex feel about having 325 to in theory chase on the last day. It comes back to your point, Ed. You know, you bat sensibly in the first session, you bat sensibly in the second session, and if you're 240 for 4,
yeah, it probably would need to be for 4, wouldn't it?
Then one of these two is still in, obviously, and they might feel they can attack for a while and then shut up shop if they need to. But Matt Taylor wants to try and nip out another wicket tonight from the College Chapel end. This would be his penultimate over, but it doesn't look as if an error is coming from these two just at the moment.
No, you question also whether Middlesex would be happy with the draw and happy to say we showed fight with the bat, whether that's enough for them, or whether they really would think, come on, let's finish this campaign off with a win if it got into that situation.
Taylor in once more, and again Mitchell sees his shot fielded by Taylor off his own bowling.
You know, it comes down to what their aims are, I suppose, and we won't know that until, well, probably they won't even know that until tea tomorrow, where they'll assess things.
In this round, two teams near the bottom of the table have really helped Gloucestershire out. So now it's up to them to do their own part of the job. Oh, Mitchell plays at that, and Bracey takes the ball and in disgust, almost angst, can't see an edge and there isn't one, but Mitchell playing and missing at this.
They did absolutely everything right. They waited and waited and waited for the rash shot to come, and it finally did. And they were willing there to have been a nick on that ball, but there just wasn't.
Well, Taylor will try again, staying around the wicket, and this is just a bit further back of a length than Mitchell. Gets his brain in the right place once more.
It was really surprising shot from Mitchell as well, because like you said, you just didn't see the error coming, and particularly not with under 4 overs remaining in the day. It just, pardon me, under 3 overs remaining in the day, it just did not seem like he was going to have a mental error like that.
Worrell's gone back to the boundary at deep square. Taylor in, and that's the one that is just let go again by the Kiwi.
You suspect rather though that was the last such error that's going to happen from Mitchell tonight. If anything is going to happen, it's probably a tentativeness in defence, perhaps off the back of that play and a miss. I suspect he will have learnt his lesson from the indiscretion earlier in the over.
Taylor, that familiar high stepping run, left arm round the wicket, and again Mitchell lets that go. So he survives. Matt Taylor with another maiden, 13 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 14. And Tom Smith, as Josh Shaw said when he was with us earlier, if you're on 12th or 13th man duties, you're literally coming on the field at the end of every over with a cap or a sweater or maybe the sanitisation materials, maybe a jumper, but rather less so today. 2 overs to go in the day.
So Ollie Price is last. Penultimate over from the College lawn end, and Glenn Phillips is still warming up, but I'd be rather surprised if he gets the last over of the day. We'll see. Ollie Price bowling to Eskenazi, who's forward and playing back to the bowler. 153rd ball that was for Eskenazi. Hashim Amla faced 278 at the Aegeus Bowl. I suspect Eskenazi might have to at least match Amla's vigil. Ollie Price in and bowls, and forward and getting everything behind it, Eskenazi. And the weather tomorrow, should be said, we've been assuming we'll get a full day, but the forecast very much does seem to be that a full day is the overwhelming likelihood. As here is Price bowls, and that's turned away through square leg. They're just jogging the run, and I suspect earlier on in the day they might have been pushing hard for 2, but I think Eskenazi may be saying I'm quite happy at the non-striker's end, thanks. He's got 47. I suppose the other thing to mention about the good forecast though is that there may well be a good deal of sunshine tomorrow, and we've seen that make a huge difference in terms of the assistance that the seamers have managed to get.
Or not.
Yeah, or not, as the case might be. So it doesn't seem to be an awful lot for the spinners as Price fires that one in, and it's played off the back foot by Mitchell back to the bowler. The tall chap is Ollie Price, even taller than Eskenazi, who's not on the shorter end of things. He moves in to bowl to Eskenazi, or pardon me, Mitchell, who's propping forward. Back to the bowler, 1 ball for Price remaining today.
If I look at Phillips,
he's vigorous warm-ups, isn't it? And actually, Matt Taylor, does he have his cap on over there?
I think Phillips might get the last over.
As Ollie Price bowls and Mitchell gets right down low on his back leg and plays defensively, and indeed Glenn Phillips has, I wonder how much he had to talk himself into that over, or perhaps James Bracey did decide that he wanted Glenn Phillips to bowl 1 over, or if Phillips just said, go on, please, let me have the ball.
Well, it's going to be a different scenario, that's for sure. You saw him take 2 wickets at was it at Leicester?
It was, yes. He got those wickets mostly with drift, actually. and he should, I think by all replays, have had Colin Ackerman LBW first ball as well, which goodness knows how that might have changed the course of that game. So he was certainly good for more than the 2 that he took, and of course took a wicket in the T20 match at the Aegeus Bowl just a few days ago as well.
Oh, it's thrown in the ball. He hasn't seen it coming from Tom Price. So short leg in and still a slip for Phillips, who's the kind of infectious kind of character that will make the captain believe that he can take a wicket in this last over. And actually, it's a shot to nothing, isn't it? So here is Phillips with his off spin from the Chapel End, last over of the day, and defended by Eskenazi. Not as tall as Ollie Price, so there's a little more chance of a bit of loop, but again, short approach, just trots in, and that's a bit short, and it's chopped away down for Hammond to chase from slip, and they'll scuttle through for a single. So Eskenazi's going to go to 48. He get the chance to get his 50 tonight. I don't suppose he's too bothered. 97 for 3 is the overall score. Phillips, the last over, bowls to Mitchell, and he fields that off his own bowling against a countryman he'll know very well. He's going to come round the wicket now.
So I think that's another thing that he will do, obviously coming from the lower height, but he does vary things a lot more, Glenn Phillips, in terms of his flight.
Lace has gone to just a slightly backward short leg, and that's another good bit of work as Mitchell's well forward, but Lace again just stops a single by diving to his left.
Did just give that one a bit more air, Phillips.
Staying around the wicket past umpire Lloyd. Oh, and the Crive catch it, and it fell to where short forward square leg would have been. Lace was deeper. Whether there was an edge, hard to know, but I certainly heard something out there in the middle. 97 for 3. Lace is going to go back in front of square again now. Perhaps the horse has bolted, to be fair. And Phillips over the wicket, fires one down the leg side. Well, it was worth a go, and Gloucestershire lost nothing, and 97 for 3 is where Middlesex end the third day. They batted for 57 overs to get to that point, and they will still need 323 tomorrow. De Care's out for 4, Robson out without scoring, both his wickets were 4T. Hanscom, then LBW to Worrell in his second spell for 14. But at stumps, Eskenazi 48, Mitchell 21, and the wicket takers for Gloucestershire, Worrell 2 for 21, Taylor, that's Matt, 1 for 14. Economical elsewhere, the question I suppose, Ed, is have those bowlers got the combined threat on that pitch to take the other 7 wickets?
I think they will still be feeling that if they can take 1 wicket even up front, that they may well then have an end that they can open up. I think you look at the batting to come. Robbie White obviously has batted for long periods of time against Gloucestershire as well, but after him Martin Anderson strikes you as a more of a stroke maker perhaps, rather than somebody who will bed in for hours to come. And then you've got the lower order. They're not tail enders, Cullen and Souter, but lower order players. Bamber and Murtagh, not great first-class batting records. Well, Murtagh does have a good first-class batting record, but his game hasn't been one of solid defence in recent times. So, 1 wicket early on especially opens things up. You'd imagine that Dan Worrell will get the ball, to start the day tomorrow, and another critical spell of Worrell to start the day. If he can prize out 1 wicket, and that may open things up for the other bowlers to have a go at taking some regular wickets when they come on as well.
Well, prospect hopefully of a full 4th day here at Cheltenham. Gloucestershire 248 and 272, which is where their first innings ended up. They added 70 6 today for the last 4 wickets. A nice stand between Ollie, Price and Tom. Tom finished 35 not out, Ollie made 33. Daryl Mitchell got some cheap wickets at the end. He finished with 4 for 42, and then in reply, of course, Middlesex 101 and now 97 for 3. They need tomorrow, in a full day, 323 to win. That's a tall order. Gloucestershire needs 7 wickets, and if they do get those 7 wickets, they will go up to second in this group with 1 game to play, effectively a shootout here against Hampshire starting on Sunday. Thanks to on today duty, commentary wise, Ed and myself, and on camera duty, Shane, Cameron and James. Hope you've enjoyed the play since we got underway here at 1:10, and we'll see you tomorrow, but from a now pleasantly sunny Cheltenham on this Wednesday evening, with another event that might take your fancy tonight, of course, with England playing in the Euro semi-finals at 8 o'clock. From Cheltenham, for now, goodbye.